紫野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう言ってんよ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるよ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるよ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるよ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
We are definitely expecting. Oh, I can hear myself now.
Yep.
No, I just need to know if whether the sound actually went through. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPLSG Season 5. We are now at the start, and of course, welcome to MPL season once again. All of the inactive people have now started to be active. Me, and of course. This marks the start of MPL, and we are looking into which are the teams and whom are the teams that will be moving on to the regular seasons and then the playoffs. So let's not look too far ahead just yet. We still have quite a lot of teams that we are going to be watching in this best of 3 fashion. Of course, without further ado, my name's Abstract. With me here is Kintofu. The both of us are going to be your casters for today.
Yep, it's going to be a very exciting day. Our first match is going to be Grey back against Banana, right? These two teams, they're not really, to me, in my opinion, not really community teams anymore. They
Not
have already
community teams
ranked up already. I've seen them grow from community teams now towards the pro scene.
Uh-huh.
I mean, today is going to be a heartbreaking day because we are going to see a lot of people playing their best, and they're going to evolve and show their best form of defense and attack. And we'll see who makes it out of open qualifiers today, because it's a different ball game altogether.
Right, it does seem as though you have quite some experience watching Greyback Audacity as well as Banana quite a bit. I believe Friday?
Yes, Friday Night Gaming. But more importantly, let's take a look at the brackets for today. While we go in, we will see these are the 8 teams that have made it all the way here in the open qualifiers, and we'll see who is going to make it out to be the final 2 teams to go into the regular season.
Okay. So let's list all the teams, or rather, whatever teams that I can see, because they are all in acronyms. So as much as possible, we have Greyback Audacity and Banana that will be fighting against one another. And of course, we're looking at FFE that will be fighting against Absolute SG. You sound like you know something about FFE?
Yeah, FFE, they have multiple teams. So FFE, this is FFE Prime, right? This is one of the strongest teams within the FFE lineup, and they'll be going up against Absolute SG. Now, for the rest of the teams.
Well, it kind of seems like as though we have BCK versus THZ. Of course, I'm just kind of like scrolling through as much as I can. I believe that it is the Backyardigans versus the Zone. Okay, so the Backyardigans, interesting name. I'm not even gonna say anything about that, but my brother Bento is in there, so I'm really expecting quite a bit from them. In the meantime, we are also gonna be looking at the biggest flavor of this part of the brackets, right? I believe that a lot of you guys are looking forward to this, but we are going to be looking at GBE versus Banana when it comes down to the stream, and you guys will get the information as to who moves on to the next one between Alchemy SG versus Flash. My boys, Alchemy guys, my fellow Icon and Bitcoin, you guys show me what your what is your worth, okay?
We have vested interest in a lot of these teams today.
Yeah.
Now these are these are many of the teams that we've seen competing across Singapore in the past few months, even from last year instead. So today really is a very exciting day because this is the time where they really set out to prove themselves, right? This is where they belong, the pro scene. This is where they're going to show the flavors and give us all the excitement that we're looking forward today.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what they have got for us regarding the meta, how are they going to be playing, how much of their draft is going to be based on the meta, and how much of their draft is going to be based on their comforts. And of course, when it comes down to the drafting, it is definitely going to be playing quite a bit of differences. And of course, well, whatever it is, may the best team win.
Definitely. We're going to be expecting a lot of different drafts. Now, the meta has definitely changed already from MPL Season 4.
Apparently, it's
all
kind
the
of
way-
messy.
Yeah, M4 to now we have Season 5, right? So, I mean, a couple of bands that we're going to be expecting for sure today. Glue is definitely one of them. We have seen, okay, shout out Omnicron. I know that you're doing it. We've seen his Glue being like massively irritating. It was a menace to deal with, and you know, he really won quite a few matches. I think he was at Comic Con as well. He showcased one of the best Glues I've seen in a long time, right? And of course, we have Carry. Now, Carry is back in the meta, and it's quite irritating.
Understandably.
Yeah, that huge burst, my
Yep.
goodness, and the armor pierce as well, true damage.
They tuned her down a little bit, but apparently is so much of a little bit that it literally did not play any differences.
Yep, exactly. She's still the monster that she is, right? And of course, Joy, one of the new releases for the heroes as well, one of the frequent bans that you see. Not just in rank, hopefully we'll see, maybe it'll slip out, right? Maybe. It slips out, we'll see some Joy, maybe.
I'm pretty sure that Joy would not be that big of a commodity. Maybe, perhaps, alright? So, I mean, most of you guys out there, because, you know, the MLB community, they are very tight, right? Where everyone is very close to one another. And everyone that's watching here, including this stream, they kind of know that, you know, I'm like kind of in and out. I have been like disappearing for quite some time. And, you know, my play activity has shown some things here and there. But don't worry, MPL season is back, and so I'm back too.
Yep. Now, another thing that I think we need to highlight today is to take a look at Greyback. Now, Greyback and
Let's talk about
Banana.
it.
Okay,
Yes.
so Greyback and Banana, my reference to them is that, okay, we do have some charity events in Singapore for esports as well. So they actually showed up at one of the charity events last year.
Right.
And that's where I got a glimpse of whatever they had to offer at that point in time. Greyback Audacity is one of the strongest teams within the community level so far. That's from my POV, right? And they are very well versed. There are many Greyback teams as well. Audacity is one of the stronger ones as well.
Right.
So we can expect quite a lot of strong players. And the interesting thing about them is that most of the competitors, at least in the community scene, tend to kind of view them as, okay, they're not as strong. But when they show up in tournaments, when it's actually time to play, they come out as a different beast. So this is what I'm hoping to see for Greyback Audacity.
Right.
Banana, they're a very consistent team, right? So when they were playing, they always showed very strong resilience in the draft, the way they communicate with the team. The plays that they make is always very crisp and clean, right? A true banana split, right? in full flavor.
Okay,
So we'll see. Banana has been very consistent. Greyback, they have been quite volatile in their performances, but when they're good, they're really very good.
I see.
So I want to see if they can keep that consistency, and if they can achieve that consistency on Greyback Audacity, I think today should be their day.
It should be their day. Well, technically speaking, because of the fact that Greyback has a lot of teams out there, right now, all they gotta do is focus on Greyback Audacity. So hopefully with all of the perhaps coaching and whatever instructions that they will be able to give off to Greyback Audacity, they will be able to make it through these entire qualifiers. So they do have quite a lot to prove. But in the end of the day, we are still looking at the qualifiers itself. Everyone is literally cutthroat at one another, and they definitely do not want to lose at any point in time. So gonna have to play your absolute best, and we'll see which team is the most aggressive, or perhaps even the best when it comes down to defensive maneuvers. All of these are definitely gonna be playing a very big part in the team's performances.
Yep, we'll see a lot of cross-map plays as well, and I'm hoping to see quite a lot of plays. I've spoken to a couple of teams that were part of the open qualifiers yesterday, and they were, I mean, the statement holds true. It really was very cutthroat, and there are some very interesting drafts, and of course, Singapore, we have quite a lot of players that love Fanny, right? I heard there were a lot of Fannies flying around. So yeah, it will be interesting to see what kind of drafts they'll be coming up with today. The competition is really very difficult, and I think, like you said, the community is starting to level up.
Yes.
Right, we were talking about this off camera, and I think it's going to be a very different ball game from now on. Like even last season, we noticed that hey, the community players are starting to come up, right? They're showing a bit more promise, and the pros don't actually have their seat, secured anymore. It's a challenge now. People can come and fight for the throne. So yeah.
Even though we have heard of the name Flash all the time, right? We have seen Flash all the time. They have been a big organization all the time, and of course within of SG MLBB, Flash has been in and out, in and out. But the main thing is that they have been labeled. They have labeled themselves quite a bit already. But this time they have to go through the qualifiers, and of course they were seeded right straight into the top 8. And today they are going to be fighting against Alchemy. As much as a lot of us would like to believe that, you know what, Flash has been to MPL before, while Alchemy hasn't been to MPL before, I am a slight tad bit scared for the Flash. I mean, because let's be honest here, right? Alchemy SG, they have been around for a lot of events. I have personally seen their development, and I've seen their play styles, and of course I understand how they have been working around. Alchemy SG may actually have a really good chance to actually take down Flash.
Yep, I agree with you. I mean, this is not a safe Flash, it's not a strong team.
No, not
it's
at all.
It's just that
everyone has been leveling up.
Yep, everyone is getting stronger. So Team Flash, I hope they can put up a stellar performance for us today as well. But this is where competition is really brewing and growing, because your position is never secure. There is no guarantee that I'm gonna make it out into top 8. I'm gonna make it out into regular season.
Yep.
That is no longer something that's guaranteed for any team in MPL, and I'm very happy to say that, because that really shows that we're growing,
yes.
right? At least for the scene itself, and players are learning a bit more. Yep. I'm just hoping to see more flashy plays. That's all. My personal interest.
I kind of saw that coming, but in the meantime, I was thinking, this is Kin. This is not Vertigo. Yeah, let that slide. And then flashy plays. Damn it.
Yeah.
I mean, the entirety of MLBB, everyone has been playing so much, community is close, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of you guys know who exactly all of these teams are. So you guys may very well have a lot more information than we do. So as a matter of fact, it actually makes quite some sense for me to actually pop on by to the Twitch chat. If you guys have got anything to say about certain teams, feel free to write it down there. I would love to read it for myself, and of course just kind of understand the teams a little bit more, because this entire qualifiers, we only need to understand 2 teams, right?
Yep.
Whichever team that made it cross.
That's right. I mean, if you take a look at the 8 teams that we have, I think this is one of the most balanced 8 teams that we have seen in all of the seasons, open qualifier seasons, right? So I mean, I would normally ask you, say, hey, Abstract, what's your pick for this 8? But I don't think that's going to be a fair question at this point, because it could go any way, right? And I mean, my personal interest is, like I said, no pun intended. Yes, I want to see the flashy plays and stuff like that. But that also shows how comfortable a team is with different drafts, with different heroes, and that's how you really show that you have leveled up and evolved as a community.
Yeah,
I want to see that.
I mean, we have when it comes down to MPL Season 1 all the way through to Season 4, we have quite a lot of prominent names, prominent teams that are constantly in there, and sometimes kind of like out there as well. But the main thing that we have been seeing all the time is RSG has been there all the time.
Yes.
We are looking at, I believe Flash has been in for quite a lot of times as well. So this is why we actually have quite a lot of emphasis onto Flash, that they have to redeem themselves in this qualifiers. It would suck if they could not make it through the qualifiers. I do want to have hopes for them, but if they did not really, kind of learn anything much from the past few seasons and, kind of upgrade themselves, then that would be a problem.
Yep. I mean, we all know competition is very vicious, right? I mean, that's why it's called competition in the first place. And I think, to be honest, I think open qualifiers are the most tedious and the toughest competition of all. Because once we go into regular season and the playoffs, these are teams that you would be able to kind of take note of, replay their matches, kind of see how their draft works and stuff like that. So there's research to be done.
Yes.
But if you're talking about open qualifiers, these teams can come from anywhere.
Yes.
And they can come with multiple types of drafts, style of play. So that is, to me, is the most cutthroat competition. And I think for teams to make it out in the open qualifiers to go into regular season, that is saying that, you know, they should be wary of them, right? The teams that are already qualified in the regular season, they should definitely keep their eyes on the two teams that qualified today, because these are going to be new monsters joining the fray, and it's going to be, I mean, it's going to be exciting for sure.
When it comes down to quote-unquote amateur teams, right? It feels as though, at least for me, my opinion of quote-unquote amateur teams is that they are technically unrivaled when it comes down to their understanding of heroes, right? Because when you're looking at pro players, right, they will want to cater themselves to meta heroes. They would want to understand the ins and outs of meta heroes that have been used all the time, yada yada yada. And maybe they don't play rank that much because they have all their training, they have so much things to do, they don't really quite have that opportunity to play rank sometimes, or maybe all the time, right? Unless it's off-season. But when it comes down to the amateur teams that we are looking at in most qualifiers and such, they actually have a lot of experience when it comes down to playing rank, because that is mostly how they practice and just get their games up to speed, right? Evolve themselves and of course level themselves up. And this is where you will start to see, you know, kind of weird picks in the opponent side. So technically speaking, you will always have a very general idea, if not a very good idea, how your laning will go as this specific hero going against a non-meta hero, for example. So even if an amateur team were to play a non-meta hero, there could be a chance that the opponents would know how to counter against them or how to play against them. Whereas pro players may have a little bit of a problem doing that.
Yep, exactly. And of course, you know, with things heating up, this is the start of the day, but it's not going to be a very mellow one. We're going to heat it up and explode with action. Woo! We are going to go into the drafting very, very soon. So I'm really excited. This is going to be our first match of the day. Greyback Audacity against Team Banana. It's a best of 3. So there is some room for error. I mean, you could either, you know, take a step back. Maybe, I mean, this wouldn't be the normal mindset, but maybe you could lose the first game to see how the other team plays. If you have enough time to figure it out, it'll be in your favor. But of course, the perfect formula is to be able to figure the team out.
Just two of them.
Yep, just two of them.
Just two of them.
Right, that will be the clean sweep, and you can move one step closer towards the open qualifiers, final 2 positions as well. Now, we're gonna see. Okay, Greyback Audacity.
We are going to be looking at Greyback Audacity onto the left-hand side of the screen, and of course we do have Banana that is going to be onto the right side of the screen. Of course, we are looking at a 5-ban pick thing going on, and of course with GVE being the first one to go for the ban. We should be expecting to see very standard bans coming out there. Of course, when it comes down to Fredrin, Kaja, these kind of hot commodities are expected to be out.
Now, I have to mention something on Greyback Audacity. Kara, or as I like to call Kara Triple X. Kara Triple X, down here on your left, is going to be someone that we need to keep our eyes on for Greyback Audacity. He's one of the playmakers for Greyback Audacity. So during the competition itself, Kara has always been the one example to pick up the Kaja as well. Yes, similar.
Well, same, yep.
Similar, but his Kaja is quite scary. He is able to get the Divine Justice quite often and on the correct people as well. Paired it up along with Faker. Faker is another person that is very frequent in the Greyback Audacity lineup. He is known to be very consistent in his plays as well. So these are the 2 people that we definitely have to look out for in Greyback Audacity. On the other side, not to discount Greyback Audacity, but it's for Team Banana, it's really the entire team. The entirety of their play really runs on the communication and the synergy between the 5 members of Team Banana. That's the way they play. It's very team-oriented.
Right, so we should be able to expect something that probably plays within like the Ube strategy to a certain extent, right?
Yep.
So anything that plays around the teams, that will be great. Oh, by the way, for those people that doesn't know, Arlet is not available to be picked yet. When it comes down to the qualifiers, we may or very well will be able to see more Arlet when it comes down to the regular season. So if you want to see more of that, make sure you guys follow MPL Singapore on Twitch and Facebook and YouTube and whatever it is, so that you'll be able to keep updated to the MPLSG Season 5 regular season. Let's not jump ahead of ourselves. Let's take a look at the current drafting phase, where we have Fanny, Kaja, as well as a 1-1 that has already been thrown into the banning phase. And we still have one more slot coming in from the side of Banana. We are not too sure what is the final one gonna be, but there is quite a lot of open heroes at this point in time. Like, for me, I love Fredrin. I love Valentina. Not Valentina. I love Benedetta. So technically speaking, I always want to pick that. But the main thing is that looking at Valentina, we're looking at Faramis, we're looking at what else is there? Fredrin. We are looking at Joy is out.
Yep.
I expect. So Joy is out already. So Greyback right now, they do have quite a lot of opportunities as to how they will want to play things here.
Well, I mean, these are the very standard bans that we already see even for the recent community tournaments in Singapore, right? So, Fanny, as we all already know, that huge snowball potential is something that teams want to avoid. Level 1, level 2 kills is very, very doable if you have a Fanny on your team.
Yes.
And the invade as well is going to be very irritating to deal with. Now, Kaja, as we all know, is a very good displacement character. He can lock someone out of the team fight for a good 3 to 4 seconds. And that's more than enough time for you to wipe someone off the face of the map. Right? Following that, we have the Joy and 1-1 bans as well. 1-1 we all know from Season 4. Right, Season 4 MPL 1-1 was a menace to deal with. It was a godlike streak for some of the players playing 1-1. The crossbow of tanks was very hard for teams to deal with.
It's always a very difficult hero to deal with, especially if you don't have someone that knows how to play Furvius. Furvius is literally the hard counter of 1-1, while everyone else that you can think of is very likely the soft counter. You need to, kind of build your stuff right. You need to mechanics play correctly against the 1-1, yada yada yada. In the meantime, Furvius just soars into the sky and just doesn't care about anything at all and just slams the heck out of 1-1. That's the kind of thing that we would expect. But the question is, I mean, not really the question is, but the thing is, 1-1 is not going to be available in this game, so we do not have to care too much about that. As we move on to the final 2 bans within the first phase, and that is going to be the Glue as well as the Fredrin.
Yeah, unfortunate that we will not see Fredrin, but I mean, Fredrin has been one of the mainstays in the current meta across the board. Even in ranked games, you will see quite a lot of Fredrins as well. Now, Glue obviously banned for the correct reasons. Split is one of the most irritating skills to deal with. I mean, if you have met a good Glue in rank, or even in Classic, you know how irritating that skill is.
Have yet. Have yet.
Well, lucky you.
Lucky me!
Lucky you. Now, we're going to see what the first pick is going to be for Greyback. Audacity. Faker is going to be the one in charge of it. Very interested to see what Faker picks as well as Kara. These two looks like they're going to allow a Baxia through for Dre as well. Going to be a jungle Baxia as we take a look at it. What do you think about jungle Baxia, man?
I was kind of expecting to see a little bit more of the assassin-style junglers going in, when it comes down to Hayabusa, perhaps Lancelot, those kind of stuff. But looking at the Baxia jungle is not the first thing that would ever come into my mind. Tank jungle, there are definitely still a lot of openings for you to play, and of course, it paves a way for you, right? You do not have to think so much as to what I will need to do, how I can do things. But when it comes down to picking a tank first, and you intend to throw the tank over to the jungle, technically speaking, you can still have a lot of flexibility when it comes down to that, because it's not too late for you to kind of make a quick little U-turn, go into the roam, or perhaps even go into the EXP, which is definitely something that a Baxia is capable of doing.
Yeah, plenty of option selects, right? And I find it very funny, but they picked the Eve going against a Baxia. I mean, Baxia can definitely make life difficult for Eve during the team fights as well. But of course, we have Angel who has the Lapu Lapu. Now, Lei XP is going to take the Valentina with the IMU. Definitely, real world manipulation will not be that big of an issue if they position carefully in the fights as well. And Chan is going to go on the Claude. So, Blazing Duets, one of the offerings that they have on the side of Greyback Audacity. One of the things that I like about GBE is they are always very flexible about their drafts, like you mentioned earlier. So I want to see how Team Banana is going to draft against Greyback Audacity, because that, I think the majority of the game is actually won through the draft itself.
So far, the first 3 picks coming in from Greyback Audacity does make it seem as though they are more into a dive-oriented composition. What they want to do is just jump straight over to the back lines and do whatever that they can in a split second, A Blazing Duet, we can have the Baxia literally jump over to the backside of Banana and just pop off with the Tortoise's Passants. A lot of that stuff we can expect. So when it comes down to mobility, that is what we want to see coming in from Greyback Audacity. While from Banana, they are looking at a lot more of a turtle strategy, right? Everything comes down to AoE, everything comes down to stuns, and perhaps everything comes down to locking themselves in place and just stopping the opponents from coming straight at them. The main thing is that you would want to be that stop sign. Make sure that Greyback have got no other ways to jump right at you, and when that is their main core strategy, and that is what is their main advantage of their composition. Because Banana, we do have the Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu is ultimately very good when it comes down to soaking damages and of course really just standing into the front lines, being annoying as hell. And of course, let's not forget about the fact that Leaf herself does have her real world manipulation. The RWM itself does zone, right? Although not as big as before, but it's still good enough. While Beatrix also have some really crucial zoning tools when it comes down to Nibiru's Passion and Banet's Rage, and let's not even forget about the rest of the other two weapons that we can expect from her in her own laning phase.
Yep, now the bans are going to be very interesting. We are heading towards the last and final ban of today's game, so we'll see who else is locked out of today's game as well. Now the Yizhong as well as Grok going to be banned out from the side of Team Banana, as well as the Hayabusa going to be banned out by Greyback Audacity. Greyback Audacity now left with that final ban. I mean, from the looks of it, now there's a lot of characters or heroes that can provide some stability, can provide some protection for Team Banana's lineup, and most of them have been banned out by their own team. So this is interesting to me. I mean, I would like to see maybe some sort of initiation from Team Banana. Right now, I think yes, it makes sense to kind of turtle up, wait for GB to jump in and react accordingly. But wouldn't it be nice to have, I mean, attack? Attack is the best offense. Attack is the best defense, right? In my opinion.
Defense is the best offense.
Yeah, slight difference there between the two of us, but yeah.
So we are literally at each other's throat, right?
Yeah.
You're looking at Greyback, where they are very offensive based, and I'm looking at Banana, they're a lot more defensive based. Even though we're looking at Amatis, that doesn't necessarily show anything about defensiveness, right?
Yeah.
But the idea is there, right? We were hoping that we will be able to see a lot more of a total composition kind of thing, and looking at and hoping that Banana would be a team that is really good when it comes down to wave clears and such. But well, Martis is not bad when it comes down to wave clear, but there is some tinge of offensiveness in that. And Greyback, they are looking at a Mathilda, which is very much understandable in my opinion, because they already have got a Baxia in their jungle, so they already have that tinge of tankiness in themselves, and that means that they would want their EXP laner to be slightly tankier on that part, right? If you want your roamer to be tanky, then your EXP laner can be a little bit more assassin-y kind of thing, right? It can be a split pusher, it doesn't have to be someone that stands in the front lines. In this case, Greyback Audacity's current lineup seems to be pretty darn good, at least in my opinion. They are able to literally, every single one of them, move at the same time, jump right over to the back lines, and would be quite a menace over to Yves as well as Beatrix. How exactly is Banana supposed to come out of that?
Yep, it is very powerful. This draft is very powerful from Greyback Audacity, and we can definitely see how it works. Now, I understand that for you, defense is the best offense, and for mine, it's offense is the best defense, and I think it really is the tale of two different teams with very opposing mindsets, right? It's a very defensive lineup from Team Banana, but I feel that, offense is much more my style. So I'm going to back Greyback here. I'm hoping that they can really get this offense started, and I mean, it really is up to Team Banana. If they can handle the pressure during the laning phase, I mean, the wave clear potential for both teams are pretty similar. Both have their ups and downs, so technically it should be balanced out. But it really comes down to the jungler in this case to see, how are they going to get that farm going? How do they make sure that they're always on top of the net worth?
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be jumping up into the game real soon, featuring Greyback Esports. We have Faker, Chad, Dre, LexPay, and Kara. Greyback Esports is working themselves onto a very aggressive composition. In the meantime, Team Banana, Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, and Gemini are working towards more of a slightly defensive strategy, with the fact that they have a Lolita that is another tinge into the defensiveness that we should be expecting to see.
Yep. Now, this is going to be the first game of the day, the first game 1 of our best of 3 series. It's going to be Greyback Audacity against Team Banana. Let's see who is going to take one step further towards that final 2 slot.
Well, let's take a look at the laning phase. We are going to be looking at a Beatrix that's going to be fighting against the Claude. So understandably, when it comes down to the marksman versus marksman, we should be expecting that the Beatrix would have got the advantage on top of the Claude. So we'll love to see that. In the meantime, Dre is not really going down to the bottom lane to help things out. In fact, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, giving BV the very first kill of the day.
Yeah, beautiful there. I mean, that was a misplay definitely from Greyback Audacity. Not the way they want to start the match, right? And here we go. We could look at Kara dying as well, but going to be jumping out. So Kara's going to be safe and sound, but he has to go back to base.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be looking pretty darn good for Greyback. After losing Dre, which is the junglers right at the start, that means that they have already lost a lot of map dominance and map control, allowing Luna as well as Nadas to just jump right into the opponent's jungle completely unchallenged. This allows Luna to take the orange buff away from Dre, keeping Dre at level 3 while Luna himself is already at level 4. This is quite a bit of a gap and it's going to be quite a bit of a problem. But let's not forget about the fact that Greyback Audacity, they are pretty aggressive composition.
Yep, and Stardust of course going to make it out safely, saving Luna in the process as well. This could be an inkling of what's going to happen in this first turtle fight. Luna wins this first rescue battle on that orange buff. Now, of course, Luna is going to be chased down by Kara at this point. And Kara's job is very simple here, right? He wants to make sure that Luna slows down the farm while Dre has this opening for the turtle. Looks like they might want to contest, but Faker is dying pretty quickly.
It seems as though Luna did manage to pick himself a kill onto Kara. Kara overextended himself just by a little bit while at the turtle's pit. We are going to be looking at Gemini as well as Angel trying to join themselves into the battles to just really defend the turtle. But that didn't quite go as well, because understandably Luna was completely outmatched by Kara, and that is kind of like a discipline kind of thing, right? Luna was kind of low in HP, but yet he would want to force the attack onto the orange buff in order to keep himself on the curve. But because of that, Kara found the opportunity to just wipe Luna away from the board and making sure that Greyback Audacity climbed up by gold, just by a little bit by picking off the turtle.
Yep, it's not looking good at all for Kara. They're going to be chased down, but the support is going to be coming in as well. Luna gets the kill before anything can happen, and it's going to be a disaster for Greyback Audacity. Grey gets caught out as well. Gemini, he has the real world manipulation. Can he kill him? Oh, yes, he will. Grey does not survive this at all. I mean, Abstract, this is the worst possible start for Greyback Audacity, you know, in this entire match.
Definitely. When we are looking at the very first death of Dre, right, it kind of seems as though things are a little bit iffy coming in from Greyback Audacity. However, they did manage to kind of make things out, they did manage to get a little bit of a consolation for themselves by forcing Luna away, by, you know, kind of like putting Kara right in the face of Luna. Yes, they lost Kara, they gave Luna a kill, but that also means that Greyback Audacity will be able to get themselves the turtle, granting themselves the turtle buff, granting themselves the turtle gold. That brings them back into the game just by a slight tad little bit. But once that part is over, they didn't quite seem to manage to, you know, kind of round themselves up properly. They didn't quite get themselves in the same mindset. As such, they have lost about 1,000 in gold. Definitely not far in deficit, but it is still going to make them quite difficult.
Yep. PV already having that blade of despair, and that's not something you want to see if you're from Greyback Audacity. I mean, right now Luna is just having the time of his life, man. They can't even do anything to him at this point. This is going to be the second turtle of the game, and at this point, Banana has everything in their control so far.
Let's not forget about the fact that Luna, 2 kills, 2 assists, being the jungler, is definitely going to be way ahead of the members coming in from this Audacity. In the meantime, we're just going to be looking at a fight immediately starting out from the side of Greyback Audacity. A lot of members from the side of Banana, they are actually pretty much close to one another, but they have moved themselves over to the second tier defense turret to try to head some defensive maneuvers there. As such, they unleashed everything that they could, but the only thing that they could get was absolutely nothing while giving Angel away to Greyback Audacity.
Yep, I mean, we were talking about aggressive lineups, and EV gonna jump in. My goodness, it is gonna be a so close there. Like, it's interesting because I expect GBE to be the one that is very aggressive, but somehow Team Banana is showing more aggression with their lineup.
Yep, just because of the Martyrs, right? We were looking at the first 3 pick, you know, pretty defensive. You know, you can play offensive, you can play defensive, but you can definitely move yourself more towards the reserved position. When you pick up the Lolita, you're pretty reserved as well. But once you have Luna on your side, you can't afford to play too defensively, otherwise you can't skill as well or rather even better than the opponent's jungler. In this case, Luna is doing a really good job getting 2 kills and 2 assists without dying just yet. Yes, they have lost a couple of turtles in this very case, but it's not that big of a deal because the main thing is Luna needs to be snowballing for his team in order to create that bigger goal.
Yep. So far, Nuna is doing a very good job of controlling his own jungle. There hasn't been much attempt possible from the side of Greyback Audacity, but as I say that, they're going to try again.
Really jumping right in, right side of the run. Gemini pops the RWM, and it doesn't seem like Greyback Audacity did very well when it comes down to their aggressiveness. Or perhaps they just did not quite expect that there are 3 people in the brush.
Yep, I mean, this is probably a bit of miscommunication as well from Greyback Audacity. It is the first game of the day, and of course it's the best of 3, so we could be looking at them just feeling the competition out at this point. But right now, with that third turtle spawning, we are going to transition into the mid game at this point, and looks like Banana has the advantage at this point.
With the turtle taken down by Luna, immediately jumping himself onto Matilda. Carrot has already lost half HP. Banana understands that they should not overextend as such, immediately backing off and moving on to the first defense card.
Oh, Chan actually uses the Blazing Duets to clear the wave. I mean, it is important because right now they need to provide as much space as possible for Faker to do the split push, get that turret down, which is going to be down. It's finally 1-to-1 on the turret count, but Greyback Audacity has so much more to do. They have to catch up, not only in farm, but they have to catch up in CXP as well.
I gotta have to say, right, the Greyback Audacity has kind of been losing in quite a bit of challenges and fights when it comes down to teams, but there is this very specific player that's doing a very good job. But we'll hold that thought for a little bit, as all 5 members from the side of Greyback Audacity has really pushed their advantage right into the face of Banana. They have pushed the entirety of Banana behind the tier 1 turret. This is gonna buy them a lot more time, and perhaps even gonna give them more match control.
Yeah, we can start to see Banana, you know, slowly being pressured. Now, Greyback Audacity, they are a team that is very aggressive, but they are very monstrous in their snowball as well. You're going to see them try to make a play on Banana over and over again, and that is where it could make or break the game at this point.
The only problem that I see from Greyback Audacity is that their team composition very much has a very strong early game. They have a really strong late game. But when it comes down to the mid stages of the game, so Banana is only going to get a lot more of the advantage from this point onwards, and I believe that we can see that very evidently as LayXP gets a quick little flicker, but that does not get himself out of the eyes of Banana. Kara would immediately jump himself right into the face of Banana as well, and even the Luminon Hammer was popped up, but that did not pay any dividends.
Yep, Greyback, I mean, this is picked off one by one. BB takes another tower in the meantime, and this is perfect timing for them. 2k goal lead, and with the Lord spawning in 3 seconds or as we speak right now, this is the perfect setting for Team Banana.
With only 9 minutes into the game, the Lord has appeared down south. The entirety of Greyback Audacity, you would definitely want to put themselves in control of the Lord, or perhaps even try to make sure that Banana doesn't get anywhere close as such. Appearing, and immediately both sides, they are very itching for one another, but nothing seems to come out of fruition.
Yeah, this is going to be a very careful standout from both sides because Banana cannot afford to lose this. This will swing the entire game into GBE's favor. And so you can see Kara, his job is now to make sure that he has vision only. He doesn't need to take a fight because this is still the mid-game. Taking off the Lord is going to be a little bit slow for both sides at this point. So GBE, they're very patient. You can see the Butcher is all the way in the top lane. He needs to push that wave, get that farm up as well. He is at level 12. So Dre, very important job to make sure that the wave management is still viable for the side of the team.
And let's not forget that he is a jungler after all. He do have quite a lot of mobility that will enable him to move from the top lane to the Lord's Pit pretty darn easily. The Lord's Dance between Greyback Audacity as well as Banana seems to be going pretty okay, you know? None of these teams here or members here have been poked too much. None of them seems to be in a dire situation just yet, and they're really right in front of one another, and they are just waiting for the perfect opportunity. BB even unleashes the Red Apathy, but that doesn't seem to connect onto anyone at all. They did manage to catch Dre for a little bit, but unfortunately that is going to be the knockup from Lord that will push Angel as well as Luna up in the sky, and Grave Audacity was hoping that they will be able to find something out of that, but unfortunately that is 3-person that is going to be taken down instead, with Chan with a sliver of health running himself all the way up north, trying to look for the best way to run away, but that will not be the case as the Renus Apathy connected right in between of his eyes, and Banana has found himself a 4-kill streak without losing a single person.
Yep. I mean, if things look bad before, it's gonna look even disastrous at this point. Because Greyback Audacity, they have failed that first challenge, right? This is gonna be a very tough one for them because the Lord is gonna be marching down, probably in the top lane as well. That's the easiest lane for the Lord to access. And if you take a look at the farm, most of the KD across the board is pretty good on the side of Team Banana, and they are trying to push the ante here.
And Greyback Audacity, I don't think that they expect Stardust Gemini to be around the corner, but Stardust is not gonna be making an appearance just yet. Probably going to be waiting for the perfect opportunity to blow into the moment of blast, but he doesn't have an ultimate and he doesn't have a flicker. So that would explain why he's not.
Yep, right now, I mean, this is pressure on pressure from the side of Team Banana. Right now, BB, if you take a look at the positioning, that's who they need to be looking for. Greyback Audacity, no way. They have not found an entry point into the backlines of Team Banana yet, and they are suffering so much for it. Tara might be the first one to fall if he sets a bit too far forward here, because you take a look at the pressure by Team Banana, right? They are spreading this all 3 lanes at the same time, and Greyback.
And it doesn't seem like things are working very well. Middle lane doesn't have any creeps anymore, but it's fine. The Lord is going to be pushing up to the northern side, while we have the Bucks here heading up north to try to defend it as much as possible. Greyback Audacity focused on clearing out the creep waves down to the bottom lane to ensure that they will be able to keep all 3 of their turrets alive. But that is just greedy play for me, if you ask me. Faker's just going to be going down to the hands of Banana, and the rest of the members for the side. The Banana is just going to be immediately pushing themselves and pushing the advantage onto the middle lane inhibitor turret. Bottom lane inhibitor turret is going to be going down as well. 2 turrets down. Greyback Audacity doesn't really have a lot of defensive maneuvers left to play. The last thing that they have to defend is going to be the core.
Yep, this could be the last stand here. Team Banana, they smell blood. I mean, this is sweet for them, right? Victory will be sweet if they can take Greyback Audacity 1 game on away and put themselves in a much more comfortable position for game 2. At this point, Greyback Audacity, the next thing they need to figure out is how do they manage the waves while dealing with the potential threat of the Lord. They have to figure a way out to steal, because if Team Banana gets the next Lord, I think that should be game set for Greyback Audacity.
We are looking at about 10,000 gold lead, roughly around there. You know, to be fair, it's kind of like a 9,000 gold lead in favor of Banana. And remember how I said that Greyback Audacity doesn't really have a very good mid-game composition? Their composition kind of lies around winning in the early game. With the fact that they have a Baxia, pretty tanky, yet deals great damage in the early game. And not to forget, we are looking at LayXP playing as a Valentina plus even a Mathilda. By all means, their early game should be strong. And if they do not find the opening and the snowball from the early game to keep themselves in the mid stages of the game, they are definitely going to have a lot of problems, which is what we are seeing here as mid A. But now, the only thing that they're gonna have to do is to drag the game for long and long and long to ensure that Chan will have the farm that he needs in order to run that down.
Yeah, this is the time though for Greyback Audacity. They are 2 levels down from the majority of the cast here, and that is going to be a very tough one to deal with, because that means you do lesser damage. And flip side, Angel is going to jump in and try to create as much problems as possible. His job is very simple. He needs to look for the backline. He needs to stop Chan from entering the fight, right, as much as possible. He needs to make sure that everything is good for him.
Overextending a little bit if you want. Angel didn't do quite many a lot of work now, but it doesn't seem like the fight is just going to be breaking out, as Luna was hopefully being able to walk away to the side of Kara. But the main thing is up north, Chan completely completely taken out. And it doesn't seem like we have a marksman from the side of Greyback Audacity anymore. Greyback gonna have to move back, and they are going on a full retreat with two sides of the coin going both ways. And unfortunately, that's not going to be good. Greyback Audacity with 2% down.
Yep, this could be the start of end for Greyback Audacity. They have everything stacked against them. Dre is going to be standing right in front. They have 3 members left to deal with it, and the Noom Now Blast is going to come in with a nice stun.
Only one person stunned down, and that is going to be Dre. But hey, if you ask me, that is good enough. The Lord is going to be marching in. The rest of the members from the side of Banana just going to be focusing whatever that they have onto Lay Pei. And Chan just popped out recently only, but yet his health has dropped all the way to a
Victory!
But all in all, that is game number 1 between Greyback Audacity versus Banana. Greyback Audacity definitely have a little bit of issues when it comes down to dealing with their counterparts here. But this is just game number 1. Hopefully that they will be able to find another way to counter or play when it comes down to game number 2.
Yep, they need a recovery plan as quick as possible. Greyback Audacity, I'm very sure that was not the plan at all.
That's not the plan. Yep.
Chan was having a very difficult time on this Claude. And, you know, BV was having a time of his life.
Yep.
And this is a very, very different Banana. This is a very different team Banana.
Very different?
From what I saw in the charity match and what they are performing today, what they have showcased us today, I mean, this is even more crisp. Like, you know, I was thinking of them like a Banana Split when I was watching them at the start, at the charity match. And it was like, wow, these people are not bad, right? Not bad. I won't say great, not bad. But today is great. I mean, that was awesome from them. I mean, the way that they have positioned BV is really clean. The fact that he's always on the back line. Like, Chan actually tried to go in, and as a marksman, that's the last thing you want to do, right? You don't want to dive into the enemy backline. Yes, he was looking for BV, but BV was always supported by either Angel or forgot. Lapu was playing Angel, right? So they always had the Lapu.
Lapu is playing Angel. Damn.
Angel is playing Lapu. So Angel was always in charge of making sure that things were going right for the team. Either he was always distracting Dre from coming for the steal, or he was on the backline protecting BV, and that was perfect. But on the side of Greyback Audacity, they didn't perform exactly how I felt their draft should be executed, but that was really because of the invasive strategies by Team Banana. Nuna was, I mean, the retry battles have been insane.
Right. I wouldn't even call that a invasion strategy from the side of Banana. It's more of the fact that they found the opportunity and they took it. When it comes down to the junglers, right? The jungler versus jungler battle, if one side of the jungler goes down really quickly, then you gotta have to find an opportunity to just jump right into the jungle, or rather the opponent's jungle, right? And I think that what did not go well for Greyback as a team is that they didn't really quite communicate with one another, that there is going to be a very high probability that Banana would actually invade with the death of Marxia, right?
Yep.
Because we are expecting to see a Matilda. We do have a Valentina as well. Both of them are magic damage dealers, and in the early stages of the game, there's not a lot of things that helps you mitigate magical damage. As such, you should be expecting quite a bit of damage, right? You should be able to really zone the opponents out with whatever that you have on your skill, and you should be able to push someone away, or perhaps buy a little bit more time. But that doesn't seem to be the case. EXP laner didn't quite take the time to go, or even the gold laner. Yes, they're going to lose time in their lane. Their opponent is just going to get a little bit more creep more than them. But I feel that that should be more of a team effort to reclaim the lands that they have lost. This way, this is an investment for your other team members, which is a jungler, also known as the core. You gotta need your core to go up in levels in order to win in retribution battles. Without your core and completely being taken all the way down, no EXP, no gold, the core is, well, fallen.
Yep, I mean, at this point, the main difference is that Team Banana was the one that actually set the pace, right? If you are going in as a jungler, especially someone as Baxia, to try and catch up in farm and experience by having to steal or having to fight the turtle in the early stages of the game, that's not where you want to be, right? As a Baxia jungler, you know, that team composition, you want them to always be flourishing. Yes, you have a Valentina, you have an Esme. Esme should be wrecking the lane, right? Not about the matchups, but Esme as a character, if you're going to pick Esme should be wrecking the lane.
Technically,
right?
she did.
She was quite quiet, in my opinion, right?
She was quite quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. we can. I think it's pretty fair to say that Esmeralda did win the lane against Lapu Lapu, but didn't really quite use much of that downtime during the pushing time to really move somewhere else. But for now, we're just gonna be moving on to the post-game statistics. Looking at the end of game number 1, we have BV onto the Beatrix with a total of 9:1:5 when it comes down to his KDA, total of 790 GPM, 47% kill participation. This guy, boy oh boy, his Renner's apathy did manage to clock in on a couple of members a few times, and I gotta have to say, we gotta have to watch out for him.
Yep, I mean, welcome to the main stage, man, Banana. Team Banana, now you have your first player, BV being highlighted on open qualifiers. So let's see, can BV hold up this tradition that, yeah, I'm gonna be MVP for game 1? Could he do it again in game 2? And could he secure the win for his team? Now, Team Banana, of course, they're gonna be leading 1-0 against Greyback Audacity. But if I know Greyback Audacity, I know they don't back down from a fight. So we can expect a very spicy game 2. And I'm just hoping to see they have a very exciting or very interesting draft for us to see how they're gonna fight back against Team Banana.
Now, one thing when it comes down to qualifiers is something that the something that I like to see is, well, as much as I don't want to jinx things, but performance anxiety is a thing.
Yep, that's true.
So when it comes down to new players that goes into open qualifiers and they have their games streamed and they happen to watch the stream and like, hey, look, I'm the MVP. And then suddenly you start to feel a lot of pressure on yourself in the game if you did not do well in the first few minutes, and the performance anxiety sets in.
Yes.
More pressure, more tilt, and you are just generally going to be very disappointed in yourself in the event that you do not live up to your MVP game number 1 name. So BV, this is pros and a con, you know? Where great power... Damn it. Great power comes with great responsibility, or something along the lines. With great power, yes, with! The term is with. With great power comes great responsibility. Watch out, BV.
Yeah, but of course we have a responsibility here as well, and that is to do a coverage of what happened in game 1. So we'll be showing the highlights in a short bit.
We are the highlights, what are you talking about?
In the meantime, while we figure out how we make ourselves even better highlights, let's take a look at the game highlights itself.
No problem. When it comes down to the game highlights, okay, before we even jump onto the highlights, right? I believe that, we are the highlights. Yeah. But I believe that when it comes down to the highlights, most of the highlights is going to be attributed over to the Martins, right? Martins made a very big stance in the early stages of the game, and that is mostly the reason why Banana has been able to, you know, kind of like quote-unquote dominate in the early game in order to secure themselves the mid stages of the game. Because Greyback Audacity needs that play. They need to dominate in early game to secure the mid stages of the game. The mid stages of the game is relatively weak, and if Greyback is able to cut down the time or cut down the mid game time, the better it is. Because if you win in the early stages, you get more gold. More gold equals to earlier item. When you have an earlier item, that means that you pop off earlier than your opponents, or rather your counterparts in the lane, allowing you to get more momentum, more snowball potential. But because of the fact that mid game comes in, both teams should be neck and neck.
Yep, I mean, let's go on to the highlights right now. If you take a look at the game itself, it's really difficult, right? This is the first mid-game already. You know, this is where they've actually lost most of the stuff. You take a look at the EXP on both teams. They were still pretty much even at this point, right? Double digits for both sides. But when you have a big advantage in EXP, that deals directly with your damage dealing capabilities as well as your ability to tank. Right, so right here you can see 2 levels, 3 levels difference, and that's where it started to crumble for Greyback Audacity, because there's not much they can do here. Grey, this was the best chance they had. The Lord was super low already, but he couldn't pick up any more fights because the whole lineup was just meant to cut him. Yep.
It's really unfortunate, right? Looking at where Chan's position was previously just now. To be honest, I can't even remember why and how he got into the middle lane and why he was there. Perhaps a small little mistake or communication mistake coming in from the team. But all in all, when it comes down to the final defense, they didn't really quite manage to do anything because, let's be honest here, 5 members, a lot and a lot of creeps. That is a tough pill to swallow.
Yep, it definitely is. And I mean, I just feel that they were very quiet in the first half of the game. And that's why they had this very huge EXP deficit. And like I said, right, the level difference is going to play a big part in how your game runs. And the lineup that we see from Greyback Audacity is definitely one that we expect to be super aggressive. Right?
Yes.
But they were too quiet. To be the aggressors, I feel that lineup for them, it was too quiet. They didn't do what they were supposed to do. They were supposed to jump in. They did try a couple of times, right, in the early games. But
Didn't quite work out.
Yeah, they jumped into 3-4 members of Team Banana and just got slapped in the face.
Exactly. So that is kind of like the small problem about this kind of composition. At least for me, even I myself find a little bit of issue, right? If your roamer is not a tanky roamer, it's a squishy roamer, someone has to take over when it comes down to opening up the brushes. And in this case, it is the core. The jungler is the one that opens up the brushes. And in this case, Boxiel opens up the brushes only to see 3 people right in his face and get absolutely demolished. And that means that your core is gone. In the event that a turtle or a lord is coming up, you completely lose all form of objective taking. You lose a zoning around the objective. So timing is going to be very important. When to seek out these kind of players, or rather plays, and when to actually sit back, relax, and wait for the opponents to come over to you instead.
Yep, I think it really comes down to the bloodlust, right? Like you mentioned, the timing is very important. I think they experienced the bloodlust just a little bit too, unfortunately, in the timings, right? That big fight before the first Lord, where they jumped into the face of 4 members of Banana, that was, I think, kind of the game breaker for them, because at that moment there was no way to contest. There were no one else on the rest of Greyback Audacity who had the potential to do a steal, right? There was not enough damage, there was not enough health, and from there it just started to spiral down. But of course, with that being said, I mean, it looks like we're painting like Greyback Audacity to like a pulp, right? But Team Banana, right? This is pressure on pressure. MVP. When you have the MVP, you have the pressure of being like, okay, I need to be the best. But now, that pressure might be mounting because this could be a game where Greyback Audacity ties it up. And then that pressure will twofold on the side of Banana. And we know most teams crumble when there's a lot of pressure, but that's what makes champions. So I want to see how this plays out.
Well, guess how diamonds are made? Under pressure.
Yep. Guess how hard-boiled eggs are made. Also under pressure. But they will get soft quite easily.
What do you by heat?
Potato. Pressure. The pressure of the heat.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's just heat only.
Failed science lesson. Anyway.
Is that chemistry?
No, okay, so the quote, right? The actual quote is the same water that makes an egg cooked is the same water that will make a potato soft. Right, so that's the difference between the two.
Okay.
So right now, I mean, they're in a pressure cooker, right? Right
yes.
now, I think Greyback Audacity has the opportunity to really come back really strong, and they could show, right? They could be champion material. It doesn't matter if you lose, right? It's part of competition. You win some, you lose some, but you just make sure you win the important ones.
Yes. So how exactly is game number 2 going to be like? Banana, they definitely is on a momentum. They are definitely really stoked about the fact that they have won Greyback Audacity for this Open Qualifiers, and they would want to end this game or rather this match in a 2-0 victory. But of course, the same thing as applies for Greyback. They definitely do not want to make the same mistakes again. They would want to win 1 game away from Banana and then a subsequent one after that. So what kind of changes is Greyback Audacity going to make to their lineup? Are they going to change anything? Players or heroes? What kind of change in strategies as well as compositions that they are going to go for? Because one thing that it seems like as though that this kind of dive doesn't really quite work. Boxiel may not exactly be the very good pick coming in for them. Perhaps move on to another strategy that they have used before or they have played before. The main thing that they should be looking for at this point in time, I feel, is to go for simple strategies. Simple things that are a lot simpler to execute, because less complexity equals to easier gratification, or rather earlier gratification.
Well, let's flip the sides here. Greyback is now going to be on your right, and of course, Team Banana going to be on your left. Now, Banana going to be the first ones to start a ban. I would presume that we will be looking at the same bans as we have in Game 1.
Roughly.
So it should be a 1-1 Joy, Fredrin, Glue, Fanny, as well as Kaja, and we will see any other bans as well. Now, the thing about Greyback Audacity is this is the way they play. This is how they normally play, but how Greyback Audacity normally plays is even more aggressive, which I didn't see in Game 1. So this is something that I hope they can fix in Game 2. If they can fix that, they could stand a chance to make this into a tie, and we will have a tiebreaker to see who is going in to win Game 3. But, you know, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Right now, the story is in the hands of Team Banana. They have the ball in the court, and they can call the cards to make it right.
And I believe that we have 4 more slots to fill up. And looking at how Martyrs was kind of like an annoying pick coming from the side of Banana, especially since they are now first pick, they definitely do have that advantage when it comes down to picking Martyrs first. Since it worked out at the start, perhaps Martyrs is going to be the kryptonite of Greyback Audacity. So if I were Greyback, you know, it would make sense for me to actually ban out the Martyrs if they do not have a answer to this Martyrs. Or maybe they are intending to change their lineup a little bit in order to counter the Martyrs in the very event that they Banana picks it.
I think they were going to change the style of the jungler, so maybe not a tank jungler instead.
Like
And I mean,
more jungle perhaps, those kind of things.
yep, someone who has more burst potential, or I mean the point of the Baxia was the mobility, right? The whole team was actually quite mobile, but the strength of Team Banana was the fact that they disregarded that mobility altogether. It was never a part where, you know, Baxia could just jump in. No, the fight was always stationary. It was always in the favor of Team Banana. When they start a fight, it was Team Banana who had the advantage. Nuna was jumping in for Martis. He was the one controlling who was on the front lines. They made sure that BV had a lot of space to catch the back lines, you know, with the Nebra's passion as well. So it is something that I think Team Banana has understood very well. Now, this time, they're going to go for their Fredrin. Fredrin has not been banned in the first phase. So jungle Fredrin, and we all know how tanky Fredrin is, how scary his taunt is as well. And he is someone who can deal a huge amount of damage as well. So Team Banana, I think they're off to a great start, but like I said, this is just the first pick.
It's just the first pick,
First pick, so
but technically speaking, you're not too wrong, right? Fredrin pick, first pick, but Greyback Audacity have decided to pick up a Yi for themselves. Of course, there are always pros and cons. They are definitely, Greyback Audacity is definitely looking at something with the Yi, but perhaps did not quite realize that they are picking into the Fredrin using their Yi, right? Because Fredrin is, of course, the advantages of Fredrin is number 1, tanky. Number 2, you're tanky yet you can deal damage, so it's kind of like all-rounder. But the next thing that we gotta look out for is the crowd control that Fredrin is capable of bringing into his team. You can't bring this Fredrin down. Yve can't bring him down as well, all by herself, even with the RWM. So Fredrin definitely will have a lot of answers as to how to stop this RWM, or perhaps even force the Yve to stop his ultimate.
well, I mean, this is ever mounting pressure on the side of Greyback Audacity, right? So this is their current answer, which is going to be an Eve and a Brody. 2 decent damage dealers, right? There's a lot of damage in between the 2 of them. But on the flip side, you have someone like Lapu, as well as you have the Fredrin, both who are tanky. They can have very good lifesteal as well. They can deal huge amount of damage. And back onto the Beatrix BV again. We could be looking at a 2-game MVP for him if things go his way, and Faker gonna be back on that Esmeralda.
Ah, okay. So now, with Esmeralda being picked from the side of Greyback Audacity, they would probably want to... Okay, so it's just an Esmeralda, a single Esmeralda. And they Greyback Audacity have yet to pick their Roamer just yet. Lunox would actually play a very critical role in the side of Banana if they choose to pick that up for themselves. The Banana already has a marksman, so it's fine. But the Lunox could still go over to the mid lane to really deal with this Esmeralda in the very event that Esmeralda is really annoying to deal with. Because we have Angel, yes, tanky as well, you know, soaks a lot of damage. Luna would do the same thing. BV all by himself would definitely have an issue just working against this Esmeralda. Perhaps in over the later stages of the game where Beatrix picks up a Heart's Claws, then yeah, maybe not much of a problem. But I believe that the Lunox pick coming in from Banana would be pretty darn good for themselves, unless Greyback is actually debating them to pick it.
Who knows, man? I mean, at this point, the bans are pretty clear already. The final ban gonna be in the hands of Team Banana. They have already banned out the Faramis as well as their own Martis from Game 1. On the flip side, Greyback, Audacity gonna ban out the Valentina, Lolita, and Glue as well. All standard bans. Lolita and Martis, of course, from Game 1, these are two characters and heroes that they do not want to see in the hands of Team Banana. Now, the question for Greyback Audacity is, who can they pick as their roam that will help to shut down BV's Beatrix? Right now, the main issue for them was that Beatrix was too fat in Game 1. At the 4-minute mark, the Beatrix already had a Blade of Despair.
Oh,
And
that's pretty fast.
yeah, that's really fast. And so, you know, when you have someone as strong as BV with the positioning that BV has showcased in Game 1, along with the farm potential, 790 GPM, that's really high, right? Not the highest, we've seen higher, but it's pretty good, right? And it's day one of our open qualifier finals. So this is something that you need to deal with, right?
Oh!
Hanzo, okay.
Okay, so with a Hanzo pick, that means that they will be having the opportunity to just jump right in over the backlines without too much of an issue here. But I guess for Banana, they need to get someone that is able to hunt for the real body. I wouldn't say that Gusion is exactly the answer that I was looking for, but Gusion in the middle lane kind of seems like it is going to be the play. A little bit of the burst, a burst department from the side of Banana. They would want to pick up on top of damage since they do have quite a bit of that defensiveness. But when it comes down to crowd control, it is only down to Brethren as well as Lapu Lapu, whereas their final pick, which is the Roamer, definitely needs some crowd control.
Wow.
But that's not gonna be
This is
full on damage.
This is a very, very scary draft from Team Banana. I mean, if it works out, I see no way that Greyback can kind of counter this. This early game is going to be super important for Greyback Audacity. Right now, if you give Luna that lead similar to what you did in Game 1, this game is just flat out over for Greyback Audacity. This is a very, very scary lineup from Team Banana. I mean, the fact that they have the crowd control from Luna, yes, she is a singular crowd control at this point, but the burst damage potential from Team Banana is pretty scary. You have a Gusion as well as a Hilda. These two are not to be trifled with, right? If you give them the lead, you have a 1 or 2 level EXP advantage. They will smash you in the lane. They will smash you in team fights as well.
I think what really works for Banana is their poking. They're really good at poking, especially with the Hilda on their side. So technically speaking, in terms of laning, they should be able to work pretty well. So we shall see how that is gonna go. Team Banana, once again, Faker, Chan, Dre, Lespe, and Kara, they're moving into game number 2 after winning game number 1. Will they be able to work things out properly against Greyback Esports, which has Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, and Gemini?
Yep, this is the potential game decider, right? Right now, it's match point for Team Banana. This is game 2 of our best of 3 between our first 2 competitors of today for our open qualifiers final here. And I mean, this is looking spicy because right now, you know, Greyback, they are going to be trying to hasten the farm for Dre because Dre needs to be in the lead. They already noticed what the winning formula was, right? It was just faster farm, more farm on the side of Team Banana, right? And of course, the invade was something that was very detrimental to whatever they had in place for Greyback or Destiny. So right now, it really is a jungler speed game. Who jungles faster, who's able to make that first rotation faster as well.
Well, technically speaking, a Hanzo should be able to farm the jungles a lot faster, right? I mean, you can just nom and move right on. So technically, yes. The Hanzo is already moving himself over to the side lanes already, which is pretty much understandable, right? But it's still technically at level 2, still taking time to digest. But we shouldn't be locking right in on the jungle just yet, because right now it is all about Stardust that is playing as the Hilda. He's going to be very aggressive, and it kind of seems as though that aggressiveness is not going to pay any dividends. It's just going to be sprinting his way, but oh, Faker! did manage to catch on to Stardust despite the sprint being popped and despite the wilderness charge onto this Hilda. Not a great start for Banana, understandably, with such an aggressive composition and such an aggressive Hilda. That is not a game that they should have lost.
Yep. Now I'm interested to see how Chan is gonna play. He actually noticed that Luna was waiting. He didn't! Oh no, no! Chan gets caught!
And that is going to be his HP dropped all the way to half. Never mind! No longer half. He got deleted right out of GBE's lineup. And he just came back, or just kind of like walking right in very casually. That is the power of Frederick, ladies and gentlemen. Do not look down on Frederick.
Yep, but it is success on both sides because on the top lane as well, they do get rid of Angel once. Now, Stardust will not be able to kind of fight this for his team. But you can see the strategy by Team Banana, and I'm really liking this. Just shut down Chan, man. We don't give this Brody a chance to farm at all. While BV is once again going to have the time of his life. 1-0 on BV. I mean, let's see. 4-minute mark, is it going to be a BOD again or any other item at that point? But we're going to be looking at that first call item for BV. And that's the point timer that we're looking at for Team Banana.
Kara immediately jumping himself on Stardust. Wouldn't expect that they'll be able to get a kill onto him. It's really just about poking. But you agree back, they gotta have to be really careful that Banana themselves have got really good poking game as well. In the event that, you see, look at that, Stardust just not caring about a single thing in the role, just moving himself from left to right, just getting himself in the face of the opponents.
Yep, the point is just to create as much space for BV as possible, and at the same time, it's also to allow, you know, the Frederick and Luna to have as much freedom to try and go for an invade as we see here. Luna, I mean, already a very strong jungler from game 1 that we've seen, right? A very solid proof that he knows what he's doing. So right now, actually, the eyes for me is going to be on Stardust because Stardust is doing a stellar job of making life difficult for the side of Greyback on that. Specifically for Chan. Now, Faker is going to suffer the wrath of the rest of the members on the side of Team Banana, but Kara might be jumping into death's door here.
I don't think that Kara is going to be able to lock anyone down. Unfortunately, none of that skill hit on anyone, and he lost all forms of opportunities. And of course, this is some time for making his way all the way up to the top lane. Technically speaking, it did manage to drive the members from Banana away from the first tier defense turret in the top lane, but that's not going to be that big of a deal when Luna goes back into the game. Stardust just right around the corner as well, just right by the riverbed. But with all 4 members just going to be locking themselves on the Stardust there, and he essentially used a lot of skills on the Stardust, yet he's not dead just yet. So this is going to be a little bit of problem if you ask me. Luna is just going to be right in face of the opponent, receiving up to half of his health gone already. GBE, they did manage to do quite a lot of that, to be very honest. The Renner's actually loading up, not going to be able to do quite much, but Luna did manage to get the turtle in the end of the day.
Yep, they're going to trade out Gemini for that turtle, which I think is a fair trade at this point. It's still something that's very viable for them. Luna going to be on top of EXP net worth here. He is 1 level ahead of Grey, which is the same situation that we had in game 1, right? A level advantage for the jungler. And of course, I think Grey perhaps feeling the pressure of this game because he has missed almost every rescue battle.
Now RWF popping right down to the bottom lane as Stardust finds himself in quite a but his fellow teams are just going to be jumping right in together with him. Stardust does not live to see another day as the rest of everyone actually comes back as well. It's reinforcements on top of reinforcements.
Once again going for the steal and a nice taunt as well. Grey is going to be forced to back off as Faker will not be able to achieve much down here. As you can see, BV once again, no deaths, pretty much good farm. I mean, if we can take a look at what itemization BV has at this point, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a very scary lineup already.
It is almost 6 minutes in, right? And he just bought the Swift Boots, so I think it's fair to say that he bought the BOD before the Swift Boots.
Yeah.
So I think it's fair. It's fair enough to say that has already happened, so BB is pretty much online. Jumps over to the back line as now Dre finds himself dead, LayXP as well as the entirety of Banana just drop themselves down onto Gray back, and there's just absolutely nothing that they can do even when they were underneath.
I mean, if it is looking bad, like I said, similar to game 1, right? If it was looking bad, this is even worse when you have Luna who's able to stand in front of your tier 1 turret and get a taunt off on all of the members present here. You can see he is so ballsy. They can just stand in front. GBE, they have to figure something out. Luna is just a monster. He's standing in front, catching out as many members as they can.
Hanzo unfortunately haven't really quite do a lot of impact. Doesn't seem and feel like there's much impact coming in from Dre just yet, but this is probably the time for him to shine, as now Luna is already dropped all the way down low. But yep, he is still alive. Dre has already lost his ramp, or his wave. He's not going to be able to continue up forward as Stardust joins into the battle, pushing LayXP all the way back with his HP dropped all the way down. Angel, quick flicker, right in front of Dre. That is the jungler taken down once again. And on the flip side, the Esmeralda has been taken down by the hands of Gemini. That is a three-way road split, technically a three-pronged attack from the side of Banana, as they brought down Faker, Dre, and the turret.
I mean, I thought they had it, but GBE starting to crumble from this pressure. This is looking, I mean, game set for Team Banana right here. The fact that Luna can stand right in front of 4-5 members of Greyback Audacity and set up that taunt for his team as well is going to be something that they're going to have to deal with, right? At the same time, they have taken majority of the turtles in this game. So Team Banana, they have this very huge EXP lead. It might not show on the table right now, but you see Luna is level 12 already. 3 levels at least ahead of the entire lineup of Greyback Audacity. I'm not sure how they're going to try and figure this out, but this is looking like the base is going to be barren by the time they're done with it, and that's only the start of the problem for you.
And now it doesn't seem like Fuser will be able to get himself right out of the hands of all 4 members, or rather all 5 members of Greyback. He got stuck within the claws, and all of the nails is going to be biting right onto that cushion. But he did manage to buy time for Banana after all, as the second tier turret in the bottom lane has been destroyed.
Yeah, BB, I think, being set up again to be the MVP of this game, but it could be stolen by Luna, right? Internal civil war here, as Stardust is going to be caught in the middle of all the members of
Not quite connected, unfortunately. That's a quick little hook coming in from Zadakara. Finally, Luna may actually go down, and down he goes! Up into the front lines, Faker jumps himself right on the BB. This could be the turnaround that we are definitely wanting to see from the side of Greyback. But Rena's Apathy connected down from the side of BB, connected all the way onto the Ruby. Greyback, they pushed Banana, but they still lost sight.
Yep, they were bending the bars around the prison there, and BB shut them down and said, no, get back in your cage. Right now, Team Banana, they have this advantage and they want to keep it. So you can see, I mean, Angel is so aggressive, he's going to get the kill, the jump back, but the rest of the members are there. Gemini gets the kill for his team, and Team Banana gonna be beautifully set up. Now the Lord is open and Dre is dead. No retreat available for the next 18 seconds or so. But I think the call for the team is to just try and kite as much of the time as possible for the side of Greyback Audacity. I'm not sure how they're gonna try and fight this. They have someone like BB who's waiting on the back line. Angel will jump in as well. I think he's really good.
Greyback Audacity, they're gonna have to be really careful and exercise some caution. They are now about 5,000 gold behind of Banana, and that is a substantial amount. They can't just run right into the jungle anymore. They should exercise some caution there, as I said before. So they should look out for Banana's mistakes. Whoever overextend a little bit like this very occasion, that is what we are wanting to see, but not exactly in their own jungle. This is ultimately a very overextending player, right?
The Faker, I think right now he just needs to make sure that he's always in the front lines. He has the best escape mechanism. So far, looks like this push will not work out too much in Team Banana's favor. Yes, the Lord is marching down the top lane, but this is the first Lord, so the damage is not that significant. Oh, but a nice catch there. But a taunt in response by Nuna, gonna force them back. And right now, BB, my goodness, Ray is wishing he did not stand there at this point.
Unfortunately, impact coming in from the jungler really just
Angel.
not present there. So Dre, he's gonna have to find another way to up his impact level. He needs to find a way to actually be in the game, because is having a little bit of an issue trying to join. Despite having his ultimate, he should be having at least what 100% kill participation. That doesn't seem to be the case. In the meantime, Vega jumps himself right over the side of Banana, but is going to be slightly punished there. Pops the sprint, and immediately gets jumped right out of the way. Chan with low on HP, only taken down by Angel as Angel was all the way into the back line. That is a 1-for-1 kill so far, and Banana is still going to be pushing that advantage as much as possible, despite not having a lot of health to work with. He ran an epic connect on the Kara, but nothing else is going to come to fruition.
But they need to figure something out, and they need to figure it out fast. Right now, I think Faker should be focusing on BV. There has been multiple times that he tried to do the jump on BV, and here we go, it could be a catch, but Kara gets caught instead, and it looks like he's going to be the first one to die in this second skirmish, as BV, you know, following suit of his performance in Game 1, he is 4-0-2, no deaths, potentially the next MVP for Game 2 again. He's definitely going to be in a better position to get MVP compared to Nuna, but more importantly, right now, Greyback Audacity, they are looking like it is going to be the story that they're not looking forward to.
It is definitely looking very grim for Greyback at this point in time. We are looking at a 6,000 gold deficit. We're looking at 4 death differences, and there's not really a lot of plays that can be played right here, right now. Angel joins into the fray. He doesn't have Flicker. This is possibly the mistake that Greyback Audacity can actually make full use of, as Angel immediately pops up with the ultimate. Was hoping that he'll be able to buy a little bit more time, but he went down a little bit too early. As the Lord pops up, Banana has got one man down. Greyback has found the opportunity to just jump right in, but it's a little bit slow right now. They are heading their way into the phases of Banana in a 5 versus 4 game, but they are not really pushing that advantage, actually.
Yep, at this point, Dre has to be very careful. Yes, he will probably not die from this, but you can see that comeback potential is starting to show. Oh wait, Dre, he is going to go just a bit too far forward.
Don't worry, that is his range. He can jump right into the backline anytime he wants. But GBE, they were a little bit slow in doing whatever they wanted. As such, it does seem as though Angel will be joining into the game soon together with the Lord. Greyback did not make full use of that 5 versus 4 opportunity. In fact, they kind of whipped that out a little bit with 2% taken down already, as the Lord raises his frontal legs and charges right onto the inhibitor turret. Gemini pushes himself right into the face of the XP and pops off the winter transmit as well to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but that doesn't seem to be the case as well. The core locks it down onto the Lord, and every single one of the members from the side of Greyback is going to be focusing on the Lord as well. The Lord taken down. Kara with the quick little hook to push Nuna, or rather pull Nuna right in front of the board. This is the opportunity to actually pop the immortality, which they managed to. In the end of the day, it's only 1% taken down from the side of Banana, while 2% from the side of Greyback Esports has been taken down. Losing all of the inhibitor turrets, Greyback Esports is not anywhere closer to victory or even turning the tides around.
Yep, they need to catch BV though. BV is the bane of their existence right now. Greyback Audacity, you can see they are crumbling under the pressure. Their base is barren, as we have already stated earlier in the game. We know that this is going to happen. But right now, it's about the response. Can Greyback figure something out? They have managed to deal with Nuna a couple of times already, so there is some hope in that. They just need to get the correct catch. Angel jumped in a 4.
Is that really the play right here from Angel? But unfortunately, the rest of the members from the side of Greyback, they have split themselves up. They are no longer clumped together for Banana to take advantage of.
Yep, I mean, this is the closest it has been the entire game. This could be a turnaround for Greyback, but they must play this very carefully, because right now Nuna is lying in wait, and he has access to his ultimate as well. Kara gets caught.
This is a chance. Kara, he immediately worked himself up onto the 2 other members that was in the frontline starters as well as Luna. But now Dre puts himself in front of Luna, but that was just brave. It's not going to be that much of a problem. Angel was hoping that he'll be able to get a little bit of life steal going on, but that doesn't seem to be the case. He's going to be taken down by the hands of Chan. The rest of the members from Banana making their way backwards, but unfortunately Kara overextended himself, thinking that that is an opportunity, only for him to be taken down instead.
Yep, they tried to catch BB there, but they couldn't do it, and now they have to deal with the aftermath of their actions. They have to clear all the creeps in the mid lane as well as the bot lane. Now Banana, they have the opportunity to reset, and with this pressure, they have 18 seconds left before Angel comes back on board. They can restart and reset the entire situation as well. BB has to be very careful in these team fights because they are starting to look for him. Kara, the main person who has been trying to look for BB, but there has always not been enough follow-up damage or catch as well from the side of GBE.
As the assassin line in wait, middle lane, Gemini and Luna has managed to find the kill onto Dre. That is the jungler taken down, and there is no more Lord sniping anymore. Gemini unfortunately not in the most prime position as he even used the Winter Truncheon, but that's not gonna get himself out of dodge. Faker completely all the way behind, only to be locked right in by Stardust, and the rest of members will then crumble on top of him. With 2 persons taken down from Grey back esports, the rest of the members from Banana move their way over to the Lord to get a more consistent victory.
Yeah, right now BB, very good job of hiding damage, right? And so Greyback Audacity, now they face the challenge again. This could be that final push that Team Banana has been looking for the entire game. Angel gonna just be a nuisance, going to get in the face of Kara. Right now it looks like Objective Gaming is much more in the books of Team Banana, and this could be a make or break play here.
It does seem like the hook will manage to connect onto Nuna with the RWM and everyone else crumbling themselves onto Nuna. That was a great assassination. With a 5 versus 4 game, will this make out anything at all? That is the question. There is a lot coming in, with Lapu Lapu pushing in the bottom lane. Greyback, they have a lot on their plate, but will they be able to smash the plate?
It's starting to fall away from Team Banana's hands. Right now, they should be able to do this lot. More importantly, they need to look for Gemini and BB. These are the main damage dealers. Angel is going to try and make this difficult.
No problem. The wave management is coming from Greyback is looking pretty darn good as well.
BB.
Dre is just going to be working himself onto the wave, but it doesn't seem like he'll be able to do quite much over the damage, and the RWM is just going to be popped right on top of 2 members. BB taken down. It does seem like the Immortality is just going to be working. It's not going to be working too much for himself. Stardust as well as Angel, the last 2 members left from their side who are still technically tanky. Nuna just joined into the fray as well. Banana has lost their opportunity to end the game within the 18 minutes mark and will have to play possum for the next few minutes until the Lord is
Yep, and it's going to be a very difficult one for them because GBE, they have their peak. Here we go, Angel jumps again to the 4.
Is that really the play? As Angel is just going to be constantly melted down as Chan, with a dawn upon memory, drops him right on the ground as well as the Immortality was popped. He's taken down and completely sniped right out. But what is going on with the base? Well, it kind of seems as though there is a quick little push from the bottom lane. No one was backdooring. I was hoping so.
Yeah, I was hoping so
I was hoping so. But there was, you know, the rave of Hanzo.
Yep, it was blue.
Yeah, so we were slightly concerned.
Yep.
But it was not. So no worries as we jump right back into this game.
Yep, right now they are managing to catch out Nuna. Like I said, it's going to start falling away from the hands of Team Banana because with 40 seconds on the clock before the next Lord is going to come up. Right now, Team Banana, they are starting to feel that pinch coming in from Greyback Audacity. They now have the means to last against the damage of BV. And, you know, Faker is going to be the prime one. Kara has been on point this entire game. Kara Triple X, I mean, showing off that assassination style hook with the flicker as well. The I am offended is now going to be showing the death's door towards BV. They finally caught BV the once in this game and it turned the whole game on its head. So right now BV has to be very careful.
Finally, the head of BB on the stage is something that we have been waiting for the longest time ever. Perhaps this is going to be the twist of fate for Greyback. The Lord, evolved Lord, is going to be dawning upon all of the members that are playing in this game. And who is going to be the one that will be able to bear his reckoning and fight for them, as they now are waiting and basking in his presence. Luna is just dancing around the Lord,
gonna
waiting for
play.
the perfect opportunity, but he's all alone though. The rest of the members coming from the side of Banana just pushing into the middle lane, and they essentially sandwich the entirety of Greyback Esports, but it doesn't seem like that came into fruition at all, as Faker drops him too! BB is taken down! The next one, Stardust! He still has immortality, but I don't think that he will be able to walk away from the RWM at all! Now it's gonna be left with Angel and Nuna walking right back into the Lord and once again basking in his presence. But let's not forget that this is a 3v5 after all. Banana has lost the opportunity to get the Lord and play objective in order to get a more decisive victory. With 5 men on the side of Greyback, they would have no problems at all taking down this Lord.
They need to work on their timing though. Right now, Angel is looking around where he can actually try to stop this Lord. More importantly, Nuna is still around the corner. The steal could be happening as well. And Nuna is already in the corner. Can he get the steal though? They're blocking him off.
Angel jumps over to the back lines right now. The bravest warrior, literally, he is brave as hell. 5 versus 4. Nuna takes over the Lord and he took the Lord instead. And the 2 members that was working onto the Lord are now just going to be demolished by the hands of Greyback Esports. Angel from behind taken down as well. None of the members from Greyback is going to be taken down just yet. While top lane and middle lane, yes, it did get pushed, but that is not going to be a problem for them anymore as the Lord rests on their hands.
Yep, they were patient, they were, objective, and right now, Greyback Esports, Audacity, they're gonna reap the rewards of what they have sown in the past few minutes here. The Hilda now in charge of trying to slow things down, but GBE, they want to rush this because there's still 25 seconds on the clock before any of the other members on Team Banana can make it out. And you can see the rush is going to be happening. Kara in charge of it. He's going to hook in BB and he gets taken down. This is looking like it's Stardust. He is the one-man show.
Game.
But that's it. I don't think he can stand up to the damage. Right now, RWM going to be dropped as well as Stardust gets caught as well. And this is it, the comeback game. This is what I've been waiting for the entire time.
The comeback!
Greyback Audacity! I mean, the audacity to make us talk so much this entire game! And they won it! So this is going to be a tie. I mean, this is the type of game that we're looking for, right? 1-1, Greyback showing us what they're made of. They are going to even it out. And Team Banana, they had it. They had it. But they just couldn't keep it.
Absolutely cutthroat. There are so many points in time where it kind of seemed as though Greyback, they were falling off short, they were having problems here and there, and let's not forget the completely barren wasteland in their own base. But it kind of seemed as though that Banana couldn't find a way to end the game. This lineup is not exactly something that is easier for them to end the game. It's very assassin style kind of thing, but they don't have a team that is really good when it comes down to crowd control and perhaps even when it comes down to wave management. I was not hoping for a Hilda because I want someone with more crowd control. That way, they will be able to lock onto the team fights a little bit better. Someone that can actually work onto the wave management a little bit better. But this means that for Banana, they definitely win in the early game, right? Super aggressive, they have a lot of damage going on, and it is of a desirable result for what they have gotten early. But for the late game, if they did not manage to close the game fast enough, that is game over.
Yep, I mean, the style that Team Banana is playing is really fast-paced, right? It's a very early game-centric kind of play. And it's, when you play sports, right? It is going to be something that if you exert too much early on, you're going to get cramps, right? And so what they did was Greyback Esports, I mean, before we talk more about it, this is the Eve that we're talking about. LayXPay, very quiet in game 1 and definitely upset about that. So coming back with a bang in game 2, 6-2 and 17 on this KDA for this Eve. And I mean, the GPM 591, not very high, but more importantly, the times in which he used his RWM was so critical to get the kills.
It's just time and time again where the RWM actually pays dividends, right?
Yep.
As such, we would have thought that Luna would be Yve's main problem, right? But it doesn't seem to be that way all the time. It kind of seems as though the team literally played as a team and they made sure that Yve will be able to lock on with the RWM time and time again. As such, it still rests down onto the practicality of a team composition, not necessarily the theory of it. Because the first thing that we think of is, yeah, they're playing into the hands of a Fredrin, and it's not looking good. But somehow, look at this Yve. 2 death. Just 2 death. Despite having a Fredrin on the opponent side. It would have been worse if the Hilda was formed for someone with more card control. But in this case, that didn't happen, and that worked perfectly for Greyback.
Yep, so Greyback, like I said before, they were very patient, right? So during the first few minutes of the game, the first half of the game, they were cramping up, right? It was,
Yes.
Team Banana were too fast for them. But somehow, after they got that kill on BV, that's when things started to turn around, right? So they got a little bit of the Team Banana, they had a little bit of banana in the system, they had the potassium. So the cramps were going away, right? And they turned it around, right? Now they were more limber, they were ready to get the kills. And this wasn't mentioned, but Kara Triple X is my MVP of this game. I mean, the I'm offended, sorry.
Yes.
I'm offended flicker multiple times onto multiple people on the side of Team Banana. Not only did that change the fight, because yes, Nuna did use the taunt a couple of times, but it was taunted after which, before that I'm offended got used. So sure, you can taunt us all you want, but once that is done, that's where Kara Triple X shines, right? Kara jumped in, and he was the sole reason why they caught BV in the first place. And
Right.
once BV died, that was it. They had the potential to really turn the team fights because there was no backline for the side of Team Banana shooting at them, making sure that, oh, we can't tank through this. And, you know, Dre had the freedom to just jump in and just be a nuisance to the entire backline of Team Banana.
But I suppose that it took some time for Dre to actually have more impact in this game, right? Early game, not so much, I would say. Or perhaps in the spectator's point of view, we don't see much. And perhaps he's doing a lot more of a sleeper deal behind the scenes. Maybe he's dealing a lot of those sleeper damage. He's the one bruising the opponents. He's the one that's knocking on the turrets. These are the statistics that we are unable to see when it comes down to numbers and ratios. All you can see is whatever that is on the screen. So maybe with the highlights popping out, it will be able to give us an even better idea as to what exactly Dre and his team managed to do and how did they come back.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at what's happening, right? At this point, this is the early start of the game. This was similar to what happened in Game 1, right? That aggression starting out from Team Banana. But this time, it didn't exactly work out too much, right? You can see on the backlines, they were more objective-based gaming on the side of Team Banana. They were looking for the correct people. They were making sure that Dre had no access to whatever retry fights that were available, and they split the fight pretty evenly and pretty perfectly for the side of Team Banana. And you can see they were starting to crumble, right? They were having a very hard time dealing with just Angel and Nina. There were many times in the game where, you know, we called out Angel jumping into 4 people, and you kept questioning, is that really the correct choice? And you know, this definitely proved the point that no, it was not the correct choice because BV was not there to support. And at this point, Nuna was made redundant by Kara Triple X as well.
I think that when it comes down to Banana, they should have given the goal and not staggered themselves, right? Because I believe that as a team, all 5 of them, they have enough damage to deal with the Lord. Like, if a Lord is coming in, no problems. They have a Fredrin that is tanky. They have a Labu Labu that can really buy them a lot of time. And a Hilda can do God knows what, right? Can literally do anything that Hilda wants. So in the end of the day, it really boils down to working together as a team, and they really need to understand what they're gonna have to do. Right, so at least for Angel, he bought time at the northern corner of the Lord. I think that they were just trying to be a little bit greedy, right? They want to trade Angel for a Lord, but in the end of the day, it's kind of like Murphy's Law. Whatever
Can
bad
go wrong?
Yeah, whatever bad has happened, everything can go wrong, right?
Yeah.
And in that case, they've lost the fight already, and they're trying to steal the Lord, only for the Brody to steal the Lord. To be honest, I have no idea how he did that. Right, we're looking at 2% that's tackling onto the Lord, even the Fredrin himself. Maybe he just doesn't have retribution on hand, or maybe he mistapped his retribution or something along those lines. So that is a risk that they are going for. The safer play were to just completely fall back, regather as 5, and fight them 5 versus 5 plus 1 more, which I will say definitely possible.
Yep, I'm gonna offer a different perspective on that Lord fight. So that Lord fight that you were mentioning was the second portion of the Lord fight. What I want to highlight is the first portion of the Lord fight, which was that conceal play that really changed the game for Greyback Audacity. So what happened was, we saw during the first portion of the Lord fight, was that Fredrin was all alone. Nuna was all alone at the Lord's pit, dragging the Lord away towards the blue side, right?
Yes.
And the other 4 members of Team Banana were actually heading into the base of Greyback Audacity. That was actually a perfect play. But the response by Greyback Audacity was even better, because what could have happened was that they would have just pounced on Faker's Esme, and they had a wave going in. Esme was defending that wave. If Esme died, that would have been closed off for the backdoor access, and or open the backdoor access, and that would have been game set. There was not enough time if they committed to fight Nuna for that Lord. But I think whoever the shot caller is on Greyback Audacity, I mean, shout out to you, man. That was the perfect call, because that conceal play changed the whole game. They got the first kill of BB. They burnt out that immortality, they got the kill, and they chased away an entire lineup. Unfortunately, I disagree with the decision to go and chase Nuna again. Right? So Nuna went back, right? And Drake continued chasing. I felt that the call for that would have been to just go for the Lord instead. At that point, they were left with, I think, 2 members. Nuna and someone else. Nuna, I think Angel maybe. But and it was a 4v2. Worst case scenario 4v2. At the point, if I'm not wrong, nobody died yet on GBE, so it was a 5v2. It would have been a better call to go for the Lord. Now, I'm blabbering, right? Yes, they still won the game nonetheless, but I just felt that, you know, they could have done it faster.
Could have been better, right?
Yeah, could have been better.
Technically speaking, when it comes down to broadcasted games, you know, you're getting opinions from everyone else, and of course, that way you'll be able to look at the bigger picture. What other people see, what your team see, what your coaches see. You have many different perspectives as to how different games can be played. As such, you will have you will have an idea how you would want to play your game and cater your team to play a certain way. You know, opinions are opinions. We'll see how that's gonna work out. Even I have my own opinion, and I don't have one right now.
Okay, well, that was a very nice opinion. But now, I'm gonna ask you to try and figure out what your next opinion is gonna be.
Okay.
So now we are 1-1, Team
Yes.
Banana against Team Greyback Audacity. We have seen their playstyle, so I think we can come to a consensus that Team Banana is a very early game centric team.
Yes.
Right? They like to play early game, and they normally win from there.
Yes.
But give them a bit too much time, and Greyback Audacity will come back. That's the thing that's very confusing to me, because when I watch Greyback Audacity play in a few past tournaments, Greyback Audacity has always been a very early game centric team. So this is a kind of a different standpoint or a different viewpoint that I'm looking at them, because this is not the same Greyback that I'm used to watching, right? And now we are going to be heading into this tiebreaker. This is the game decider, game set. Whoever wins this wins everything, and they will move one step closer. So who do you have in mind?
I have no opinion.
Sitting on the fence.
Okay, for the sake of it, right? I honestly feel that Banana, some of them have got really good mechanical skills. Completely disregard that Angel, you know, walking at the same place time and time again before he travels away. Yeah, completely disregard that part. I'm not shooting you for that. But yeah, I really think that Banana may have a very good chance to go up against Greyback, because in game number 2, yes, it all boils down to time, and Greyback found the opportunity and they took advantage of those opportunities. But in the event that Banana doesn't give them any of the opportunities, then it kind of seems like Greyback will be at his wit's end.
Yep, I mean, I think it really comes down to the breathing room, right? I
Yes.
think Team Banana gave them a little bit too much breathing room
Too
towards
much.
the late game. And so we know now that Team Banana is very early game centric. They want to finish this fast, they want to get that early game lead. Every single game so far, game 1, game 2, we have seen them establish a 2 to 3 level lead, EXP lead, across the time. When it hits the 10-minute mark, 11-minute mark, they're always at least 1 or 2 levels ahead.
Yes.
And that's how they get control of the game, right? Because you can't deal as much damage to someone who has a higher level to you, because by that time, to have higher experience, you probably would have higher gold as well, and you would have higher kills, and you would have better map control, because that's what nets you experience and go in the first place. So right now, if Greyback Audacity can kind of flip the script and get control of this EXP lead, I think it would be a very different story for Team Banana. But Team Banana now, I think what they could do is to install an insurance in their lineup. They had the insurance in the form of BV, who was late game centric, right, on the Beatrix, but they had no one to protect the Beatrix late game with the exception of Nuna. But Nuna had other things to do. Nuna had to catch the frontliners or the backliners of Greyback. So they need someone else to do that protection. They need someone tankier or someone who could assist with the killing instead.
Well, that is definitely a question that the players gonna have to answer for themselves, and what are the differences that they are doing. Because ultimately, yes, they won in game 2, but understandably they will not do the same thing for game 2, right? Because they understand their flaws. They understood what went wrong here and there. Are they lacking in crowd control? Because only by the time that they're winning the game, then they realize that what they are exactly lacking in their composition. So they will very likely want to play according to what is missing in game number 2 and work their way on to game number 3. With all of the bans taken out already, which is Fanny, we've got Kaja, Valentina, Fredrin, Joy, as well as 1-1. Greyback Esports now have got their first pick, and they are going into the Faramis pick.
Okay, Faramis and a glue. Okay. I'm really liking this because
So we have a Daniel Zhang in this game.
yes. Now, okay, so
You
shout
know
out-
about Daniel Zhang?
No lah.
Okay.
Shout out to Jace because he's loving Faramis right now, and you know he's
Yeah.
been streaming with
Yeah.
a lot with his Faramis. Now, the other thing is this glue. Glue, like I said, if played well, is really unstoppable. That iframes available on the split as well is going to be very irritating to deal with. It could make or break fights. So this could be, I mean, this is a wild card, right?
Yes.
We have seen good glues, we have seen bad glues, or rather, I have seen bad glues, myself included, right? So glue could really change the fight. But more importantly is that glue is backed up by an E. So in the midst of all the confusion, there is a real world manipulation.
I like Greyback's composition.
Oh, okay. Now I know why. Didn't notice, but now I do. We have eyes on the Benedetta as well as the Lunox.
They are. That is what Grumpy and I play. Like Vendetta plus.
Yep,
plus
this
Lunox.
composition, right?
Yeah, so this is like a winning composition in my mind already. Sorry, I'm biased to heroes, alright? I'm biased to heroes, not teams.
Yep. But now, let's talk about it. Since you have played quite frequently with this particular lineup, right? What would pair well for Greyback's draft?
Well, technically speaking, it really depends on how the Benedetta plays, because this Benedetta seems to have a Petrify on him. So that would mean that this Benedetta is mostly going to be working on to a lot more teamfight oriented style rather than a lot more split pushing. So they have got ways to really melt people down. They have got a lot of openings that a Benedetta is able to bring for their team. So what Greyback would like to have is more players with some more mobility that could really come into the aid of Benedetta. Because for me, I would always be able to buy a lot of time. Like really buy a lot of time, so the rest of the team can do whatever else that they want, or they can come over to help me out. In the end of the day, Greyback's lineup, their early game will be strong. Since we are looking at a Faramis, we are also looking at a Benedetta. So with these two, it's pretty strong already. So looking at more into the mid game and the late game, that would be good. Beatrix is a good pick for Greyback, while when it comes down to what else? Junglers. Jungler wise, they do not need someone that is super damaging. Just someone tanky.
Yeah, someone who can soak the damage, right? I mean, at this point, if we take a look at the bans,
If only they have Fredrin. Fredrin would be perfect here.
yeah, but Fredrin's just banned. So I mean, Team Banana, they definitely know what's happening and how this draft can work. So Fredrin's going to be out, Ruby's going to be out, Grok's going to be out, and of course the final ban on the other side for Greyback, Audacity is going to be the Martyrs as well as Lolita. So a lot of tanky heroes being taken out of the game, and I think both sides actually need a tank of some sort, because I mean right now if you take a look at the utilities of the team members, it is pretty much similar. You have Glue, you have Lunox, both which have iframe abilities, right? You can avoid a lot of damage and you can deal damage at the same time. You have Faker as well as you have Gemini, who can kind of deal massive amounts of damage from range. Of course Faker has to jump in and do damage, right? But the damage that they offer is similar. So right now looks like Team Banana, they're going to try and go for that Estus strat, the healing strat, but I'm not sure whether that would be strong enough against the likes of a Cult's Altar, against the likes of Faker, and potentially a higher here.
It kind of seems as though it's kind of like counterintuitive to have a Faramis and a Oh wait, never mind. That was just the offer. Okay, faster. Oh, Marksman Lunox.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I'm pretty okay with that, considering the fact that Banana has a single blue onto the side. So they specifically tacked in the Lunox for the blue. Lunox is, of course, one of the main damage dealers for Greyback, and they can deal with their very well. And like you said before, Blue is pretty darn annoying, right? So we can do that very well. Let's not forget about the fact that Faker, as long as he picks up a Bloodlust Axe on himself, all of the little minions of Blue is going to add on to every single heal that Benedetta does when it comes down to this to her first skill. So technically speaking, Greyback, they have got lineup that is able to feed onto the Glue, and Glue will have a very big problem.
Luna goes with the Cho though. So, I mean, if we take a look at the laning phase, it is looking a bit difficult, in my opinion, for Team Banana. I think it's going to be difficult in the laning phase, at least for the jungler, right? Dre is going to be faster in the jungle compared to Luna. So that is going to allow him to make a slightly faster rotation, and that first play could make or break the early game plans for both teams. So it really comes down to how they play. So we're going to be back at it now. Greyback, represented by Faker, Chan, Dre, LayXP, as well as Kara Triple X.
This is going to be the final game where where Greyback Esports fights against Team Banana, which is represented once again by Angel, PV, Luna, Stardust, and Gemini. Out of these two teams, which is going to be the one to move on to the next bracket as we come into a standoff? 1-1 when it comes down to the match score. Only one team will move on, and who is going to be the one?
Yep. Grab your milk, grab your water,
Milk?
grab your ice cream, whatever it is to help you with the spice, because it's going to get spicy in this entire game. Now, first jungle objective already taken by both teams. You can see earlier in the game, right? Both of these teams actually went 5-man into the jungle to help their jungler secure that buff, right? So that shows you how important this first rotation is for both teams. And you can see Faker already probably going to start trying to proxy the waves if possible.
Yes, that's good.
But right now it does not look like the case. Faker going to be having a difficult time against Angel.
That's very interesting. I didn't think that he would. I thought maybe he would want to go ahead and proxy the lane, but perhaps he saw something that I didn't. Because technically speaking, I can see everything. So, regardless, looking at the gold lane, right? We're looking at a Lunox that's fighting against a Brody as well as a Estes. So now here's the thing. A Lunox should be able to stay in the lane very safely against these two. There should not be any situation where they... Oh, that's a really good Stampede! The Shadow Stampede essentially pulls Stardust all the way across the Crystal Rock formation. And that is a dead Estes just from a single amazing play by Kara. Like you said, it's all about Kara. But right now, all the way up to the top lane, it kind of seems as though Faker is just going to be kicked out into the oblivion by the hands of Luna.
Yeah, BV this time not going to be happy with what's happening, because now you can see Greyback focusing on BV, but they're not going to get the kill, unfortunately. So it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade at this point. But this is looking more like the Greyback Audacity that I've seen across games for the past few months. And right now, Team Banana, they are actually matching up to that, because Luna is going to secure the turtle as well. Angel, we all know Blue is irritating, but I mean, Angel's new, man. This Blue is super irritating. Gemini is going to be falling back off.
Oh, look at Angel just diving over to the back lines and trying to get a kill on the LayXP. He did manage to successfully do that, and now he's going to be possessing onto the soul of Kara. We're looking at Paramis after all. There's not much that you will be able to do from that point onwards, unfortunately. This ESP laner has rotated all the way down to the bottom lane, and look at the menace that he's doing with a Maniac over to his name already. What kind of plays we're looking out for? That's the kind of play that we're looking out for the side of Banana. Just from a single Maniac, Banana is now 2,000 gold ahead of Greyback.
Yep, I mean, that's why we banned Blue, right? And, you know, to question whether Angel is a good glue or not, Angel is a godlike glue. My goodness. 5 kills already on the lineup for Team Banana, along with 1 turtle in the hands as well. So Angel is definitely doing a much better job against Faker here. Faker has to be content to deal with just wave management at this point. He cannot fight into Angel, and that's a big problem for Greyback Audacity. So it looks like the formula would be the same. So they have to go for that late game. But now, late game wise, there is so much potential for Angel to be a menace because Glue late game is a tiny different monster.
I'm a little bit concerned about Banana when it comes down to the late game, right? I mean, we're looking at a Lunox in the late game. You are gonna be able to burst down the Lord a lot faster than you would expect. And when it comes down to mobility, Banana doesn't really have very good mobility. The only one that has good mobility, understandably, is going to be the Cho. So if he wants to go in and immediately snipe the Lord of Turtle away, shouldn't be too big of a problem. In the meantime, we have Dragon over to Kara, takes him down almost immediately. Now he's gonna be left with Lay XP, but with the Wings by Wings, he should be able to get out of that with no issues whatsoever.
Yep, the positioning though by Team Banana is very interesting because they're trying to put as much pressure onto this Lunox in the gold lane, and they're actually leaving the turtle open for the moment. Faker might get caught out in the middle. He's jumping into 4 members here. The heals are going to be coming in from the Estus as well. Angel already starting to be pretty much tanky. So he is going to be the front liner for the side of Team Banana. And the way you can see they have set up the RWF, they want to make sure that Kara does not jump in as well.
Right now, Kara, no, Luna! He's going to be taking the turtle for themselves as they manage to win in the turtle fight. As all 4 of the other members from the side of Banana is going to be pushing their advantage as much as possible over Crazy back. Kara's HP is not looking very good anymore as the split is going to be initiated by Angel in order to get himself out of dodge.
Yep, Luna gets another kick onto Dre, and Dre might not survive this, but
He did.
He does, but did he actually get the buff? Because it looks like Luna got it instead.
No, Luna didn't.
No, yeah, he didn't. So in that case, they are going to lose it. Faker going to jump into 3 here, but there are more members coming in. BV going to try and get something out for his team. Team Banana, they have this huge map control, and that 2k lead that you mentioned just now has doubled in net worth. It is going to be close to a 4k goal lead. Just now it was 4k.
Now the Benedetta heads over to his own EXP lane, and of course, dropping the lane as much as possible while the V's as we are expecting action. Down in the bottom lane, the Hayabusa is going to be kicked out of the world by Luna. So that is going to be yet another dead player coming from that side, really unfortunately. But remember, Blue is a lot closer to this fight than the Benedetta is. Despite the fact that Benedetta is superior when it comes down to mobility, but Banana will be able to get themselves into the game a lot faster as a 5-man team. And you can tell that they have learned from their mistakes in game number 2. They are now gunning for objectives a lot earlier than before, but at the cost of their own outer turret in the mid lane.
Yep, it's 6.5 minutes and we already have 3 turrets taken by the side of Team Banana. And you can see Angel is getting as fed as possible. He's level 9, he's about 2 to 3 levels ahead of the entire competition. Luna catches Kara X again, but Kara is going to pull him back instead.
Big. But that strike going to be zoning the rest of the members from Banana, but that is only going to be lasting for a short while. The rest of the members from Banana is now going to be jumping right in, and now the Whale Dragon is just going to be connecting down to Dre, but he's just going to be escaping himself with the Ogi Shadow Kill. But in the end of the day, it is still going to be Stardust that somehow manages to find a kill onto the jungler instead. Down goes Dre, and the rest of the members from Greyback Audacity now has got no chance to reclaim their lands.
Yep, we had a taunt ability in game 2, and now we have the real life taunt from Team Banana here. The Eve showing off the V-call action in the midst of all the fights happening, and with that, the final turtle going to be taken and secured by Team Banana. Now, this is a very strong and scary early game-centric meta from Team Banana. They are pulling it off so far, and looks like Faker is going to try his best to try and get this turret. He will be successful doing so without losing his life. But Greyback Audacity, that's all they have going for them at this point, because Team Banana, they have this huge lead. It is going to be a 6k goal lead, and there's many more problems after that as well. You have Estus, Stardust doing a very good job of healing everyone. They have the dude Gemini who has the real work in place.
And if that is not enough, BV once again going back onto game 2 style, stage 1 on the backline, shooting everyone to death as Kara is going to try and make Angel move away, but Kara might be the sacrifice.
It's kind of unfortunate that Faker is playing as the damage Venezuela in this game, working onto the Festival of Blood. In this current composition, there's already a lot of damage going through for their team. It would have been a lot better if he actually went on to a tank Benedetta instead and going for the Unbending Will. Because now with the Festival of Blood, he's not getting any kills, because even if the team does get killed, he's going to go over to the other side. He can't farm any life steals at this point in time or later into the game at all. So that is kind of a waste when it comes down to getting full use out of emblems.
If the outcome of this match actually falls onto a couple of members across the board, the first of which, let's talk about Greyback Audacity. It falls on Faker here, but he is going to be caught out in no man's land. Can he actually make it out? Oh, the escape though! Faker doing it all! And he does make it out. So now, why Faker is so important is because he is the only one that will be able to cut the waves and minimize that pressure from Team Banana when they do successfully get this Lord. This Lord is pretty much guaranteed to be in Team Banana's hands unless Dr. Dre here can pull out some beats and get that steal on that red key.
It's gonna be tough, not gonna lie. Kara find himself right in the midst of the Lord fight, but it kind of seems like he's gonna be dancing together with the rest of the side of Banana. Luna takes down the Lord pretty damn simply. Doesn't seem like they will be able to find any opportunities to actually break the formation of Banana. Luna still has the Wheel Dragon, but it's not going to be doing that. Okay, never mind. Right as I said it, he's just going to be using it right now on the Kara, and down goes the Faramis. The rest of the members from Banana just going to spring right into the action as the torn apart memory forks into 3 different people right in the middle lane in a union.
Yep, I mean, that was painful, and now let's do it on the flip side instead. Team Banana, this catch by Nuna is very important. He's the one that sets everything up, and that allowed BB to really get things going, and this could be the end!
That's a checkmate coming in. Banana, they did so well in that fight, and now Faker can only work with the Electro Final Blow to try to buy a little bit more time, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do so, or rather he did manage to be able to do so actually, with the Electro Final Blow and making sure that the Lord stays behind a little while longer together with the rest of the other members from the side of Banana. He did sacrifice his life, and the rest of the members, Lex Bay, Dre, and John, came back at the perfect time.
My. Sticking their tongues out with the P. Letter P. It could be the start of the end, and oh no, it's actually not.
It just means pause.
Sorry, I'm not a competitive player. I don't know
If
what
there's
P
a colon, then yes. If it's a colon P,
wait, I need to sit down.
yes, you need to sit down. If it's a colon P, then yes, that's sticking your tongue out kind of.
I mean, this is gonna be very tough. Now, Greyback, this is not the end for them, right? It's looking dire, yes, but this is not the end because we have not experienced a full-on 5v5 fight. And right after this whole thing ends, after this technical pause and all that, right, when we come back into it, Greyback Audacity, this is the actual challenge for them. In a full 5-on-5 fight, can they actually pull out against Team Banana?
Sorry, I didn't hear you throughout the entire duration because the only thing that was in my mind about the fact is that you didn't think that the P is goes to pause.
Yeah, I was very confused. But, looks like the chat is like very interested to talk more about the P. It's okay, guys.
I would too in the situation.
I accept that mistake.
That's gonna be a meme for you from this point on.
Oh no. Never mind. You know what? I can be the butt of the jokes, it's fine. But right now, more seriously and more importantly, is about how Team Banana is going to be doing after this pause. Right? Team Banana, they have everything set together. Now, if I were to just take a look at it from Greyback Esports perspective, like fighting against Team Banana, I have no idea what I'm going to do. They have the heal from Estes, they have the catch from Luna, they have the damage, the torn about memory from BB that just killed 3 people at one shot. And that's just the 3 of them. They still have the other people, like you have Gemini, I think on the E, right? So it should be, yep, RWM. I forgot what the last player is because I'm thinking about the P.
We've got the glue.
Angel on the glue.
Yes.
So
that's 5 different members that have so much potential to deal a lot of damage just individually.
Not to
And-
forget survivability as well.
Yeah, exactly, and that's very hard to go up against. If you take a look at what Greyback Audacity have, they have Faker, yes, Electro Final Blast, but it's not working out so far. He
not
has
really.
a bit of mobility, but
Yes.
that's one. They have the Lunox as well. Lunox unable to really offer that much damage because he cannot stay still at one point of the map too long because the burst potential from BB is actually quite insanely high.
Yes. Because for Greenback, they are focusing a little bit too much onto damage, but they don't have anyone that can really zone out the opponents. In fact, they are doing the complete opposite by having a Faramis. That's why at one point in time I was thinking this kind of counterintuitive to actually have a Faramis and then having a Vendetta at the same time. So you don't really get the full effects of your ultimate, and no matter what, you can't really play together as a team. So technically speaking, for the Vendetta, it would be so much better if he actually played a lot tankier onto his side, pick up the Unbending Will instead of the Festival of Blood, because right now his Festival of Blood is completely stagnated, right? Because you know how Festival of Blood builds up the more you kill, right? I believe that at a cap of 4 kills, you get a total of 12% spell vamp. Right now it's only at 8%.
Yep.
So he's not going to get anything else more than that from this point onwards. If he plays tanky, at least then he will have a lot more value in team fights. But right now, not quite much. That small little tinge of survivability with that 8% spell vamp is not going to get him anywhere.
Yep, and I mean this game is still pretty much really early. It's 11.5 minutes. This is technically it's a mid-game timing, and the base is already almost close to Baron. They have 2 tier 3 turrets left inside of Greyback Audacity. Can they actually pull out another comeback game like the same in Game 2? I mean, that's the real question here, because I mean, the way I look at it, the way I see the lineup of Team Banana, it's really hard to come back into this game, even in the late game.
Yep.
And yeah, Luna is gonna catch Karai again.
Yeah, there's no way to get himself out of that unless that happens, which is a bad kick. But okay, so here's the thing, right? When it comes down to Greyback Esports, the great thing about their lineup in the late stages of the game is that they can burst down the Lord really darn fast because they have the Lunox. But the caveat is that they need to control the Lord to begin with. And who in the lineup can give the kind of control? No one. Baker should have been the one that could give his team that opening by doing tanky, but that's not going to be the case for his team right now at this very instant. There's not much that they can do to try to gain control of the Lord.
Oh, Baker, he's gonna set it up!
Nope, it does seem like he's going to be going down, and shortly after, the record members from Greyback is just going to be joining in. But remember, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at a 9,000 gold deficit. So are they even going to be able to come back alive from all of that? The answer is going to be no, as BV pops right up, and he managed to get a good amount of kills for his team. The Lord did manage to pop right out, but the only one left alive is going to be Faramis, not anymore until the rest shows up. And gonna be that Hayabusa all alone in the midst of the northern side, and he's just defending the top lane while the rest of the members are just gonna be pushing down to the bottom lane. They don't even bother with the Lord.
Yep, Dre has to hold on for another 5 seconds or so, but it looks like it's going to be pretty comfortable for them at this point. The entirety of Team Banana are now going to switch and focus their attention on this Lord instead. This is the second Lord of the game, and to make matters worse for Greyback Audacity, Glue, our dear Angel here, has just purchased his immortality. If he was tanky before, he's going to be even more sustainable now.
Kara doesn't seem like he will be able to work very well in the front lines. He did, of course, build some tank items, but that is not going to keep him alive for long. Chan pops himself into Darkening, but unfortunately, Angel's just going to be inhibiting his body, as such a Darkening is not going to be doing anything anymore. No one is able to keep Angel in check right now with the Lunox down, with the... What a late speed down, Faker's down as well. Everyone is going to be crumbling down to the pieces as Banana, they have been pushing themselves over the limits as they're trying to bring down every single one of the members from the side of Greyback Esports. They're knocking onto the door. Angel being as annoying as ever with all the little minions that he has behind him. And Banana ends the game while Hayabusa as well as Faramis stays on to look right out.
Victory!
The victory is sweet for Team Banana. They had it in the bag from the start of the game and they ended it in such sweet fashion here. Now they will be knocking out Great Back Audacity into the lower brackets of today. So congratulations to Team Banana for making it out. And I mean, this whole lineup, I cannot find it in any way to say that, oh, this is the MVP. I mean, if I have to decide who the MVP is, it's really difficult because this was a real team effort from the entirety of Team Banana. The way they drafted has been so spectacular because there is pure synergy for everything that they come together with. And like you said, the synergy on Greyback Audacity, maybe not as much. They do have some, but it's not as strong as what they have on Team Banana.
It's really unfortunate for Greyback, right? Well, when it comes down to their composition, it's actually not too bad. Just itemizations will have made a very big difference in the way that they play in this game. Very unfortunate. But Banana, rightfully theirs, they have managed to move up to the next part of the bracket and they are going to be meeting against the winners of FFE Prime versus Absolute SG, which we already have the answer, but we will wait until the brackets comes up in a while later, because the most important thing here is going to be jumping right in to take a look at who is exactly the MVP for this game number 3.
Oh, BV again. I was gonna say Angel, but BV, yeah,
I
definitely.
was hoping it's Angel.
10-0-5. This time GPM even higher, 867.
Double Athena Shield.
Wow. Okay, I mean that's how scary the magic damage potential was, right? At least from Lunox and stuff like that. So now BV gonna be handed the MVP for game 3 as well, and a 2-time MVP in our first game of the day, first set of the day. So BV definitely one that you should look out for in the games following today, and we'll see how far can Team Banana go. Can they actually make it out of the open qualifiers to go into regular season?
Honestly, I just want Team Banana to win all the way through so that I can call out Banana in MPL. Because fun fact, you know, kind of like behind the scenes kind of thing, in order for us to, you know, get good photos without, to get good photos and look like we are casting, we just, you know, say some words behind the screen.
Yep.
Banana-rama, banana-rama, banana-rama.
Yep, it's one of the photo taking words that we always say to get our nice shoutcasting.
And it was like,
photos.
banana? Banana. Banana. Oh man, if only we have clips of that, I would have posted it up on my TikTok.
Yep,
Would be
but
funny.
more importantly now, we are going to be taking a look. I mean, your guess is as good as mine, right? This FFE Prime against Absolute SG.
Yes.
Now, Absolute SG, I have seen their names before. I haven't exactly seen the gameplay by this team yet. So my reference is into FFE Prime, right? But before we go into the results of the brackets and stuff like that, let's do a short recap about the game 3, right? So game 3 highlights, let's take a look at what really went down for Team Banana, how they actually got this victory in the first place.
It kind of seems as though for Team Banana, they have had the game within the palm of their hands already. Yes, they did manage to start us with a really great play from the side of Kara, but from that point onwards, when it comes down to team play, it does seem like they do not have the right ways to tackle into these team plays, especially since Angel came in pretty early from the EXP lane down south, and that completely messed up the tempo for our friends here and Greyback, giving Angel a total of 4 kills already. This is just going to make things up a little bit more difficult for the entirety of Greyback, as they have lost gold, EXP, and whatever it is. From that point onwards, he just went completely insane. At level 14, he literally just one-ups everyone. And for our marksman on the opponent side, which is Chan, he's only at level 12. So there is definitely going to be some of the difficulty, and we don't really have someone that really can tackle onto BV. We have someone that can tackle onto Angel, which is Lunox. But when it comes down to BV, I think the only one that we can look at and think of is Dre. But there was at no point in time where Dre is leveled up or farmed up well enough to even deal with the backers.
Yep, Dre only had the POD, I think, the last 2 or 3 minutes of the game. So it was really tough. That shows how much damage he was lacking in the first place. And the fact that, you know, Faker did a really good job on Greyback Audacity, right? The ability to really kite and proxy the waves did save them some time. They dragged the game as long as possible as they could. But the thing was,
there was just no damage. I understand your point about him going tanky and offering a bit more to the team, but even then, I mean, just the lineup. Every single time Luna jumped in, he was always making Kara Triple X waste that flicker. Right, so it was really difficult because you couldn't go in for that Cult's Outer save at a critical time. You had to fight on the terms of Team Banana, which was exactly in Team Banana's plan. And the way that Team Banana has drafted is that as the fight goes on, it gets even tougher because your health is going to dwindle. Sure, you have the Cult's Outer, but they have plenty of damage in the form of BV. Right, BV is 10-0 and 4 or something, right?
Yep.
So not only that, if you manage to kill someone from the side of Team Banana, you still have other members of Team Banana you had to deal with. Yeah.
With that all said and done, unfortunately, Greyback gonna have to go back and reflect and understand how they should be winning in the lower brackets, and we hope that we'll be able to see him again in a short little bit. In the meantime, congratulations once again to Team Banana for moving on to the next part of the brackets. And as for now, let's pop up the bracket and take a look at which team they are going to be facing off against in their second round. And it kind of seems as though they are going up against Absolute SG. We don't really quite have any idea as to how the other teams are doing just yet, such as Backyardigans versus The Zone. So the Flash did manage to win against Alchemy in a 2-0 fashion. Absolute SG did manage to win against FFE in a 2-0 fashion as well.
Interesting. I would like to see Backyardigans against The Zone, right? Both of these teams are similar to FFE Prime and Absolute SG, right? Absolute SG, I have not seen the gameplay yet. So same for Backyardigans. I've seen this team name around, but I have not seen their gameplay yet. So I'm not sure what kind of quality they bring to the table, what kind of style do they play, what kind of draft do they prefer, right? But now FFE against Greyback Audacity. Yeah, it's another rematch, right? A community tournament rematch is the same thing. Now both of them have leveled up. Let's see whether they can really push the stage and level up as the game goes, as the day goes on, and see whether they can fight back for that final position from the lowest bracket, right?
Looks like games are starting to get a lot more exciting, huh?
Very, and the comeback games are really exciting as well.
Yeah.
Every game has a potential for comeback. I mean, with the exception of the previous one, because Team Banana were just bananas,
They went bananas.
Yeah, in that essence. So if every team is going to be playing like that today, I mean, we are really in for a treat. I mean, for people that are new to the game, if you're just joining us, first time playing ML, I mean, this is the place to watch, right? Singaporean players who are new to the scene, this is where champions are made, this is where manners are created, and this is where, people's hearts are broken, but at the same time, trophies are made.
Wow, that was quite something. That was quite something. That line is probably going to be ingrained in my mind right now, even though I completely forgot already.
It's okay. You can rewatch the
Hearts
stream.
are broken, but champions are made. No,
Yeah.
trophies are made. Actually, champions are made.
Champions
sounds
are
good.
made sounds
Yeah,
better.
champions are made sounds better. But well, you know what's gonna be better? The next game. But you know what's not as good? The fact that we're going to go off for a short little break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to go off for a short little break. Make sure you guys go ahead and... What time now? 12 o'clock. Make sure you guys get your lunch, drink some water, and then once we are back, we will be giving you the next exciting game of the MPLSG Season 5 Open Qualifiers.
For battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるよ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. until next time, we'll be seeing you in the land of dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLSG Season 5 Qualifiers. My name is Abstract, and with me here is Kindovu. The both of us are going to be your casters for today's qualifiers, and we are going to be looking at the Flash versus the Backyardigans.
Your Backyardigans is going to be a new team. We have not seen any of their gameplay so far, but we've heard that there are some interesting players inside Backyardigans as well. Now, Team Flash is someone that we're very familiar with, right, across all the different seasons. So today, we're expecting them to perform, and I want to see if they can bring glory to themselves and easily secure this route back into the regular season.
Now the question is how they're going to be faring, because right now the Flash did manage to 2-0 against Alchemy, and Alchemy will now be relegated down to the lowest bracket. Between the Backyardigans and the Flash, either one of these teams will have to be relegated down as well. So they're going to have to play their absolute hearts out in order to be the top two teams, in order to make it over to the MPLSG Season 5 regular season. Who's going to be it? Well, it could be either one of these two teams. Let's talk a little bit more about both of them, right? The Team Flash, we have seen them time and time again, right? When it comes down to organization as a whole. But when it comes down to players, what kind of change do they have in their lineup? Do we still have some of the same old birds, or are there new people coming in?
Yep, Team Flash, they quoted themselves as the old veterans of the scene in MLBB, right, for MPLSG as well. So I think there is potentially some new blood as well. Not too sure about that at this point, but we'll definitely know, right, once we head into the games. We'll see what are the different changes in their lineup, maybe their coaches, their players, whatsoever. But in any case, if there's any changes at all, that means there might be a shift in the play style as well and character picks. So drafting could be a very different ball game for Team Flash. Now, the wildcard here is going to be Backyardigans. We do not know these players yet, and I'm interested to see, because whenever there's a new challenger on board, it always opens up the possibility we could have a superstar on our hands, right? We have many superstars across all the seasons of MPL, but there is always potentially someone new, a new prodigy per se, or maybe a new strategy that they have invented by themselves. So now let's jump right into it. Bento, okay, so Bento is actually in Backyardigans as well, okay.
So we have Zookeeper, Bento, DSSLV. He needs an easier name to say. We have Zan as well, and Reason. That is within of the Backyardigans. Now, the Flash, we are looking at Badge, Tram God, Kyrie, Jay, and Luca. So, at least when it comes down to Team Flash's lineup, the only one that represents Flash in Season 4 until now is only Jay.
Yep.
So the rest of these four teams, or rather these four players, it's not exactly a name that are recognized right now, unless, it's some old players, but they changed their names kind of thing. So
it could be.
Yeah, we don't have any identification as to who they are. But, at this point in time, we just want to follow a narrative, and that narrative is which team, despite all the changes that they have went through, how are they going to fare? In this case, let's take a look at the batting phase first. We have Valentina, Fredrin, and Joy being thrown over to the batting pool, as well as a 1-1. Nothing too out of the ordinary, I gotta have to say. There are still two more bans to go, and what could be it?
We'll see. Kyrie is going to be in charge for Team Flash to take a look at that last ban. We're probably going to be expecting someone like Kaja, like Glue, or Carrie maybe. It's surprising that no one has picked out Carrie today. I'm not sure Carrie was banned in the last few games that we have seen. But in any case, Carrie is still someone that they need to take care about. And so let's see, Team Flash, Kyrie in charge of this. They have about 15 seconds or so, plenty of time. It's going to be the Kaja for that final ban, first phase ban for the side of Team Flash. And we take a look at Backyardigans. DSSLV going to be the one in charge of the final ban for the first phase.
So the final ban coming in from Backyardigans, I believe. Okay, so we have still quite a lot of heroes that we can recall for. Varamis is definitely one kind of hero that we can expect being thrown in. We have Martyrs, we have Leo Mod. All of these heroes are definitely understandable if they were to be thrown into the banning pool. And Glue too.
Okay.
Let's not forget about that. So with Glue out of the way, Team Flash will pick out their very first hero. And of course, you know, it always boils down to the very first hero. What is the most meta according to them, and what is their most comfort to a certain extent.
Yep, I mean, talking about meta, I think most of the metas we would like to see if people can so-called invent or formalize their own metas. And it looks like Luca will be hovering above that Faramis as the first pick. Now, Faramis, of course, to me is really a very nice option select that you can have. You still can pick any type of draft you want because he's really more of a supporting role. But Luca gonna be locking in that Faramis, and we're gonna see Backyardigans, what is their response to this. This is really something that is still very variable, so you do not have to go into a, oh, let me counter pick against a Faramis. But Risen needs a +1. He is going to be going to look for that Eve for a confirmation, and we're left with Bento for that second pick for Backyardigans, which is going to be Edith. Okay, interesting. Edith.
Okay, I haven't seen Edith in a long time, at least. So, I mean, Bento is going to be the one playing as an Edith. So there's going to be a high probability that the Edith is going to be played on the EXP lane. Understandably, there has been some tuning done to Edith, and I think that, if I remember correctly, it's something along the lines of a little bit more tankiness of damage or something along those lines. So I would love to see what Bento have got in store for us when it comes down to this Edith. But we move on to the next two picks coming in from Team Flash, and that is going to be a link that has been popped by them. So if the Backyardigans wants to make full use of the fact that Team Flash doesn't have a very good clear of the jungle in the early stages of the game, they can prefer to try to go for something a lot more aggressive in the early stages of the game so that they can invade the jungle.
Yeah, Jay gonna secure that Claude, leaving DSSLV with the final pick before we go into the second phase of bans. Now Jay on the Claude, Kyrie on the Link, and Luca on the Faramis. They are very squishy nonetheless. So Cult's Outer is probably going to solve that problem for them. Now the only question is the Cult's Outer enough to save everyone during the dire moments and critical moments? Because like we have seen how most Ediths are played. If you like to group up together, right, I presume they will look to group up together to make sure they have the full effects of their Cult's Outer. That's the perfect situation for Bento as well.
So with the final pick coming in from the side of Backyardigans for phase number 1 is going to be a Kufra. So Kufra's, I understand, Kufra is of course being picked as a response to the Link in order to ensure that the Finch Poise is not going to be too big of a problem for his fellow teammate with the bouncing ball. Now, then we come down to the bans. We have a Diggy being thrown into the banning phase, and it kind of seems as though they just do not want to have anyone that really just stops them from all of these kind of crowd control. There could be a possibility that BCK just looks like Black. Backyardigans, they are trying to go for something a little bit more controlling of that nature, and they wouldn't really want to deal with the Diggy. Or very possibly they just don't want to see the Diggy coming in as the babysitter, because we of course know the auto alarm bombs coming in from Diggy is one hell of an annoying ability.
Yep, that's huge damage, and it's very consistent. Every few seconds you have an alarm bomb coming to you, bursting your face. It's gonna hinder you from having a good time in the lane as well. And Cramgod was the one responsible. He is gonna ban out the Martis for his team as well. So now we're back on the final ban, and Benedetta is going to be the final ban for the side of Backyardigans. Zookeeper responsible for that. Veg, eat your veg, boys and girls, is going to be a one responsible for the final ban on Team Flash. And this is a very different Team Flash draft, right? I mean, we have seen how they have drafted in MPL Season 4, so this is way different from what we are expecting, or at least I'm expecting.
Akai is not something that I've seen in a long time as well, especially when it comes down to being banned. hand. But of course, Arkai is still a very solid pick, and we should not gloss over the fact that Arkai is, well, known meta to a certain extent. I still would want to see an Arkai being brought back into the game once again, especially when it comes down to being a roamer. Still has a lot of potential in all of that. And of course, with the recent tuning over to Paquito, it would make sense that Paquito will come back in as one of the personal fan favorites, or rather personal player favorites for the people in MPL Season 5. So in this case, the SSLV looking at a Paquito that goes into the jungle. Of course, clears way fast and does have quite a bit of a burst potential when it comes down to dealing with the squishies. In this case, Team Flash have got a lot of squishy members, so I would totally understand why that Paquito was being picked. If Backyardigans wants to go for even more aggression, well, they can definitely go for some... Okay, they're still missing off a marksman. Beatrix is still available. If they want to go for Beatrix, it can still be possible because of Renner. Renner is of course going to be a real problem for the members from side of Team Flash because they don't have someone that really can work on the high road.
Yep, and we're going to be left with that final pick from the side of Backyardigans. It's looking like a pretty decent lineup from Team Flash, a scary one as well. So much mobility in the form of Terizla and Cho along with Ling and Claude. And if anything goes out of the norm, they have Luca to save them with the Couch Outer as well. So Zookeeper going to be faced with a very important decision. Like you said, yes, they will be looking at that Beatrix considering the carry as well. Both are viable options. The huge burst potential from either one of them in towards the late game is something that they are going to be expecting. We're talking about late game status. Jay does have late game insurance for his team, but at this point, I think if we're looking at early game centric fights, it is looking more towards Team Flash's favor.
Well, I do like Backyardigans actually. So it kind of seems like we are constantly against one another.
Polar opposites.
Yeah, we are like Ouroboros. One of us is the head and one of us is the tail. Who is whom? That's the question. In the previous game, did I choose Backyardigans? Oh yeah, then I was the head of the Ouroboros. So this time, we shall see whether the direction changed at all or not. But before we even continue anything else, let us introduce the players coming in for this new match, and that is going to be Team Flash versus Team Backyard.
Wow, his name is so long, he blocks out his teammate's name.
The one that I'm laughing about is the drawing, dude. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that each of them drew one of these characters.
No, but that's the actual characters of Backyardigans.
I don't watch Backyardigans.
I've watched a
like
couple of
this
episodes.
Hippo-looking thing.
I
Was
think
there a
so.
hippo-looking
I mean,
guy?
that's their interpretation of Backyardigans, right? But well, nonetheless, welcome to Game 2, boys and girls. This is going to be Team Flash against Backyardigans. We're going to start it with right off the bat with a skirmish in the mid.
Doesn't seem like anything came into fruition, though. Well, in the meantime, we were looking at the buff. The Paquito is working on the buff all by himself. In the meantime, Kyrie is going to be working onto the orange buff with the small little help coming in from the quad. Not like he's going to be making a big deal. Trap God was hoping that he'll be able to jump right in to steal the purple buff away, but that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, no red tree, of course. Kyrie is the one holding on to that red tree. So this Ling is already moving across the jungle. And you can see the Ferrimist is trying to open up some space across Backyardigans' side of the jungle to make sure he can siphon any information for his team. Now, the bot lane is what I'm very interested in, that gold lane battle. Luca against Zookeeper. So Luca, I mean, this lineup of Claude against Beatrix, it really could go either way depending on how well the initiations and rotations come from the team. And looks like Bento is not actually having a very good time against Veg.
Wow, that's quite an expense of the flicker. It kind of seems as though that could be the end of Bento if that second hit will actually hit him, considering that there will be a Oh, in the meantime, oh, look at that! There's LV as well as Kyrie. They joined into the face of the battle at the exact same time. Except for the fact that Benzo is the one that went down instead. So that is definitely quite a bummer if you ask me. Bench and also went straight into the carry zone right underneath the Heart's nose. And that is a very ballsy move. But in the end of the day, it kind of seems as though it's a 1-for-1 trade, or rather 2-for-1 trade. So Team Flash have only lost Veg, and for Backyardigans they have lost both Risen as well as Bento. So definitely there is some play here.
Yeah, this is looking a little bit more suited towards Team Flash. This is very different from their playstyle as well. Team Flash a bit more aggressive from what I have in memory of them from Season 4. So this is a nice change of pace from Team Flash. Now, it's going to be important for them to see what they can do for Luca instead here. They have made correct plays and nice plays at the top, so the EXP is slightly in their favor. But right now, that main thing is really about Luca. Can they keep Luca safe as he's gonna juke them? They're gonna jump in all alone as Jay tries to pull them back here. The bouncing ball not gonna allow him to go any further. The Zookeeper is going to try and make life difficult for the side of Team Flash to go in. But in the meantime, they have actually gotten Link has actually gotten that first turtle of the game. So this is going to be a nice EXP lead. It's not going to be a huge one, but it's going to be a nice one.
In the meantime, Kyrie heads himself over to the top lane to put out even more pressure onto Bento, who apparently does not have his mechanical suit onto the field himself. So, well, the Pylax is gone, but fortunately for Bento, he's not dead. And that is kind of like a wasted trip coming in from Kyrie though.
Well, I mean, Kyrie's a very mobile character, right? So Kyrie on that link gonna be trying to make the moves across the map, and it's very important because the next turtle at the 17-second mark is gonna be spawning, right? And Jay here gonna be forced to pop that Cult's outer for his team, but actually on himself, right? So right now, the pressure is building on from Team Flash as Veg actually gets another kill on Bento. It's starting to fall apart at the EXP lane for Backyardigans.
Yeah, I mean, it just doesn't seem to have that kind of potential that we are looking out for as much as we want it. In the meantime, it doesn't seem like. Wait, what's going on here? Luca was it's kind of like juking everyone, and I'm juking himself back into the opponent's line. So that is really unfortunate, if you ask me. In the end of the day, it is going to be a 1:2 trade. Backyardigans, they are starting to lose a little bit of an edge against Team Flash even more. At the start, they didn't have a very good start, but now they're slowly just kind of like losing a bit more.
Yep, it starts with a pair, right? And then it becomes a whole. So right here, Jay adding on to the pain, gonna be forcing that flicker from Bento, and that's not what you want to see, which means Bento is viable. Again, we go Bento, perhaps this is no chance for him. They don't even need Kyrie to come over, but now Kyrie has been spotted by Zen, and this is going to set themselves up for Team Flash to secure this second turtle of the game.
Well, I'm not exactly a very big fan of a flicker onto a Edith. I myself, I'm more of a Petrify player onto the Edith. You know, kind of like charge, flip, and then slam them while they're in the air, immediately launch yourself out of the Pylax, and while you are in the air, launching out, then you petrify them again, and you can do a full combo, and the opponents wouldn't even have an army. But in the meantime, let's just take a look at the fight in the middle lane, and Risen tries to go for a flicker right out of the way. Oh my god! But apparently, so coming right in from Veg allows Jace to get himself a double kill, knocking 3% off the board from Backyardigans, and also getting himself a major prize of the outer turret.
Yep, they literally gave them an inch, and Team Flash just took a mile here. It's 4K deficit on the side of Backyardigans. I mean, they need to sing more theme songs and solve more problems on their side, because Backyardigans need to figure a comeback plan for sure.
Well, it's definitely gonna take some time. We're looking at a 4,000 gold deficit, and Team Flash, they are taking it a long ride. Their early game is technically supposed to look relatively weaker as compared to the Backyardigans, but it kind of seems though they're doing pretty well. We're approaching into the mid stages of the game, and with the bottom lane and the middle lane outer turret destroyed, that just means that Backyardigans is going to lose a lot of real estate, and they do not have a lot of ways to play around in their
Team turret has been destroyed.
Yeah, but you know, while they're trying to salvage whatever situation they can, Team Flash is just busy taking turrets left and right here. They've already secured all the tier 1s across the lanes, and Cram God doing a very good job. Oh, a nice penalty zone there. They're gonna get catch 2, and that's the start of the disaster for Backyardigans here.
It's really just Terizla doing Terizla things, winning the lane, and now winning the game for them. All 5 members coming from the side, all 4 members coming from the side. Team Flash is just going to be cooped up together, but it doesn't seem like Backyardigans have a lot of AoE effect. They can pull them all away at the same time. With 4 members down from the Backyardigans, now the only one left is going to be Zookeeper, as it kind of seems as though the final one takes off in a countdown, like a bomb it is.
Yep, this is not what Backyardigans had in mind when they have this draft in the first place. I think, yes, they expected to lose a little during the laning phase, but not by this much. And I mean, by this much, I mean all 3 turtles probably going to go into the hands of Team Flasher. 7 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock, and it is 14-3.
That's definitely unfortunate if you ask me. With Cho onto the roam, that is also gonna be very, very difficult to work with. This guy, super agile, very flexible, and you literally can weave in and out of combat very easily to single out anyone that they want. And Team Flash, they do have a lineup that can actually work with that pretty well as well. We've got Badge, he can deal in an AoE effect very effectively, and you can see the penalty zone just landing on the 3 person, just blocking them right in the center of it all. And there's just no way for Bento to get out of that. Badge, he did push himself into like a full squad of 3. But yet, he got out alive, and not just alive, but he didn't even lose half of himself.
Yep, that's exactly what you want to see happening for Team Flash here. I mean, these are people we have known. Team Flash with the reputation. I mean, this is the least that we should expect from them. But Team Flash really showing off in this first game in our best of 3 set here. But on the flip side, Backyardigans, I mean, welcome to MPL Open Qualifiers, man. This is the type of competition you have to beat if you want to stay in the regular season and make it all the way into the playoffs as well.
It's going to be a tough game for Backyardigans to even get themselves out of the dodge. They are now 9,000 gold behind, and the only thing that they can kind of think about right now probably is how they're going to win in the next game. What can they improve on? So let us just touch right into that right onto that topic real quickly. Well, first things first, when it comes down to the EXP lane, they are dealing with a Terizla. And Terizla is essentially a very difficult hero to work with. And you gotta and one way that you can work with is just not fight with the Terizla. As such, look for heroes that is able to cut lanes. Meantime, we are going to be looking at 4 members. This is going to be flying up to the sky from the side of Team Flash, dropping Jade down onto the ground. In the meantime, none of the members coming from the side of Backyardigans is dead just yet. So I will call that as a successful defense from Backyardigans.
Yep, it is going to be successful so far, and this is surprising, right? This is about 8k deficit, 7k deficit from the side of Backyardigans, but they have managed to defend their tier 3 towers without any considerable loss in the first place. They lost 1 member, but that's about it. And this looks like a potential that they could mount a comeback, right? Right now, they are trying to build that tankiness on Zen, and once Zen gets tanky enough, that should open the doors and the floodgates for Zookeeper to really just come in and deal as much damage as possible. Risen is the one that's the saving grace for the team now with the real-world manipulation, doing, you know, God's work for them at this point against Team Flash, because Team Flash is actually so far ahead.
It is very far ahead, and there is even going to be a bigger power spike due to the fact that Luca already does have his Wind of Nature. So that is going to add on to another burst and power spike as well, defensive skill from the side of Team Flash. Even if DSSLV wants to jump himself onto Luca, it's not going to be a straightforward matter to just burst himself down, because that is going to be a fighting chance for Luca as he pops off with the Wind of Nature.
Yep, they have to try and make something happen on the side of Backyardigans, and that should come in the form of making sure that DSSLV can recover some farm. He has his high and dry right now, but he is 0-4-3. He is a far cry away from anywhere he needs to be. You know, comparing him to Kyrie, who is 4-0-7, this Link has been on top of the game so far for the past 11.5 minutes here. And Kyrie, see, jumping around afraid to really just jump in against 5 members.
There's going to be another penalty for the bench, and not because we also have got an ultimate. Okay, he's just gonna be trying his best to keep everyone alive, but it doesn't seem like everyone's gonna be alive though. Vetch is gonna be the last member remaining, or rather Jay is still around, but he's still gonna be keeping himself in the action, while he's gonna be sacrificing himself just to allow the Jays to fight alongside and try to bring Zan down. But throughout it all, Backyardigans came up on top, and they managed to get themselves a complete team wipe with only 2 person down. It really boils down to the high ground, isn't it?
I mean, if you were to tell me just 30 seconds ago they were close to 7,000 gold behind, I would not have believed you. But Backyardigans, I think, trusting their draft and their ability to team fight, right? Because right now, I mean, ESSLV, he did not get any kills, he's 0-5 and 5, but he did so much work in that previous fight. He sacrificed himself to set up a catch for 2 or 3 of the members on the side of Team Flash, which allowed the rest of his team members to really jump in. Zan actually got majority of the damage dealt, which allowed Wizards to really come in. And more importantly, most of the kills went the way of Zookeeper, which is our dear Beatrix on the side of Backyardigans. And that's exactly who you want to funnel your gold into.
It will eventually be a matter of time until Backyardigans gets himself online and get even scarier to play against it. Backyardigans, they are just going to be sweeping themselves in the middle lane. Yes, they still have some deficit in their name, but after the successful defense as well as a successful team fight, I'm pretty sure that they won't be too afraid of taking a fight more. But somehow, they still want to give this Lord away to Team Flash and not try to risk anything more.
Yep, like how they deal with the damage limitation here, they didn't really get too greedy to try and go for the steal on the Lord. Instead, they just allowed the Lord to be taken by Team Flash, and what they're doing now is to try and recuperate that wave management, right? And so that's very important, because if you can unsynchronize or desynchronize the Team Flash wave momentum, it will kind of help you deal with this Lord push. Yes, it's the second Lord of the game, so it's not entirely that painful yet, but you get to split up Team Flash for the team fight. Unfortunately, they will not manage too much, and here we go. This could be the start of something.
The high ground available from the side of Backyardigans. They should be able to defend this pretty effectively, unless we have the Vetch just going to be jumping himself over the back line, but unfortunately that's not going to be working out very well for him. The Lord is going to be working his way onto the Ballista, but that's going to be the court that's going to be wrecking him down. With 2% down from the side of Team Flash and none from Backyardigans, they have managed to buy a lot of time, and they managed to funnel all of the damage onto the right people. With Jay and Vetch down, Flash can no longer push the game anymore, and Backyardigans, like I said, is all about the high grounds that they are working. RWM and Zookeeper, whatever it is, be it Nibru, be it Bennett, be it Renner, all of them is going to be a great attribute to pushing Flash away.
Oh, they might catch the Cho though. Cho is running away, so Cramgod on his last footing here. Luca is feeling the pain as well. He's going to be forced to flicker away. So right now, there are 3 flickers down on the side of Team Flash, which means this could be the time for them to really just push and force the issue here for the side of Backyardigans. But they do not know that Kyrie is actually hiding around the corner. And this is valuable information for the side of Team Flash, because they know how to enter the fight from here. Teresa might be the first one to jump in.
It kind of seems as though he's constantly being the one who jumps in first, and of course always the first one to die as well.
Oh,
as such, that is going to be a 40-second timer onto himself, and now Team Flash kind of seems like they finally found themselves the ray of hope after they brought down 3 person and very close to 4. Bento, the last person remaining, as he walked himself down south, as Cramgod is just going to be slowly making his way and slowly finding the perfect moment to catch him out. The rest of the members from the side of Team Flash just going to be making an imminent push down in the middle lane, waiting for all of the creeps to move right in. The next player to come back in is going to be Risen as well as Zookeeper, that's coming back in about 5 seconds. I don't think that they have a lot of time left, because there are 4 people that will be targeting on the core, and Zookeeper only has 1 second.
Yep, 1 second is not enough for sure for Backyardigans. They're gonna have to suffer a loss in their second game of the day against Team Flash here. And Team Flash, very convincing win, but it was kind of shaky for a couple of moments, right? Somehow Backyardigans actually got the team fights to work in their favor, and they did defend quite well. But in the midst of the defense, they actually sacrificed too many turrets. So the split pushing, the turret taking, and the farm potential from the side of Team Flash really overwhelmed the entire game for Backyardigans. Give them a little bit more time, I think it would have been a very probable comeback game for Backyardigans. But we know Team Flash, and Team Flash knows how to play this game. So they did exactly what they need to do, close the game as fast as possible and shut that comeback potential down.
Well, it is really going to be a matter of time until Backyardigans actually manage to find a way to win, right? They have constantly been winning team fights after team fights after team fights, right? So they won in the defense in the middle lane, they won the team fight at the northern side, and then they won another team fight that was encompassing the entirety of the Lord split, right? But sure, it kind of seems as though Backyardigans' idea was to constantly just keep winning the team fight until they match back the gold lead. The itemizations are completely on par, and then they try to strike back so that even if they were to lose, it's not that big of a deficit, and if they were to lose, there's still a way to come back. But then in that situation, they still haven't go on par just yet, but they lost the team fight. And from that point onwards, the cooldown timer is just a little bit too long, and they just don't have a way to come back in time. And Flash just took the victory like that.
Yep, I actually like the concept from Backyardigans. I think they were taking a page out of a book from our regional partners though, in the way that they play it, right? Instead of playing the farm game where we try to win the lanes, even though when we're down on gold, they try to pick up as many team fights as possible, but they try to make as many unfair team fights as possible, right? When they see a man down, that's where they choose to go in. And I think that was the one mistake that cost them that last fight, right? Because they didn't expect the link to just jump out from the back lines when Terizla jumped in. So when they actually encountered that situation, I think the call from the team captain was to let's just go and fight this because we have a man advantage. But unexpectedly, the Link came back, jumped on the back line, and just wrecked the entire lineup because Zookeeper was actually one of the first persons to fall on the side of Backyardigans. And if your Beatrix is down, Risen was the next to fall as well. And your two damage dealers, if they are the ones out of the fight in the first few seconds, I think that fight's done for you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So they're gonna have to really, as much as I don't want to say this, protect the president, right?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Disappointment fills the air.
But you know, also newsflash, Luca. You know, remember just now how we say that we don't know the names until proven otherwise? Yeah, Luca is Vanix.
Okay. Vanix. Why did name change, man? Vanix sounds good, what?
Good point.
Yeah, but there's many nice Lucas as well. But in the meantime, right? So let's take a look at the highlights of this first game as well. And now, Kyrie is going to be your MVP. I mean, full agreements? What do you think? I think Kyrie did a very good job scouting the entire map, getting all the objectives, all 3 turtles, split pushing. I think Kyrie got like 3 turrets in the process of the split push and something like that. And you know, that last play, getting the vision for his team, letting them know that they will be heading, Backyardigans will be heading into the top push near the Lord spawn. That was the greatest call ever because that ended the game for them. And you know, when Kyrie jumped in, that was the perfect point, catching out Zookeeper and Risen as well.
I gotta have to say that Kyrie playing as this Link definitely opened a lot of space for his team. And the opponent just really doesn't really have a very good idea how they would want to open up their own maps, right? Because even for this Link, it's a very squishy hero all by itself, and yet he's able to open up the maps, use just kind of like hopping from walls to walls, and just from himself, he managed to foil quite a bit of assassination attempts, some ambush attempts rather. So I gotta have to say, Kyrie did a very good job when it comes down to spreading himself all across the map, trying to get kills. I mean, you can very clearly tell that he's got a good amount of kills.
Yep, 11 kills, that's a lot, right? And at the same time, I mean, I think Backyardigans didn't expect this Link to be that big of a problem, right? Because they had a Kufra which was supposed to technically stop the Link from doing whatever that he or she did, right? But now let's take a look at the highlights, right? That's really where we will see how they tried to deal with the situation, but really Kyrie was all over the place. This one was insane. Luca actually dodged everything, but you know, juked everyone, including ourselves.
Including himself.
And got caught out. And you know, that was looking like a decent one, but Kyrie came in for that cleanup as well. So another thing to mention is that they had this very huge map control, and Terizla always got the perfect penalty zone. I think that was what led to a lot of the huge fights that they won in the first place.
is really boils down to Veg, right? We always have very good penalty zone, and he's always the one that kind of like opens the fight. And unfortunately for Backyardigans, they don't really have anyone that can answer, they have an answer to it all the time, right? In this view, we're looking at Kyrie, just gonna be working his way all the way down over to the backside, hoping that his Tempest of Blades will be able to do something to Zookeeper. But unfortunately, he did go down to the hands of Zookeeper. And in this final fight, Team Flash, they kind of threw everything right over to the side of Backyardigans. Not exactly a very good call, and from that point onwards, the game kind of shifted over to the side of Backyardigans until this very specific fight happened, where most of the fight coming in from Backyardigans, they were just kind of like split up, and their ability funneling, right, was spread all across the map, all across the players, and they did not manage to bring a single person, or rather, I think they brought one person down, but they didn't bring 2 or 3% down. If they were to not spread their abilities and get kind of like in a complete hysteria, it could have been a better result.
Yep, I think that last bit was a huge confusion because they were expecting the Terizla to be on his own, or at least just 2 members of Team Flash to be in that area, because that's what they saw. But what happened was the moment Kyrie jumped in, he just went straight in for Zookeeper, and there was no one on the backline together with Zookeeper, with the exception of Risen, which is like the last 2 people you want together as protection for each other, right?
Yes.
So you have an Eve, you have a Beatrix that are technically the caretaker of each other, but both of them got slapped in the face. So
Yes.
that was the end of the fight, and of course they didn't even have to chase Bento in that place. What they needed to do was just to make sure he couldn't go back home. Yeah.
I think that the Edith pick wasn't exactly a very good idea in this case. After looking at how the game went, the Edith doesn't have that much of an impact that I was expecting. Yes, Edith within his Pylex form, right? He has a lot of crowd control in that midst, but it's kind of like a substitute for Fredrin to a certain extent, right? You do have the knockups, you got the stuns as much as you want, kind of like in the same realm of the of Fredrin. In the meantime, you have the tank, you can still do damage at the same time. But somehow, it's just not exactly the same thing as what we would expect coming in from a Fredrin. Edith is just Edith. They are 2 completely different heroes with a rather similar concept. So perhaps they're gonna have to look out for another way to play, and if they could not get the Fredrin in this case, maybe someone else.
I think it's the pacing, right? So Edith offers quite a bunch of nice CC as well, but that setup for that skill it takes a little while before it actually lands. So in the meantime, when you have people like Kyrie who is playing the Link, you have people like Cho, it's very difficult to match up to their speeds. You can land a couple of these stuns, but in order to land, the setup must be perfect. And the way that Team Flash's lineup works, it doesn't allow you to really just set up and like, I'm gonna stun you here, wait for me, boom! Yeah, they're not gonna stand there and wait for you, right? They're very mobile characters in the first place. So, Team Flash, I think they understood their draft a little bit better than what Backyardigans did for theirs. So I think they were reactive in terms of the response. So they knew they needed a stun, they need some CC, they need a control. But Edith, I think it was a viable one, but I think they can still keep the Edith pick. But they need someone to set up for Edith so that they can land the stuns that they're looking for.
Technically speaking, Edith, even though the second skill, right, just that one is an AoE, right? But we should just kind of look at it in a way whereby you can't pull that skill off very efficiently.
Yes.
And in order for you to almost guarantee that shot is for you to use your other skill first, which is to rush over to them, flip it, then you slam.
Yep.
That way it's almost guaranteed.
But it's a singular target skill.
Correct. So from that point on, if we want to look at Edith being used in that kind of motion, we will always need to think about Edith as a single damage, single target crowd controller, not exactly a AoE. If you get 2%, that is a bonus already. So we shouldn't think ourselves or think anything like out of that zone. In the meantime, for Fredrin, it's a little bit different, right? You walk right in, you taunt a bunch of them, or maybe one of them. The main thing is singling one person out. Edith does the job well, but I think that there needs to be more understanding as to what they want to do during the entire duration. Because Edith have all this crowd control, but it doesn't seem like anyone is able to do deal any damage during that time.
Yep, and I mean, if we were talking about it being a problem in game
Your
1,
team is
it's they've presented the same problem in game 2 here. Team Flash gonna ban out the Fredrin. So no Fredrin, there's no replacement for the Edith if they want to go for an Edith style or Edith-esque pick. Right, and of course they're gonna follow up their ban with the Kaja and Faramis. Faramis was one of the thorns in their sides. Now, Backyardigans, now it's their turn to show up. Bento gonna go with the glue, right? And their bans is gonna be the 1-1 Valentina as well as Joy. We've already seen in our first set of the day how Angel played the glue and he is literally an angel of death. Maniac within the first 5 minutes, right?
Yes.
So now let's see on Backyardigans end. How is Bento going to be doing it? Is he going to be presenting his glue in nice packaging with veggies and eggs, good proteins, nice rice, right? And whether Team Flash can stomach this diet of glue from Backyardigans.
Now, the thing is, we are looking at Team...
Okay.
Okay. Okay. It is what it is. If that's what I want to go for it.
Yeah.
We are looking at an Edith being picked up by Flash this time. I don't know whether this is supposed to be like a brag or mock, whereby Vash is like, yo, Bento, this is how you play, kind of thing, you know?
Who knows? I mean,
knows?
the setup looks pretty interesting. We know about the Kadita combo, but that combo is achieved with a bunch of different characters, right?
Yes.
So perhaps this formula could be with the Edith setup as well. Like you said, it is a singular target ability for your skill 1. So if she can actually catch someone on the side of Backyardigans, it could potentially set up what we call as a Kadita combo. But to pull that off, I mean, you have to pick out what would be your ideal target, which in this case is Zookeeper. And I don't think trying to lock down a Claude is going to work out in your favor.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to actually lock that down. But for now, we are looking at an Akai that will be heading over to the jungle, and on the counterpart, that is going to be a Ling, once again onto Kyrie. So Team Flash clearly have some bias for Ling, or maybe they're just really comfortable working onto that Ling. So it is what it is. They are going to be working ahead towards that. So Team Flash current composition is the fact that they do cover each other's flaws, right? We do have Kadita that is going to be the roamer, understandably, right? Or maybe it could still be a mage. So there is going to be quite some holes to fill in for the side of Team Flash. But the main thing is Kadita is of course a little bit fragile, and so is the Link. And such, you have we do have the Edith come in as the mid shield. When it comes down to burst damage, that is Kadita's role. When it comes down to overall consistent damage, we do have the Link. And let's not forget about the mobility that this Ling does have. So very well-rounded trio that Team Flash have got for themselves. But how do they evolve themselves from this trio is going to be the next biggest question.
Yep, right now in the final phases of the ban, second phase of the ban, we're going to have a Hilda ban from Team Flash, followed by a Backyardigans ban on Diggy. Luca is going to be in charge of the final ban for Team Flash, and of course, Risen will be the one in charge of the final ban for Backyardigans. Right now, it looks like Backyardigans has a very robust and tanky lineup. They have a bit more sustain and a bit more lockdown. So if things go haywire, Bento can go into the split. DSSLV can have access to the heavy spin. Potentially, there's a lot of setup, right? And it is a lineup and a draft that, for me now, it can cause a lot of confusion in your entire fight. So there's not really one person you want to try and lock down on. Because if you want to go for an individual lockdown, it's going to be very messy. If you go for DSSLV, he can heavy spin his way out even before you set it up. And Zookeeper, of course, on Claude, he can jump in between his illusions and images. So that's a second thing second hero that is hard to catch. And Bento has, you know, glue things. So split.
Yeah.
It's gonna be one of the things that is gonna be very difficult to deal with. So I like the burst potential from Team Flash, but the issue that they have now is how do they even catch these people in the first place?
I think when it comes down to catching, which is crowd control, right? The main thing is having a Cho, like what they did in the previous game, is actually good. So picking up the Cho is indeed going to be the case that I am looking out for. However, that pretty much means that the Kadita will be forced over to play as the mage instead. Carry has been banned, so that is a problem. who else can deal with a tanky composition when it comes down to Glue as well as an Akai? My answer is going to be Lunox. That means that the Lunox will go for mid, and then we will have to see the Kadita going into roam. And that way, we would be able to see some play around. As long as a Cho is available, as long as a Cho is picked up from the side of Team Flash, that would mean that they would not have the advantage of picking Lunox. Okay, never mind, take it back. Lunox can go for gold lane. Completely forgot about that. Yes.
That's one potential.
That's
right?
one potential.
Yeah, that's
yes.
one potential. But right now, Backyardigans is going to be the one that sets the stage for game 2 here of our best of 3. Zen is the one responsible for the last pick, and he's going into the
Very tanky.
Kufra. Okay, yes, so this is a very tanky lineup. So my concern now for Team Flash is whether they can eat through all of the flash and the meat shields that are available on Backyardigans. And if you talk a bit about damage, it is going to be very difficult for Team Flash to deal with because they're not exactly very tanky as well. I mean, the Cho can go for a full tank, right? But you only have technically 2 meat shields in your favor, right? You have Edith and potentially a Cho that's tanky. But on the flip side, you have a Kufra, you have an Akai, you have a Glue. And that's a lot of flash to work past before you can even access the Xavier. And shout out, this
Yes, I'm super looking
Jujitsu
forward.
Kaizen's
Yes.
skin is insane. My
The
goodness.
JJK skins, it's kind of weird to see characters from JJK
Gojo Satoru!
to be in the borders over there. I'm still not used to it, but I'm glad that we are able to see this, and of course, in-game. Well, regardless of all of that fact, it kind of seems as though Backyardigans, their lineup does look scary. So what can Angel, DSSLV, Zen, Bento, and Risen do in this tank-heavy composition, plus a Xavier that can really poke the hell out of Team Flash, which is represented by Ven, Luca, Kyrie, Jay, and Cramgod.
Well, I would like to bring you back to your point about their drawing. So hopefully their drawing, if their skills are as good as their drawing, perhaps they can entertain us and give us a game 3. Because right now their backs are against the wall against Team Flash. They are 1-0 or 0-1 in this case. And looks like the call for the side of Backyardigans is to support their jungler as well. A 3-man push into that purple buff. Meanwhile, Kyrie is left onto his own devices to try and work out this purple buff as fast as possible.
And now, of course, looking at the rest of the laning phase, we're looking at Bento that's going to be fighting against Vetch. So that's going to be Edith versus a Glue. Down in the bottom lane, we're looking at a Melissa that will be fighting against a Claude. So it's understandable that the Melissa will be able to win against a Claude in the lane. Now, for middle lane, it is going to be a Xavier fighting against a Kadita. I don't exactly have an answer for this, but because of the fact that it's a JJK skin, I will say that Xavier wins.
Okay, well, there are certain buffs on the skins as well, but right now, Bento against Veg. This looks like it's going to be a fallen one because Kyrie is here once again. Bento having the flicker, and it looks like he might survive. No, the knife comes in. Okay, Kyrie going to be credited with the first blood, and this is the exact same story that we have seen in Game 1. So Team Flash, everything status quo as of now, as Zookeeper is going to be left to his own devices, but the backup's going to come in.
But Team Flash, well, they are now going to be pushing themselves onto the advantage down onto the bottom lane, or rather, they are being treated otherwise, right? 3 men down to the bottom, 3 men all the way down south at the bottom lane, and Backyardigans Bento did go down once. Although I gotta have to say, I'm very surprised, because when it comes down to jungler's rotation, we don't exactly see a lot of preliminary EXP laner kills, right?
Yep.
Most of the time, the junglers will head down to the gold lane to, kind of disturb the opponent for a little bit, and if possible, go for the kill. Then head over to the EXP lane.
Hero has been slain.
But Team Flash have been doing that once, and that is to knock down onto the EXP lane in the early game as soon as possible. So perhaps that is going to be a curveball that Bento did not expect. He thought that maybe, the first time it was just purely by chance. But now that it's done that to Bento again, if they were ever go to game 3, Bento would definitely know that he should exercise caution.
Yep. As of now, I think Team Flash are picking their fights brilliantly because it's 2-0, and these 2 kills are just from each of the plays. There haven't been many plays on the side of Team Flash, but every single time it has been successful. So Cram God now gonna force Bento to use that split, and I think it would be a waste because you can't catch Kyrie here, and they potentially could set up another kill.
Perhaps this is LB, his HP has dropped all the way down. Kyrie doesn't seem like he's very interested in Panda at this point in time. But now Jay pops himself up, then the ultimate doesn't really quite connect onto anyone. But in the meantime, it is going to be the heavy hit. It's going to be popped on this LB, allowing him to buy a little bit more time. Kyrie locked down on for a little while longer as he gets knocked back up. The Temple of Blades almost connected down with Bento, and he pressed to bring him down. Throughout all of that fight, Backyardigans and Team Flash, none of them came into a victory at all.
Yep, and none of them died. I mean, that was a lot of action for nothing. No deaths at all for the past 10 to 15 seconds. But more importantly, is Zookeeper is actually struggling against Luca here. And that's not what you want to see if you're on Backyardigans' side, because this is a make or break game. They will be dropped into the lower brackets. No, they will be eliminated, if I'm not wrong, from this competition, this open qualifiers, if they lose this match.
Lower bracket. Yeah, lower bracket. Because this is upper bracket.
Oh, okay, yes. So they will be dropped down into the lower bracket. So Bento now, I mean, across the board, you don't really see things going that well for Backyardigans. They have to figure out what's a winning strategy. Can they even last into the late game? Because based on the draft, it would make sense that they want to try and go a bit for the late game. That's where Xavier Risen will get that super huge power spike. They could take fights from a distance. But, you know, Team Flash, they like to close off games early. And here we go, Cram God.
Oh, immediately with the Will Dragon right down onto Gojo. That is one person dead on the side of Backyardigans. And that is 0-3, of course, in favor for Team Flash. They do have quite a bit of advantage, 2,000 gold advantage, and now Backyardigans is now going to be mounting onto the comeback. Hopefully that they will be able to get it still down. Oh! Damn it! That ultimate did not, the Dawning Light just did not manage to connect down to the Cram God. As now all 5 members from Team Flash, they are still gonna stay alive while Zan takes the L.
Yep, they're gonna try and reverse the damage given to them instead. And I mean, this is the Team Flash that we all know and love, right? This is peak performance so far, and this is just open qualifiers right now. So Team Flash are gonna be leading 4-0. They have a slight goal lead of about 3, close to 3, but it's a 2k plus. And Bento is gonna be forced to try and force out movements from Veg at this point. He's not winning his lane, but he's not losing that bad either. So Bento is doing a decent job, but he is only doing that hanging on, right? He's only hanging on. That's all he can do at this moment. What? Because there's nothing much that he can do.
What? What was that? Okay, you know, you guys didn't see anything, alright? You guys didn't see anything. No one saw exactly what Veg did, no problem. But for now, DSLB did manage to take down the turtle for himself, and that is gonna be a heavy spin. It's just gonna be pushing Luca all the way to the lands in between and literally in the oblivion. He's gonna be hiding himself into the bubble, but hoping that he'll be able to stay alive. But that is gonna be a Dawning Light that will be connecting down onto him. 2% down from the side of Team Flash, while Zan is gonna be the only casualty from Backyardigans.
Yep, a 2-for-1. So this is something that is a solvable situation, right, for Backyardigans. This is what they want to look for. Good trades across the map and across the board as well. So if they can continue doing this, they could, you know, make their way back into the game. Right now, they have not taken a single turret, and right as I say that, they're gonna even it up. So Team Flash and Backyardigans. I have to take a pause every time because you keep reminding me that you think it's bad.
I have inflicted that onto you now.
Ooh, what a nice one.
I completely. I'm trying to think of what is the name of the skill that goes out. I only remember is Holo Purple. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it's Holo Purple.
Okay, duly noted.
I'm changing the name of Dawning Light to Holo Purple from now on. Sorry, I watched too much anime. But in the meantime, we're just going to be looking at Jay as he tries to go in and assassinate onto Zookeeper. That is going to be the Petrified that unfortunately did not connect, and the Holo Purple completely obliterates Jay out of that round. Unfortunate.
Yeah, we could be looking at a repeat of Season 4. There were a few moments that Team Flash did struggle a bit. There was a bit of miscommunication between the team members
Blue team
itself,
turret has
where
been
they were not
destroyed.
aligned with what they wanted to do at that point. And it looks like Jay may have been on the receiving end of the miscommunication, jumping in all alone here. Now, Backyardigans, of course, they're going to be happy with that, but Zookeeper needs to take care. They are chasing Kyrie, but here comes the turnaround as Zan is going to be left to his own devices, and they probably are going to get Luca to get the kill as well. So Luca with that Melissa going to jump in, and that is going to be a third turret for Team Flash.
That is definitely grim, with the inner and the outer turret and the bottom lane taken down, while the middle lane's outer turret taken down. Team Flash, they do have a lot of real estate down in the bottom lane, and on the bottom side of the map. So it's gonna take some time for Backyardigans to even regain control of all of that. All the damage that's coming in from Team Flash is definitely gonna be a little bit difficult for his to get himself back into the game, especially since they're gonna have to fight for the Lord. Prem God have decided to go for his zoning play with the Weighted Dragon on here, and now this is enough to help them buy time, allowing Kyrie to pick up the Lord for themselves. The rest of Backyardigans are now trying to jump into the side of Team Flash. They managed to secure 2 kills and immediately back out of it all.
Yep. Right now, I mean, that is still a trade that's favorable to Team Flash, right? They got the Lord. Yes, they traded 2 members, which is, it comes in the form of Veg and Luca. But I think both of them were really expecting the fall in the first place, right? Right now, you could actually see just now as Kyrie gets another kill for himself here right off the screen. Prime God on that Cho, right, was responsible for just moving BSS LV as far as possible away from the Lord's Pit so he couldn't go for the steal and retry battle in the first place. And that's the formula for Team Flash, right? They just want to disable, they don't even need to kill at this point. They already have a sizable lead from the start of the game, but that has dwindled down to roughly less than 1k at this point, as Backyardigans, they will have to deal with their first major problem of the game, which is the first Lord.
Which is now Backyardigans now going to be working their way on the Lord, trying to bring him down as soon as they can, which they manage to do so. The top lane is the top lane's outer turret has been destroyed as well, so we can be expecting that every single one of these lanes are just going to be pushed out a little bit. Jay, unfortunately, did not manage to get the right position to enter into the brush. It was Banto that said hi to him instead. Otherwise, it would have been a perfect opportunity for Jay to do something. But in the meantime, it is 6-8. Team Flash only has got about 7,000 gold lead. Not that big. Backyardigans definitely do still have quite a bit of opportunity, and the game is still very much open.
Yep. Backyardigans did not take the big dare from Team Flash. You know, the Melissa was waiting, but in the meantime, Kyrie is gonna just scour across the map, gonna get another turret. The same strategy in Game 1, so Team Flash really playing the map to the best of their ability, right? Right now, they are 5-1 in terms of turret score, and Backyardigans already lost all of this space across the map, and it's only going to get even tougher. Bento gonna try and set up something for his team to see what else can he do, because at this point, Team Flash, while it is only 1,000 gold lead so far, Team Flash is actually far much more ahead than what is shown to you on screen.
11 minutes and 20 seconds down into the game, 1,000 gold lead for the side of Team Flash. And of course, we are looking at a lot of turret takedowns for Team Flash. It is only a matter of time until Team Flash manages to get themselves a sweet, decisive victory, solely because of the amount of control that Team Flash have got around the map. That is, if they manage to push onto the attack and really just press the attack. With only 4 seconds left on the clock for the Lord to spawn, Backyardigans and Team Flash, they definitely want to take control of this Lord, but unfortunately, like I said before, Backyardigans, they do not have that kind of control.
Yep, they have to be very careful as they try and approach this. It's the same type of fight that they could be expecting. Zan gonna jump in blindly though, gets the bouncing ball, but that's not gonna do anything for this point. Bento is not as tanky as he should be, so that could be disastrous. He is gonna be forced to use the split. This is split prematurely, and that is gonna cost them the fight here. Flash, they know the call for them to go in though.
That's inhuman reflexes coming in from Prem. Immediately going for the triple once he saw Zed coming in with the timing defense. That is absolutely insane. That would have changed the game altogether. And now we have the whole bubble just gonna be this decimating Veg. Down onto the ground. Zed is gonna be taken down by the hands of Melissa as well. The rest of the members from the side of Team Flash, they are just going to be exacting revenge for their fallen comrade. And that is Veg all together. 3 members down from the side of Backyardigans, and Team Flash have a very decisive take on the Lord.
Yep, they have 20 seconds and counting to try and take this Lord, but you know, there is a potential of the hollow purple going in for the steal. Oh wait,
they're waiting for it.
Do it.
They are waiting for it.
Yep, he didn't manage to get it. I mean, the timing was impeccable, right?
That is why they're taking so long to take down the Lord.
Oh, Kyrie! My goodness.
I was thinking, why are they delaying so much? Why are they just kind of like juking the Lord? Why do you have to juke the Lord? Until the Donnie like him, you know, I was like, ah.
Yeah, that was close though. I mean, right now, Team Flash, they have this added advantage of the Lord marching down the top lane, and the top lane has only that tier 3 turret left. In the meantime, Cram God, Veg, and Luca, and Jay, they're going to be responsible for putting pressure across other portions of the map here. Both mid and bottom are going to be suffering the wrath of the different members.
Meantime, Lord is now going to be marching up north. He's going to be fighting for the members of Team Flash with his large, heavy sword. Whether he's going to be knocking down turrets, that is going to be the question. Zed is got locked down in the place, he's going to be taken down, and in the meantime, Prem went straight in for the Wither Dragon, just going to be knocking right in onto the glue, but it doesn't seem like he will be taken down just yet. The Dawning Light connects onto many people, but not quite enough to bring anyone down just yet. With one person down on the Team Flash, make that 2, as the rest of the members from the side of Backyardigans are showing back up. All of the members from Team Flash, they are still hanging around in the top side. And there we go! All the way from downtown, Risen connected. One to Cram God. He did not see that coming at all, and that was a very decisive 3-3 fight. But unfortunately, out of it all, Backyardigans still lost 3 of their inhibitor turret.
Yep, their base is barren as we speak right now, and I mean, it is a consolation prize in the form of 3 bodies for Backyardigans. But, you know, even though they have taken 3 deaths, Team Flash, they have taken everything else possible from the base of Backyardigans, with the exception of that final crystal. Jay, Kyrie, and Veg, Luca, Cramgod, now all back online, ready to come back into the game. They have to try and stall out for another 50 seconds or so, or they could potentially hop onto any of the mistakes that Backyardigans potentially might make and try to end the game from there.
As the clock slowly ticks down, 40 seconds on the clock. Backyardigans, they're slowly going to be finding some ways to break through onto Team Flash. They have to be really careful though. Only one they can open up brushes right now. It kind of seems as though it's either Bento or perhaps it's the Akai.
Yep, which is both a very huge risk, right?
Indeed.
So DSSLV, yes, you can jump in, and potentially if things go awry, you could use your heavy spin. But that's a defensive heavy spin, and that's not the situation you want to have, right? You do not want to use a defensive heavy spin, especially when you're coming from the back. So right now, Backyardigans, they have to be very mindful of where they position and how they're going to try and take the fights, because you can see the way that Team Flash is positioned. They have multiple layers that they have to go through, right? So they have to filter. First, they might have to encounter Cram God, who has just shown his face. So they know that he's there, but more importantly, it's about the timing that they want to go for the kills. So Veg and Cram God, their role is really just to catch the backlines. And for some reason, Jay has jumped in on his own again, as they allow a shutdown from Risen here. And that is going to be a little bit of a positive for Backyardigans. Right now, this allows Bento to really step into the brushes and get a glimpse of what's happening on the Melissa. But this throw might get caught. Cram God as well as Veg. The two of them are being chased now. Bento on his own, but a 3-man jump onto Veg, who is alone on this Edith. And that Dawning Light comes in as well. Zookeeper gonna be responsible for that final hit, which means this is the perfect situation for them. Backyardigans, this is the Lord for them to take. Right now, Kyrie is coming in and he has his eyes ready, but Zen knows what's happening. And Zen's nice storm and they get the kill!
Perfect timing, perfect trajectory, as now Kyrie leaves himself out of the battlefield as fast as he can. The dawning light did not connect, unfortunately, but wait a second, he still has got the retribution. He found it! He found it! And immediately backed right off! And now, Backyardigans, despite all of the plays that they have made, despite all of the advantage they have found for themselves, they lost it all! Just from a single Lord Still, with Zookeeper and Zan taken down at the same time.
Yep, they couldn't deal with their failure in game 1, right? So they knew they had to deal with Kyrie. But after all is said and done, they blocked him off, they tried to kill him. And where does it bring it back to? Right back to where he wanted, which is the Lord. He got that steal, and this could be the end of the game. They catch out Bento. He's left all alone. 2 members. Can they do anything? No, Risen. He's gonna try and make up for it, but there are still too many members of Team Flash alive, and that's it for the base. Team Flash cleans it 2-0. True flashy style.
Absolutely flashy. Gotta have to say that this game is definitely a nail biter, right? A nail-biting, heart-wrenching, butt-clenching moment. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of members and a lot of people just having that kind of feeling, huh?
Yep.
I mean, let's be honest here. It really seemed a little bit grim somewhere along the later stages of the game, right? Where Kyrie was dropped all the way down low. That was a perfect Tyrant's Revenge from the side of Zen. Predicted the trajectory as to where Kyrie was about to go. Slammed him right in the middle of it all. And everyone could just slam right down onto Kyrie. And what really helped Kyrie even more was the fact that he had an immortality. And if not for the immortality, he wouldn't even have the time to use Tempest of Blaze to run away and turn the tides around with a single retribution.
Yep, exactly. I mean, that was the perfect situation at that point for Backyardigans. I mean, they had us in the first half. I was not gonna lie, I thought that was it. That was the lot going for Backyardigans. That was gonna be a 1-1 game. And you know, Bento was chasing the other backlines while the remaining 3 members were chasing off. I forgot who that person in the middle lane was, but they were chasing and they almost got the kill, and that's where Kyrie jumped in, right? And it became a state of equilibrium. But you know, I think all of the interesting plays we have, I think we should take a look at who the MVP is first. I think that's more important.
Exactly. Well, I don't exactly have an MVP in mind, but
it has to be. It has to be.
You know, I'm trying to look out of the box, all right? Because every single one of the members from the side of Team Flash, they definitely played to their heart's content, right? It's not exactly just only Kyrie that did a very good job. Every single one of the members from their side has done a amazing job, right? All in all. But Kyrie, when it comes down to statistics, he's got himself the MVP title with a total of 6 kills, 2 deaths and 6 assists, with a total of close to 900, just 6 GPM short. With a total of 31% kill participation for those people that want to mimic Kyrie. Feel free to buy yourself the Tough Boost, BOD, and not to forget the Berserker's Fury, Windtalker, Endless Battle, as well as the Malefic Roar. At one point in time, he does have the Immortality, so just swap in whenever you want.
Yep. So, I mean, that was a brilliant game. I mean, Backyardigans, they did a really good job as well. They did a better game 2 in comparison to what they had in game 1, right? So they were better prepared with the draft. I think they were confident that they could make it work. But I think the execution was a bit difficult because they were unable to deal with Kyrie. Kyrie was still the same high-spirited, flying around the map kind of Link, right? And they couldn't deal with the control. The only moment they caught him was unfortunately that last fight where Zen caught him, and that was supposed to be it.
It was supposed to be it. But it did not turn out the way that we wanted it to, and not the way that they wanted it to as well. Backyardigans, they had all of their hopes and dreams pinned onto that single kill, onto that Link. Otherwise, it would have been a win. It is time for us to uncover exactly what has happened and of course, refresh our memories again with the highlights. Let's go right in. Kin, what do we have?
Right, so early game, it was looking good, but Cram got, I mean, look at that sidestep, my goodness, with that hollow purple being dodged out. And that really changed the pace because that allowed Kyrie to jump in. And this was a full health Kyrie with no qualms about jumping in all alone. And right here, this is really where, you know, Team Flash really started to show a little few cracks around. Zookeeper actually got the kill, so they did manage to funnel a couple of good advantages into Zookeeper. But unfortunately, they lost too much because the way Team Flash plays is they like to take a lot of the objectives first. They're very objective-based gaming. So right around the map, sure, they lost 3 members at this point down here. You will see later on with that beautiful dawning light, right? But they lost too much in terms of turrets, in terms of utilities, so they couldn't deal with this. And this massive, massive steal by Kyrie towards the end of the game really just seals the deal for them. Because I think they went all in. They really broke them, not just physically, but they broke them mentally as well. Because this was the play, that when Zan caught Kyrie, that was it. The whole team actually believed that Team Flash was going to be crumbling because they made the absolute godlike play. But somehow, Kyrie, with the help of his teammates, fast fingers, swapped out the immortality as well into whatever item that he bought towards the end. I mean, if I was at Backyardigans, I would be crushed, honestly.
I would be as well. Within that short span of time, he immediately did what he gotta have to. Great decision making. Instead of going back home to heal up, he stood around, knowing that the Lord will be taken, and it's like a make it or break it kind of play. In the end, he broke nothing except for the game. He broke the game by winning the game altogether in a relatively hopeless scenario. That is a game that is probably like 30% win rate. Oh, actually 20%. Well, let's just put it as 20%.
They were doing well.
Exaggeration, right?
They were doing well, but it's just that they started to crumble a little bit towards the later game.
Just a little percent. Like
just a little bit.
Yeah, like winning percentage of that fight. Yeah,
Yes.
Of that
yes.
fight. All in all, is things are still looking pretty darn good.
Yeah, but you know what's looking good? The brackets are looking good as well. So let's see an update towards the scoreline here. Ooh, Banana actually leading 1-0 against Absolute SG.
Nice, okay. So, how is it gonna be like? Maybe we actually will be able to see say Bananarama in the regular season after all. But, of course, they are still undergoing their game number 2, so we will catch you guys very, very soon about that. In the meantime, all the way down in the bottom side, we still have FFE versus Greyback. Of course, not say of course, but unfortunately, somehow, right, it's a best of 1 in the lower
so
brackets.
they got crushed.
Oh.
Greyback. Hopes and dreams all gone. FFE Prime actually
Very
took it off.
punishing. Very, very punishing.
Yeah.
Holy crap!
Yep. So yeah, they're gonna be knocked out. So FFE Prime, this is the prime time slot for them. They will get a chance to move further down or higher above into the lower brackets the next round. So FFE now will be playing against Backyardigans. So our cartoon against our Prime Supermarket. So that is gonna be the matchup later on. And now, ALC, what does ALC stand for again?
Alchemy.
Alchemy. Alright, so Alchemy has won 1-0 in the best of 1 against the Zone. So Alchemy will be waiting for the loser of Banana against Absolute SG, which at this point, it looks like Banana is leading and they could be in a very comfortable position to play a 2-0. We know how strong Banana is at this point.
Exactly. But that also means that there could be some chance. You remember Performance Society? Banana did win game 1 but lost game 2. Well, for some reasons. But we will of course be diving down on the next game very, very soon, and we will tell you which game we are gonna be casting next. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere. We will be right back after 10 minutes of break time.
For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるよ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet. Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadly.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLSG Season 5 Qualifiers. We have went through 3 games of best of 3, right?
2.
Yeah, it feels like 3 games, but it's just 2.
We went through 2 games of best of 3. Now we are gonna be yeah, best of 1. Sorry, I heard the production tell me this is best of 5. I was like, wait, what, huh? We are now looking into the lower brackets of FFE versus Backyardigans, whereby this is going to be a best of 1 punishing series.
Yeah, this is do or die, right?
Do
if
or
you
die.
lose here, you will be out of the qualifiers. You will not make it to regular season. You will not make it to playoffs. You will not touch that trophy. You can only see it from afar.
I can feel the prick in my heart whenever you say not. I'm not the one playing, yet I can feel the prick already. So honestly, that hurts. But well, I believe that we have some time to take a look at the brackets real quick and let you guys have a quick little rundown as to what has happened so far. So Bananarama did manage to beat Absolute SG. As such, Bananarama is going to be making their way over to the next upper bracket where they're gonna have to fight with Team Flash. Whoever wins in that game will then be going over to the regular season. So it's either one of these teams. But of course, if Banana does go down, that means they are just gonna be relegated down to the lower brackets. It's not exactly out for them yet.
Yeah, one more fighting chance for either of these teams, Banana or Team Flash, do or die. No, we're not exactly do or die for them, but do or maybe
almost die.
Yeah, almost die.
Yeah.
Right. So
Almost
with
go.
that, we are going to be looking in the lower brackets. This is the actual do or die. FFE Prime against Backyardigans. Now that we have already seen Backyardigans play, there is a bit more reference to what FFE Prime and how they are going to go up against these competitors. FFE Prime, of course, dispatched Greyback. Yeah, Greyback Audacity with a 1-0 lead. It was another best of 1, so they actually cleaned them out. And it's a rematch from a series of community tournaments that they have played against each other. So this time, FFE Prime has come out on tops. And for the match that matters the most, because this is MPL, this is the professional scene. So with that, FFE Prime has made it past. They will be going up against Backyardigans. Now, Backyardigans, I think they have proven that they are of substantial quality. Maybe not as high as Team Flash yet, but I think they did make them sweat a little bit. I mean, I'm sure they expected to...
There was definitely some resistance.
Yeah, they did. I hope they expected to put up a good fight, right? Maybe winning was not part of the plan, but you know, getting some useful lessons and insights on how actual professional teams play, that will be something useful that they can bring in to this fight against FFE Prime.
So how are these two teams gonna fare against one another? Is it gonna be FFE Prime or would it be Backyardigans that will be moving on to the next part of this bracket? Make sure you guys stay on tune in and take a look at the drafting, because this is only a 1-game series. Very punishing. But we'll move on to the drafting phase whenever the teams are ready. But so far, FFE Prime, tell me more about them. What do you know about them so far?
I think the way that FFE Prime plays is really similar to how Greyback plays. And I mean, as we move on to the drafting, you will see FFE, they also like a very early game-centric draft. But one thing that they always have in their draft, and I hope it doesn't change this time, is that they always have 1 or 2 late game insurance characters or heroes that they have picked up. Right. So the first off, we know this is a best of 1, so there's no playing around, right? We don't leave any gaps for teams to really expose. So the standard bans will come into play, the meta bans will come into play. So we will not see Joy, we will not see Fredrin, we will not see 1-1 as well as the Fanny. These are the standard bans across any matches, be it ranked, competitive play, really up to you, even classic maybe. Right? These are different bans that you will see. Actually, classic no ban, right?
No ban.
Yeah, lor. So okay, never mind. So Oreo817 going to be responsible for the last ban in the first phase for FFE Prime. Now, talk about the players, Kyushu and How. Right, these two are the two players that have caught my eye during the community competitions from FFE Prime, and of course Psycho as well. Not to say that the other 2 players I don't care about. It's just that these 3 players, mainly from FFE Prime, have always been the playmakers amongst the team. Right, so they consist of the roamer, jungler, as well as the marksman for this 3. Not sure if they're going to change the roles for this particular match itself, but that's the reference I have for FFE Prime. Right, they're going to finish up their first phase bans with the glue. And now we're going to go back into Backyardigans. Now, what do you think of Backyardigans?
Well, I think that whatever that we have seen so far is pretty much evident, right? They do have a very good understanding as to how they naturally would want to play with their heroes, and they do have ways that they can come back into the games as long as they understand their own discipline, right? Against Team Flash, there are a couple of times where their defenses are good. We have seen their high ground potential, high ground advantage. They know how to make full use of all of those to look for an opportunity. So technically speaking, Backyardigans, they are really strong in their own mechanics use. And of course, when it comes down to team play and how to coordinate themselves within a team fight in order to turn a losing situation into a winning condition could be very much possible. So FFE, they're gonna have to be really careful. Even if they do have to lead, Backyardigans will still find a way to get right back at them.
Yeah, FFE Prime gonna open our match and drafting with the Faramis. Now we have seen Faramis that has performed really well, like for that of Team Flash, and we have seen Faramis that might not work as well in the synergy as later parts of the game. So let's see, Backyardigans, they were one of the few that had to play against a Faramis, especially during their Flash matchup. Now I think they should be better prepared for Faramis, but like we said, Faramis is an open-ended draft.
Yes.
You could really pair up anyone with Faramis. So the question now is, I think this sets the stage where I was gonna say Blacklist again. Backyardigans now have the control to really set the pace for the drafting as well.
So, of course, this is back into the old alleys of Valentina versus a Faramis kind of thing, right? Faramis right now is kind of locked into playing as a mage, considering the fact that Backyardigans picked up a Valentina for themselves, right? So there is absolutely no way that you should be playing as a roam. Otherwise, you will be on a losing edge with how strong your cult altar would be, right? Even though it's still, the Call Altar is definitely one of the key elements that we should be looking out coming in from either side of this team, but it may not be the one that really makes it or breaks it, right? It gives a lot of shields, or rather, it gives a lot of false life health bars. But in the end of the day, this small little change may actually turn a game completely around, so they're gonna have to be really careful regarding that.
Yeah, FFE Prime, of course. Now they're gonna pair up this Faramis with the Brody as well as the Kyushu Baxia. Now, Kyushu Baxia is pretty special, I must say. Kyushu Baxia has always impressed me in the community tournaments, so I'm hoping that he can perform at the same level and as well as the same proficiency that we have seen him in community games. But bear in mind, of course, this is not a community game anymore. This is a pro league and this is a pro scene already.
Yes.
So, I'm interested to see if he can really perform at the same standard as he has shown us in the past. But on the side of Backyardigans, we are going to see our first Lapu Lapu from Backyardigans. And finally, our first carry of the day.
Ah, right. Haven't really been, we have kind of seen it, kind of tossed away every now and then, especially in the previous game of Backyardigans versus Team Flash. It's a very tanky composition, right? Carry wasn't available to be picked up, but somehow we still managed to see quite a bit of a struggle between these two teams every now and then. So right now, moving on to the second phase of the banning stage, with Diggy being thrown right back into the banning pool, but, kind of like eye for an eye, tit for the tat kind of thing. FFE definitely would want to look out for bans that are going into the jungle as well as the roam. So whichever heroes that are great at flexing either one of these two roles should be thrown into the banning pool as much as possible.
That's right. So, I mean, the Digi and Archive ban, this leaves the two final bans, right? So, we're going to start off the final ban on Backyardigans side with DSSLV. And I think they need to try and look at what other type of roam does FFE prefer with their lineup. They could potentially still take a risk with a Faramis roam. They could. I'm just saying, right? But I would not agree. I mean, if you're really going to risk it, it has to be a high risk, high reward, because this is a best of one. Any mistake that you make is going to be magnified, for sure. One kill that you give away for free, that is going to turn into a very huge disadvantage into the mid game, and that one kill, that one small mistake could potentially cost you the game.
Eventually, with the Glock being thrown in and the Atlas. So now, there's a lot of tanky heroes that is already out of the way. We should still be able to expect quite a lot of aggression coming in from Backyardigans. Almost say their own name again.
Black
Well, right now we do have Zen. It's just going to be shadow picking down onto the Kufra. Now this is technically speaking, well, it's not bad to a certain extent, right? They are looking out for all these engagements that a Kufra typically excels in, preparing himself for Tyrant's Revenge, that great amount of distance covered, and not to forget Bouncing Ball, really great when it comes down to heroes that ultimately uses a lot of blinks or the movement spells, and finally with the Tyrant's Rage, that really locks people in whenever they're close to the wall. Wow. And that is just crowd control that we are looking out all in all.
Okay, so it's gonna be Estes being hovered and Psycho back on the Yuzhong. So Psycho does play on the EXP lane most of the time, and he's gonna be in charge of Yuzhong at this point. And now Estes is something that they're considering, and they will be locking in this Estes. I like the longevity in their lives for this sustain. They have very good sustain.
A lot of sustain.
But whether they can sustain the burst potential from Backyardigans is another question.
Completely forgot about the fact that Barats is still a hero.
Still viable.
It's still viable / a hero. So Barats is gonna be picked up over here. So both sides of this team, FFE as well as Backyardigans, both teams, they do have some tankiness within their lineup. We can definitely still expect to see a lot of scuffles and shuffles between these two teams. But one thing's for sure is that when it comes down to Baxia being able to, roam around quite a lot as well as being aggressive, reduce damage as well as tanky enough, we can pretty much expect that FFE's Baxia would be all around the map with not a lot of people that can really keep him in check.
Yep, FFE Prime here going to be represented by Psycho, Hao, Kyushu, Ron, and Ahoki. So teams that know FFE Prime, these are the names that you'll be looking out for.
Of course, Backyardigans, my favorite picture. Angel, DCSLV, Zan, Bento, as well as Risen. All 5 of them coming in together. And whoever that character smoking cigars. Okay, never mind. There's 2 characters smoking cigars. Well, whichever that 2 character is, super badass. Well, maybe that's a reflection of who they are. Kind of like reflecting themselves onto the characters. Perhaps, I don't know. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump right into this best of 1 game between these 2 teams, FFE versus Backyardigans. Who's gonna be the one to come up on top, and how is this game gonna fare? We start things off super hot and spicy with Oreo immediately losing more than half of his health.
Yeah, but the pull in return by the Faramis on Risen is going to be negating that deficit. So both of them are low on health already. Risen going to be healing up slowly as they will be looking at the Lethal Wanderer maybe. But in the meantime, you can see the Baxia already making his way around the map. And more importantly, is this Yuzhong already going in to try and steal a couple of the jungle creeps, or at least provide some pressure. Another jump!
And it kind of seems as though Oreo is in a very bad situation. Ron's Shadow Stampede almost made things super sweaty for Oreo, considering the fact that if Zen had 1 more bounce, it would have probably been game over for Oreo then.
Yep, DSSLV catches a glimpse of both Kyushu and Hao. They will try to put some pressure. They need to make Zookeeper have as much freedom as possible, as it looks like DSSLV will get the gold buff for himself, leaving them some space in the mid lane and the bot lane to do what they can.
From side of Backyardigans.
So
they were really hoping and seeing that whether they can do something about this. But that doesn't seem to work very well. 3-man rotation, or rather 2-man rotation over to the top lane, was hoping that they will be able to get a kill down onto the Brody. That completely, their plan completely got foiled.
Yeah, they're both really just playing around each other. I mean, they're just showing how well they know their characters. They're juked by Hao at the top, but more importantly, the Barrage has already started this turtle on the bottom side of the map here. FFE Prime, this is the first real challenge. Kyushu staying around, Black Dragon form committed, and DSSLV actually gets the first turtle of the game, which means they have to choose. Do they want to run or do they want to fight? Because also going to be committed as well.
Oh, the Danon as well comes just going to be connected onto the Blood Serpent. That is not going to be working very well for Psycho, as he went straight down after being nommed by the SSLV. Backyardigans now have got a single kill ahead of FFE, and that is going to put them about 1.4 thousand gold ahead of FFE. Not that big of a difference, but from this point onward, they could very possibly try to find a way to snowball.
Yep, and more importantly is the level advantage. They are one level ahead on the side of Backyardigans compared to the majority of the lineup for FFV Prime. Ron, of course, is one level behind Risen, and that's going to be a huge problem because the wave clear is going to be much slower compared to his Valentina, and which means they won't have as much support. Zan and DSSLV going to be spotted by Oreo in the meantime. And you can see they're trying to suffocate the jungle of FFV Prime. Exactly what they need to do because they already have a considerable lead. 1k or so, but more importantly, the level advantage means they can take team fights much better than what they have.
I think the tankiness coming in from the side of Backyardigans is eventually going to be quite a bit of an issue when it comes down to the mid stages of the game. We're looking at a Baraz that is essentially very tanky, Zan that is playing as a roamer, so as a tank is pretty tanky as well. But in the meantime, speaking of Zan, he's just going to be jumping right into Current's revenge. He did manage to contest up with one person, but somehow managed to run away. Four men completely coagulated together, but now the Cult Altar is just going to be popped, allowing FFE to come back and go back in for a fight, dropping DSSLV, which I thought would be tanky enough to be able to withstand all odds, but I got proven completely wrong.
Yep, that was a beautiful IMU usage from Backyardigans, but it's even more beautiful Cult Altar by Ron, you know, waiting for that perfect time, and they really flipped that whole fight around against Backyardigans. But if you take a look at the bot lane, this Lapu Lapu is doing a lot of work against Psycho. He's doing so much better compared to what he was doing in his glue game against Flash. So Bento, I think, recovering mentally and physically from that kind of mental scare, as these two will secure the second turtle for themselves. So it's going to be one apiece on the turtle count for both teams, and that evens up the EXP by a little bit. They're still trailing by they're still trailing right on the side of FFV Prime, but it's not that far apart at this point.
About 1,000 gold, not too bad. Eventually, once the third turtle comes in, that is going to be a difference because odd number, you know. So, eventually, FFE, they will definitely want to get themselves as much of their attention as possible. But in the meantime, for now, this is LV with the nom-nom-noms onto the Estes. Completely singling him out and able to get him anywhere. Risen comes in from behind and proxies in between. That is going to be a 2-for-1 trade. The one coming in from Backyardigans is understandably going to be a roamer. As such, it is going to be a very valuable trade.
Yep, Psycho and Bento, this is a stagnant fight at the EXP lane, but that's good for both teams, right? That's exactly what your EXP laners should be doing. Now, the first one to show is going to be the one that loses, potentially, because Bento now, while he is recovering, Psycho is also low as well, so that should keep them at a stalemate in the EXP lane. More importantly, let's cover the rest of the members on both sides. FFE Prime, this is not exactly the ideal situation they want to be in. Yes, they're trailing by just a little bit, but EXP-wise, they're still not even across the Backyardigans line.
So how exactly are either one of these teams going to be reacting to one another? The turtle will only be popping up in 20 seconds in the southern area. Both teams will want to extend themselves as far as possible and try to get themselves the area around the turtle in order to try to keep the opponents in check. In the meantime, that is Oreo that does have got the Cult Altar and immediately popping right out. Psycho comes in as a Blood Serpent form, just going to be circling himself around the members from the side of Backyardigans. Is that going to do anything? Unfortunately, not much. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but unfortunately, Backyardigans did get the negative side of the trade as they lost the marksman while FFE used their roamer. Despite all of that, Backyardigans and FFE still want to fight against one another, usually managing to take the turtle for himself and almost at the cost of his own life as he managed to get himself right out of dodge. Oreo pops right in with the Moonlight Blessings just in the perfect time.
The clutch plays from the side of FFE Prime just at the split seconds notice. They have the Cult Altar right before, Oreo was going to die. And, later on, Oreo came back with that clutch heal and kill ultimate for the rest of his teammates on FFE Prime. So it could have gone very, very badly for the side of FFE Prime, but that split-second decision and split-second cooldown usage has saved majority of their teammates most of the time. Psycho not exactly having a good time against Bento down here. He's going to be forced to be stuck in lane. And if you take a look at the full jump, Zen comes in on the backline, but How is perfectly safe and sound on the backlines, and looks like Zookeeper cannot be said of the same. How gets the first kill of this fight, but the Couch Outer has been popped with the IMU from Risen, and could this be the call for them? Zookeeper is so low!
Oh, almost maybe, perhaps. Ron jumped right over to the back lines and managed to get a snipe down onto the two members. They are stuck in between, or rather stuck right underneath the turret's nose. FFE now has got a great advantage as they have managed to catch up in terms of the gold deficit. Bento hoping that he'll be able to get himself away, activates the bravest warriors, and DSLV pops himself with the Detonator's Welcome, hoping that he'll be able to save Bento, but unfortunately to no avail. The only ones left to defend whatever that's left is going to be DSLV himself as well as Zach.
Yep, DSLV didn't even try to contest the buff because they need to make sure that they don't get this tower, but he's a bit too far forward. He gets stunned again.
Kyushu crushed himself down to SSLV, stopped him right in tracks as How he does have his torn apart memory and literally torn everyone apart with a triple kill credited over to his name. 4 members shattered.
Yep, if it didn't look convincing enough, FFE Prime really showing why they're called Prime in the first place, getting so many kills, essentially a wipeout at 9 minutes into the game against Backyardigans. I mean, Backyardigans, I was expecting a lot more from them, but this is a tough situation to be in.
It's literally a Backyardigans being torn apart. With only 6,000 gold in advantage for FFE. They previously had a bad start, but now How he's putting himself on the radar. Everyone else is being able to see him pinging on the radar, and everyone wants his head. But unfortunately, it is just not as easy as anyone expects. We have Psycho with great amount of sustainability whenever he's in his Blood Serpent form, and to top it all off, Oreo that's playing as the Estes. He ultimately does have a lot of healing potential when it comes down to the blessing of the Moonlight Goddess that is capable of keeping everyone else alive. And let's not forget, to top it all off, the icing on the cake, we even have the Faramis that is working himself onto the cult's altar. It's almost like an unbeatable strategy coming in from FFE. It takes so much out of Backyardigans in order to melt down the members.
Yep, it's really just layering of the skills, and if you take a look at the positioning, the first member right in the front of everyone is normally the Faramis, which means that if you want to get them, you have to go through the Cult's Outer first. So the Cult's Outer being popped off will always be at the correct time, or you can say prime time for FFE. And what that happens is, if let's say they exhaust this Cult's Outer, no worries, we can always come back in with the Estes heal, and if there's any problem with that, we have the Black Dragon form, or in this Blood Dragon form in this case. And so Backyardigans, they have literally quite a lot of problems to deal with. DSSLV, he can get that swallow above as well, that gobble in, and he actually gobbles them in.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be very good for the side of FFE, as Kyushu is currently in a really bad state. But I realize it is all just a false life, as all of the members coming from the side of FFE, they are all still going to be super healthy. They turn it right back, or rather not even turning it right back. They are literally on top of Backyardigans. 4 members down, the only one left is going to be Risen, as he's trying to get himself escaping out of his old dear life, as FFE cleans this game up cleanly.
Yep, I mean, I expected this game to be fast, but not this fast. I mean, that was clean. FFE Prime. There's a reason why they're called Prime amongst the many teams of FFE, and they have truly shown it. This is a very convincing win, right? They not only kept Zookeeper in check, they made sure How look at his score, 9-1-3. He's not someone that I joke about when I was talking about him in the community tournaments. He is someone that is really well versed in his marksman role, right? And Psycho, of course, not exactly the best EXP laning experience for him going up against Bento. Bento did really well this game, but unfortunately, it's a team effort, right? And FFE Prime really came together. It was a very good gel and synergy across the lineup.
This is starting to get a lot more exciting.
Yep.
FFE Prime, a team that not a lot of people know of, but they have been around when it comes down to community tournaments, and now it's time for them to prove themselves. And the first obstacle is done. Bring down Backyardigans, who apparently have got a lot of big names in here, right? Backyardigans itself, there's some MPL players, or rather ex-MPL players from previous seasons. They gathered together, bring up this team Backyardigans, but FFE Prime dropped them all the way back home.
Yep, and FFE Prime is a very, very young team. Yep, they are made up of really young kids. To me, they're kids. I mean, I'm quite old.
You're old,
I'm old, but they're young. Okay, they're young. So this is new bloods coming into the scene, and you can see that yes, there is evidence of young bloods really growing and making sure that there's growth in our esports scene for MLBB. So I'm really, really proud of the fact that they did really well here, right? So now, question is, which one of these young bloods is the MVP?
Really? Do we really need to answer that? It's very likely gonna be Brody, isn't it?
Well,
yes.
It is not. It's gonna be the Faramis. It's gonna be Ron. So Ron on that Faramis. Hey, producer, please tell us why is he the MVP?
I mean, I'll tell you why. It's 3 kills, 9 assists, and not a single death. I would say that Brody probably had a single death, right? He should have 1 death.
No, it's not about a death. Let me tell you why he is the MVP. Because there were certain moments across the match where actually if Backyardigans got the kill, they would have wiped the entire team of FFE. And every single time, Ron actually came in clutch with the literal last second Couch Alter to save his entire team's life.
I would definitely agree that Ron played a massive part in most of the games, and his Couch Alter was super important. And I would agree that he got an MVP because of all these plays.
Yeah.
But that would make both of us wrong.
I'm okay to be wrong.
Yeah, it's okay to be wrong, but because okay, so let's be honest here. The MVP right now for this one, or rather most of the MVP tabulation is also is mostly because of KDA. Like, there's like some kind of calculation, math thing. I don't know the math, but I know that as long as like there's 1 death, your MVP score goes down. The more kills that you get is more important than an assist. Those kind of stuff. In the end of the day, 14 is to 0 is to 1, for example, is better than 16 is to 1 is to 1.
Okay, Ken, I like your explanation of how, MVP is being calculated. But
I
it's
can't
okay.
math!
It's okay, the most important thing is not about the MVP. The most important is how they actually get there, right?
Exactly.
The journey is the most important. Like, the destination is
No, the
beautiful.
numbers is more important!
But the journey is great as well, right? So let's take a look at what the highlights are for this match for FFE Prime.
Of course, FFE Prime, they have played their hearts out, and we are now going to be taking a look at exactly every single thing that has uncovered for them. Understandably, when it comes down to Backyardigans, they have done so much to try to push the opponents, but with just a single Cult Alter, time and time again, they have found themselves in such a amazing spot. This is one time that our friends at Backyardigans have managed to get themselves an amazing kill onto the side of Estes so that they can secure a kill onto Hao, which is going to be that Brody. Time and time again, they will want to go for trades like these. But eventually, these trades just didn't quite go that well for them because Hao still managed to get the farm that they need in just by killing people altogether because of all the ultimates combined.
Yep, I mean, look at that. The timing on that Couch Alter, and that's just on Ron, right? We haven't even talked about Oreo for his heals on this Estes. I mean, they both came in at impeccable timings. It's really the perfect time. It's where, Backyardigans kind of already have it in the bag. And one slip up, one mistake, that would have been a reverse sweep onto the entire lineup of FFE Prime. And that's why, if the MVP is not Ron, it has to be Oreo. I don't want this. How? Great, he had a lot of kills,
He
right?
has numbers!
Yeah, but that's your job, man. So, no shade. Well done. I mean, this is a team effort. So FFE Prime, really well done. They will be moving on into the later part of the lower brackets. Now, let's take a look at the updated brackets. FFE Prime now has made it through. We're going to be seeing now Absolute SG against Alchemy. Now, your favorite boy is Alchemy.
Yes. This is kind of tough to see how things are going to work out into, Alchemy, they are a young team, right? They are a young team, yet they are feared throughout the community. every time when I went into a community event, they're talking about, yeah, we cannot win, alchemy is in, yeah, cannot win, alchemy is in, we are fighting against alchemy. Legit! Legit!
Okay,
So,
okay.
do not look down onto alchemy. Right? Do not look down on alchemy. They are a very prominent team, actually.
Okay.
Yes,
Yes.
you will want to agree with me, but you will feel that it's wrong.
No, I like we said, we are on opposing opinions here. So
This is where I say another way of correcting people's opinions. You know, because recently I have like this thing. Whenever people tell me their opinion, I will troll them and just be like, "You can have your opinion, even though they are wrong."
okay. Well,
Such as people saying the Cyclops is great. If you think the Cyclops is great, cool. You can have your opinion, even though you're wrong.
okay, duly noted. Very hard biasness here by Abstract. But nonetheless, of course, we will be seeing who's the winner of Alchemy against Absolute SG. And that winner will go up against FFE. Now, the final winner of that particular setup will see the loser of our winner's bracket, who will be dropping down. Be it Banana or be it Team Flash. Either one, I will be very disappointed to see because both these teams are really very strong. So, actually, I'm very interested to see how this lineup would turn out. Because Banana, we have seen they have the potential. They are playing like close. I won't say a professional team.
Yeah.
Close to a professional team, right? And Flash is a professional team. So it's like new bloods against the old bloods. And we'll see, right? There's the same questions as we had in the previous season. Does experience beat youth? Was it youth? Did we call it youth? I know we called it experience for the veterans.
Yeah, youth is fine. You know your brain is still young and developing. Your reaction is way faster compared to us apex and gongongs.
We operate on experience. We already know what's going to happen. So,
Yeah,
but whether we do it fast
and
enough
we
is another
autopilot.
thing. Yeah.
Most of the time it comes down to the autopilot. But ladies and gentlemen, let's watch how things are going to be after a short little break. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this 10 minutes break.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPLSG Season 5 Qualifiers. We have went through quite a day already, and we are down to our second last game of the day. FFE versus question mark. We are gonna be jumping right into the brackets and tell you guys exactly which team is going to be fighting against FFE, and that is going to be Alchemy. Alchemy has managed to beat Absolute SG in a 1-0 fashion.
Yeah, so it is going to be us locking horns here because we both have interest in each of these teams, right? So I'm very
Yes.
interested in FFE.
We are
Prime.
we are relatively invested in one team.
Yeah.
He's invested with FFE Prime. I'm invested in my Alchemy boys. So shout out over to my Alchemy boys. You know, I coached you guys for one event. So show me what you've got.
Different from me, I'm not a coach or anything. It's just
I'm not a coach too.
I've just seen their growth for the community tournaments, right? So I'm pretty interested to see how they're gonna perform right here. And of course, I've also seen Alchemy SG boys in action. They are pretty strong as well. But
Yeah, no
community
buts, no buts.
tournaments are community tournaments. This is a different stage altogether.
But this
It's
is
a-
community tournament versus community team versus community team.
But the stage is different. It's a professional stage.
But they're at home.
Online,
Yeah lah.
the pressure is different.
Performance anxiety.
Yes.
Don't have lah.
Yeah.
Where got?
Maybe for your boys, I don't know.
Maybe for your boys,
FFE
huh?
Prime, they're okay one.
Hey, Alchemy
Yeah,
boys,
they're
no
called Prime
problem
for a
one.
reason.
They cannot. They scare a lot of people,
Hey,
you know.
psh.
This is gonna be a fun game, especially since this is a best of one series. So it's either my boys or his boys are gonna be eliminated. So make full use of the comment section over there and tell us exactly which team you think is going to win. Team Abstract or Team Kindofu?
Yup. Wow, what a way to put a challenge. Unfortunately, it's not between the two of us.
It's not.
But
Alchemy versus FFE.
Yeah.
Alright.
More importantly, both teams are really young, so they are really
Yes.
the new potentials for Singapore's MLBB esports scene, which is why I'm very vested in either of the teams. Regardless who wins, sure. I mean, it might be FFE Prime, but you know, it.
I would agree with you, but that will make both of us wrong.
Sure, whatever you
I
say,
love
man.
to use that.
Whatever
I
you say.
swear, I love to use that.
So now the challenge for either of these teams is they will be going up against either Team Flash or Team Banana. And we know the challenge is very hard, right? Both these teams, they are playing close to, if not already at a professional level, right? So Team Banana very close to professional style already. And Team Flash, you already know, they are past contenders, qualifiers. They have made it all the way to regular season and almost to the playoffs as well.
Yes.
So they are a force to be reckoned with. So
Yes.
now the question is, can the young boys of both these teams really match up to the pressure that's on them? While granted this is online, they are playing from home, it is still a competition nonetheless. And the
Indeed.
stakes are high. This is a best
Very
of one.
Yes. So they definitely have that idea to them that we're so close, just so close. And normally when it comes down to that kind of thinking, it really starts to stir people up and people will start to really get into the action. So let us jump right into match number 4 of the day, taking a look at FFE Prime on the left versus Alchemy on the right.
So FFE going to start off the first band with the Frederick, and they will be accompanied with the band from the Alchemy Boys by Fanny. So no Frederick, no Fanny for this game, and I mean we will be expecting a very standard bands. Okay, Edith is not what I had in mind for the bands, but Edith will be taken out. Now, if you take a look at the names, for those of you that are following the community tournaments, these are all familiar names for you. On the side of the Alchemy Boys, Narcotics, Bitcoin, Ashiru, Icon, and Eford. Ashiru is the one that I have my eyes on along with Bitcoin. These two players have caught my eyes during the competitions that the Alchemy Boys have always taken part in. Right? The two of them stand out to me as one of the better players. Yes, they didn't ban Kaja yet, right?
Yet, yes.
So
Alchemy themselves, they can play a Kaja, but the fact that is they are second pick. So there could still be a possibility that they will ban the Kaja if FFE doesn't want to go for that. Fredrin is currently open along with Valentina. Faramis is also open. I believe, if I remember correctly, Bitcoin knows how to play a really mean Faramis as well. So there could be a possibility that they just gonna leave open both the Kaja and the Faramis.
yeah, I'm not sure if my memory serves me correct, but when I was watching Alchemy Boys, Bitcoin actually played, I think, either Mage or Marksman, one of these roles. Right, so now Ron is going to be responsible for the first pick for FFE. The final first phase bans are already done. No Joy, no Faramis. And okay, like you said, Kaja going to be the first pick for FFE Prime. And that will set the stage for the draft to be built upon for FFE. Likewise, the same for the Alchemy Boys. Let's see what Narcotics and Bitcoin will pick. what are your opinions on them? Like, what do they normally like to play?
If I remember correctly, when it comes down to the jungle, actually when it comes down to jungling, right? Back then, Alchemy's icon, he kind of like flexes between EXP, roam, as well as jungle. I'm not too sure whether he has cemented his role in this current team lineup. There could still be some play around here and there, but usually they would try to go for something a little bit more assassin-y when it comes down to jungles, like Link, for example.
Yep, so Alchemy, a very strong lineup right off the bat. It's going to be a Brody as well as a Glue. We've already seen how dangerous a Glue is, as well as a Brody. Torn apart memory, of course, wrecking a couple of the teams already in the past few matches. And in response, Ron is going to go on to the Valentina, leaving Hao with the third pick. Not sure how he's going to play this at this point. So Kyushu was playing the jungle in the previous match. Hao, I believe, was on the Brody in the previous game as well. So now that his Brody has been taken away, let's see what Hao has up his sleeve. There's no 1-1. You could consider someone who could deal with Brody in a 1v1 situation. I mean, who would do well against Brody in the laning phase?
Your team is
Not sure yet, but Psycho.
Melissa will be okay. I would say Beatrix is fine as well. They're kind of like in betweens and such. Even though I would love to see Apopol and Koopa as well.
Oh yes,
it's kind of like phased out a little bit, but it's still definitely a pretty viable pick. So Hao still have quite some ways to play around with it, and I love the fact that they are not prioritizing these heroes just yet. Otherwise, it's a little bit too early for them to pick those out.
Yep, so Psycho gonna go on the Lapu Ashiru, still yet to decide. Perhaps he will be looking to bump up either one of his teammates for the first phase picks before we head into the final phase of the bans. So 9 seconds to go. Ashiru still hasn't made up his mind yet. Alchemy, granted, they should take as much time as they need because this is a BO1, right? So Ashiru gonna be securing the Xavier. Hopefully he has the skin as well for the JJK. And with that, Icon gonna be put with the pressure of putting the second phase ban.
A very pokey style. Whenever we see Xavier in this team, that would mean that they would generally want to play relatively late game.
Yeah.
So they will still need some early game investments, even though FFE right now doesn't seem to have a very strong early game. One thing that we should look out for is that Kaja roam, right? When it comes down to the Divine Judgment, it is definitely going to be annoying whenever someone gets yoinked in and roamed in. So perhaps Alchemy will want to look for someone that has a little bit more stun or perhaps some root. Anyone that can actually hold the Kaja in place in the event someone just gets ulted by the Kaja so that they can buy even more time in the early stages.
Yep, I feel they need a bit more sustain, which is, I think FFE Prime boys are thinking the same as me. So they will ban out the Esthers, so no healing potential, at least from the Esthers pick for the side of the Alchemy boys. And on the flip side, you mentioned the Beatrix would be a good fight against the Brody, and it looks like Alchemy boys have also considered that possibility, so they will take out this Beatrix away from the lineup. So with 11 seconds more to go for the final ban, they will ban out the carry for the side of the Alchemy boys, so no burst, no true damage available. And FFE, I mean, this whole game revolves around whether they can handle narcotics in the late game, mid to late game. And at this point, Hao I think still pressed for a choice. The question now is, what do they want to ban? Because they already have the marksman, they have the mage as well, they have the roam or the EXP laner on the side of Alchemy. So who would be a good ban? It would be an Hilda. That's the opinion of the FFE boys, as Barat is going to be hovered on by Icon.
Ah, okay, so kind of seems as though that could eventually be the case. Now, Bitcoin playing roam, is that really the case? Is not, I don't remember Bitcoin playing roam, but perhaps there's some changes, or maybe I just have really bad memory somewhere along those lines. But regardless of all of that, it does seem like Alchemy does have a slightly tanky lineup coming from them that would explain why they have decided to go for a ban onto the carry. But FFE, they still have the opportunity to pick up a Lunox in the gold lane if they so desires to. But that will also mean that they will have 3 heroes that technically deals magical damage and would be able to mitigate that magical damage pretty early on with a simple shield.
Yeah, right now Alchemy's lineup looks very robust. It is going to be a lineup where they're very tanky, and as long as they provide protection to Ashiru as well as narcotics really well, it's going to be quite hard for FFE to really break the ranks of their draft.
But on the flip side, of course, FFE, they do offer quite a bit of damage. Kyushu early game is going to be a very difficult monster to deal with, you know, with Hayabusa as well. And Haohao on the Irithel, we know that late game she's a force to be reckoned with. Ron, at this point, not sure which ultimate she is going to be using for the IMU, which one benefits the team more at this point. Heavy Spin looks good, but Torn Apart Memory is also something viable as well as the Dawning Light.
I don't think that they will want to go for Torn Apart Memory, considering the fact that you can't exactly get the stacks off of the Torn Apart Memory, the 4-hit stacks, you know. But Dawning Light is very likely going to be the case. Being able to counter poke against Alchemy in the very event that they're trying to go for Lord takes, those kind of stuff, it would definitely be quite a big change. Ah, okay, yeah, Bitcoin playing mage. Makes sense now. Okay, I didn't go senile or anything.
Okay, so I think this is a balanced lineup from each side so far. It really depends on, once again, the laning phase, right? The build-up. Who gets that little advantage at the start? Or perhaps who is going to make the first big mistake that will allow the opponent team to capitalize and really grow and set the stage from there. Now, best of one is a very dangerous fire to play with. You know, if you do be a bit too brave, you take too big of a risk, you could get burnt. So this is a very careful matchup they have to consider for both the FFE and Alchemy boys as well.
And with that all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at Psycho, Haohao, Kyushu, Ron, and Hoki coming in from FFE versus not Team Banana, but close enough. Alchemy SG, we've got Danny, Narcotics, Icon, Bitcoin, and Ashiru that will be playing in this game. Who is going to be the one to come up on top in this best of one series? We're gonna have to find out with a lot of people congregating inside of the purple buff on the side of FFE.
Yep, this first one is going to be very important. Alchemy boys, of course, the Archive are left alone to his own devices to try and get the jungle buffs. Going to be slightly slower than Kyushu, who was helped out by 2 other members. But in the mid lane, the brushes, that's where the actual action is. Ashiru already falling extremely low, but the nice lockdown on Ron, as Oreo is going to be forced to provide some backup against Icon at this point. The Hayabusa already getting whatever relevant farm he needs to get from the jungle, has not hit that level 4 yet, but once he hits that level 4, it's going to be a very dangerous situation. Narcotics may be the first one to get caught as Oreo providing a little bit of vision for his teammate. As you can take a look at the rotations here, Alchemy, they know what's at stake, they want to be aggressive with the movement as well. Oreo needs to be careful. He does not want to overstep his boundaries because the Archive is around as well. Oh, that could be the first one.
Doesn't seem like it is going to come into fruition, unfortunately. Oreo has got quite some distance between himself and the opponents with a quick little ring of retribution. It does manage to take the River Crab away from the hands of Icon. That is going to slow things down a little bit over to the Alchemy boys, but it shouldn't be that big of a problem.
Xavier mid.
Turtle is going to be popping off in 10 seconds in.
Yep, there was a good push there by the Hayabusa. So Kyushu going to be forcing the Xavier back. With 2 seconds on the clock there, potentially could be 1 man lesser for the fight if they choose to start it now, but it looks like they're going to allow them to reset. So the Turtle is up for grabs from both teams, and Alchemy and FFE, both playing pretty clean so far, right? But we see this Cho Ashiru is very ballsy in his movements across the map, and it's very important to set up the space for his team, which they will successfully do so. So Icon gonna start Turtle Dance on his end of the map.
I love what Ashiru is doing at this point. Really just trying his very best to zone everyone else out. No one can get in close, as they know that Ashiru does have the way of dragon, and it could turn things off in a very bad state. Ashiru is not even gonna be very trigger happy. He's not immediately trying to jump right in on the Kyushu, but now he does have all the knockouts that we need, and a double pin with a single heavy spin that allows them to take the kill down on the Kyushu, but that also means that Icon as well as Ashiru themselves, both of them are relatively low in health, and that is something that they should be really careful about.
Yeah, Pford unfortunately did not help to get another kill. I mean, that was a good jump on using the split as well. So that's the one-up piece for both sides here as FFE and Alchemy. It looks like Alchemy has slight upper hand. There is going to be a couple hundred gold in advantage for Alchemy boys here. But it looks like, you know, FFE, they're not backing down from the fight so far. Psycho going to be struggling a little bit against Pford due to that earlier turtle that Alchemy Boys have secured for themselves. And in the meantime, Ashiru gonna meet Oreo in the face here. He's gonna try and catch Kyushu, right? That's the important part during these early stages of the game, because I don't think they can catch the neutral yet. But here we go, Ashiru gonna kick it off.
Does seem like they do have quite a lot of ground control going on here as the whole purple connects down onto Oreo, bringing him down almost effectively. But will that make any difference from there at this point in time? Not having a Kaja? Well, it does, as they manage to let Icon steal the purple buff away from Kyushu. Not having a purple buff on a Hayabusa definitely is going to be a relatively big deal. He will not be able to assassinate anyone and use every single one of his abilities in one fell swoop. In the meantime, of course, 1-2 is the current scoreline. Psycho versus Keyford is going to be going head-to-head and neck and neck. We shall see, as the turtle is now going to be left with 10 seconds on the clock. And of course, the Divine Judgment is just going to be connected on Ashiru. He's probably going to go down to the hands of Hao Hao, as he's just literally going to be raining bolts from the cat.
Yeah. So Hao now in a good state so far. I mean, if there's anyone on your team that you want to give the kills to, it is going to be a marksman. So Hao definitely happy with that. In the meantime, Psycho is still struggling against Pifa. Pifa is a very hard person to deal with, right? Number 1, it's Pifa. Number 2, it's a glue. And we're going to see the fight for the second turtle start.
As all, or rather 4 members from the side of Alchemy and FFE stands in front of the Turtles base, and they are going up in a technically standoff against one another. Ron does have the heavy spin, we shall see how that's going to work, and now it's going to be the heavy spin plus the Widow Dragon as well as the Hollow Purple. That's just going to be connecting onto Oreo once again. They are constantly going up onto this Kaja, and they're doing the same thing over and over again. I'm pretty sure that Oreo is feeling really pissed out at this point in time, as he got picked off in the same way twice.
Yep, so it's a difficult situation to deal with. FFE, they are definitely behind. While the goal may not suggest that they're behind by so much, you can see it is going to be a dire case here, because Alchemy Boys are starting to walk around the map. They're going to walk all over the boys from FFE Prime. Psycho going to be trying to set something up for his team if possible, as Kyushu's around the corner as well. They need to deal with Ashiru. Ashiru is the main problem for them. And here we go. He's going to jump in. But Psycho, fake baited in. Where is the team follow-up though?
But it's gonna be tough. Even though Ashiru did try to go for the Whale of Dragon onto Psycho, he does have the crowd control immunity coming in from the Bravest Warriors. His HP is all the way down. Icon jumped into the fray. He's tanking the damage coming in from a turn, and it doesn't seem like he is too worried about sacrificing himself, as Oreo pulled him right back into the turret's range, and he's gonna go straight down. That is 1 person down from the side of Alchemy, while FFE have got 2 person down.
Yep, that is beautiful from the side of Alchemy Boys. Right now, I mean, I have to comment, Icon with the heavy spins, my goodness, every single time he has gotten himself in the perfect spot around the map to deal with the lockdown on multiple people at the same time. So this is a masterclass so far from our dear Icon, from the Alchemy Boys. And it is providing so much value for them, because 5-3 is not a lot of kills for a game that has been up for 7 minutes. But, you know, there is immense growth. Alchemy Boys are doing exactly what you said they would. And let's see if they can continue this flurry of advantage that they're seeing for themselves.
I gotta have to say that Alchemy has consistently been able to get really good pickoff. However, this is only gonna be viable in the early stages of the game, because when it comes down to ultimate economy, Alchemy has been spending 3 ultimate per person, and they're trying their very best to really knock out Oreo as fast as possible. So they are using 3 ultimate, they kind of lock down 1 person.
Red
so
team
you've got the
has
kills,
slain the
you've
turtle.
got the Kaja not being able to use the Divine Judgment. It's good and all, but in the later stages of the game, they're gonna have to use their ultimate sparingly and to make full use of every single ultimate that they have, as all of these ultimates are pretty much key ultimates. If you use all 3 on the 1 person, you are eventually gonna lose it.
Oh, the lockdown though.
Doesn't seem like Oreo will be able to stay alive for long, as now the Whale of Dragon is going to be connecting onto him. But it is ultimately going to be the turret that will be pinning himself onto Ashiru, as now he's going to be taken down. Narcotics as well as Icon, both of them are in a very vulnerable location. And that's a really nice flicker coming from Psycho. Immediately bring Narcotics down. So 2 men down from FFE and 2 men down from Alchemy. In the end of the day, I would say the FFE definitely have got the better advantage out of all of that. While Kyushu, with a quad shadows, he's managing to get himself from places to places.
Oh, he's gonna get
Yep, is gonna be down, and that
has
is
been
value
slain.
for Alchemy again.
Yep, that's very important that Alchemy build and extend their lead at this point. You can see, while of course FFE, they're looking like they're on the back foot at this time of the game. Like you said, this is only on the early game stage, which is why Alchemy boys are so persistent with getting the kills. They need to maintain this level advantage as well as this gold advantage, because you need the items, you need the levels as well. If not, later in the mid game, you're gonna see this whole situation start to change. I mean, now Oreo is getting picked off over and over again. I mean, the pace of Oreo must be very nice for the Alchemy boys.
I agree, Oreo is nice. But for in this very instance, it does seem like Alchemy have consistently been able to find a kill onto Oreo. Oreo has to practice more caution and be really careful as to where he treads, because every single one, or rather a lot of members from the side of Alchemy can displace you, and they can knock you into a wall, or they can just control you down to the T.
Yep, right now the important thing for FFE is actually Hao. So Hao has not died yet. He is, with the Electro Flash as well. Later parts of the game,
Red team
the
hero
late game
has
is going to be
been
quite
slain.
scary as well. They do get a consolation pick-off in the form of P-Ford, which is one of the tankier members on the side of Alchemy. So that's a good sign for the FFE boys. Psycho going to meet Icon in the face and going to be locked down. But is this the place Icon really wants to be?
I will suppose that is going to be fine as long as they get a kill on the Psycho, which Narcotics did manage to get the finishing blow after all. Ashiru finds himself dead. Hao is still going to be very healthy. He's all the way behind, and no one has got a way to touch onto him until now, as Oreo is going to be fallen. The front lines of FFE has already been dismantled. Kyushu as well as Hao, they are somewhere within the brushes, and it is all up to the timing of Alchemy as what kind of objective that they are looking out for here.
So Narcotics makes it out to his teammates here, and Kyushu might pay his life there. And that's it. This is going to be a free lord for Alchemy boys here, because the jungler is dead. No retribution for the next 23 seconds. There's more than enough time for the Alchemy boys to set this in. And with that, Narcotics going to be the one to secure this lord. This is the true test for the FFE boys. Can they actually save themselves before they actually have their base crumbled to pieces?
Of course, defending the base is tough, but technically speaking, if you don't know how to attack, you wouldn't know how to close the game. But knowing Alchemy, they will very much understand how they will want to close the game and how to sink the waves effectively. As now Ashiru tries to open up space a little bit more for his fellow team in order for the inner turret to go down. Ashiru completely locked in, coming in by the Divine Judgment, but it doesn't seem like he will be taken down just as he removes himself out of the situation with just a sliver of health. How about Icon? Just a little bit. Psycho moves right in, and 2% down, coming from the side of Ashiru as well as Icon. And it does seem like FFE managed to defend the lanes pretty effectively. And whatever it is left out of Alchemy, they're gonna have to make full use of the Lord.
Yep, Hao, I mean, the fact that he is still alive at this point proves a lot, because if I were playing the marksman, I would have been out of position. Right now, FFE, they know exactly what to stick. They know how they should position themselves, and how is playing his position and his role perfectly right now. 3-0 and 4. He is one of the reasons for the turnaround. Along with that is Psycho. So now we start to see that swing in pace, the change in pace as well, and the momentum. FFE boys, they will be looking for the next big fight. They will be the ones to try and initiate something on the Alchemy side. So Alchemy needs to be very careful. Ashiru, more importantly, needs to be very pinpoint on his jump. His Way of the Dragon is going to start, and it could potentially end the fight badly.
Eventually, with the Lord popping out in 80 seconds, it kind of seems as though both teams would want to take control here as much as possible, but Alchemy has found Oreo. Is it time again for Oreo to get locked in? The answer is yes, as Icon moves himself away with just a quarter of his health, and now Hao out of possession! 2% down from the side of FFE, and FFE will only have Kyushu, Psycho, and Ron to defend the impending doom of the 3 lanes.
20 seconds on the clock before Hao starts coming out again on the respawn. There's more than enough time before the Lord spawns, right? But more importantly, they had to try and make the wave management work for them. Kyushu being chased by P-Ford here. If he dies, it's going to be a bad thing for them. Narcotics is following in suit as well, but he is going to be closed down. All 5 members, Kyushu, he has to survive. If he dies, it's the end. It's going to be a free lord for them.
And there we go. Kyushu playing as the very slippery Hayabusa is supposed to be able to run away from all of that, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be the case. In the meantime, it is going to be a 1-4-2 trade as Kaja taken down. How hiding within the brushes, and Alchemy doesn't seem to know where he is just yet. Oh, look at that burst of damage, and it kind of seems as though P-Ford is just going to be flickering in and trying to get the kill down. Ashiro closes that out, gets the kill. What was that coming from Icon? A quick little slide right into the back lines with 4 men down from the side of FFE. A free Lord for the taking.
Yep, one mistake in a best of one is always amplified. This is very painful for the side of the FFE boys here. They're going to get punished very heavily. And with that, Alchemy boys, they will set themselves up for a lot. This lot might not be free, right? There's no guarantee on this because the Kyushu Hayabusa is alive and well, but I think he may be a bit too far before he can try to attempt that steal. In the meantime, that Dawning Light actually clips Kyushu as well. If you take a look at the damage, that is so painful. That's how far ahead Bitcoin is in comparison to where, you know, Ron is on the other side for FFE instead.
It's definitely looking very grim for FFE. The only thing that is left coming from Alchemy is to try and sync up every single one of these waves. With the Lord marching into the top lane, the middle lane just have to be untouched, and the bottom lane has to be pushed by a split pusher. In this case, it is going to be Glue. Hayabusa seems to be setting up a bait. He's trying to clear out the middle waves as much as possible as well, and this could be a play that FFE is trying to go for. However, they're getting a little bit too out of bounds, if you ask me. Both Psycho as well as Oreo. Perhaps they know that the entirety of Alchemy is all around the map and they are not in the northern jungle.
Yep, this is the retreat challenge here. Lord has reached the base. This tier 3 is going to be gone, and that's where they'll start marching in on the side of Alchemy.
Inhibitor turret is now destroyed. FFE will have too much on their hands. A single Lord and 5 men rushing in. And not to forget the middle wave creep that is just gonna be destroying and demolishing that turret. FFE's base is now under siege with the core currently left with half HP. Alchemy doesn't have any more creeps that will be able to work for themselves, but there is still a single ballista, but it's very likely FFE is gonna be taking it down. Narcotic brings one down, Bitcoin as well, but however Oreo is just gonna be right within the mix. Narcotic was hoping that he'll be able to do a little bit more, but he does have an immortality. Even if Oreo would try to bring him down, it would not be over for them just yet. The middle lane waves are moving right in. Hollow Purple completely misses out of Kyushu because of the quad shadow, but now Oreo was hoping that he will be able to do a little bit more for Kyushu, but somehow every single one of the members from the side of FFE got wiped out.
Yep, they held, but they just couldn't hold on. FFE will be taken out convincingly by Alchemy SG, and that's going to set the stage here. We will be moving on to the upper brackets to see what's going on there after this. And this is where the true test for the Alchemy boys will be shown. Can they make themselves available to take that top 2 seats for regular season?
Things are definitely starting to get a lot more exciting now. The Alchemy boys, they are definitely super looking forward to whatever is coming up next, considering the fact that they are just one step away. They just need to win one more series. Just one more. And then they will be in the entire run of the regular seasons.
But it's a best of 3, so there is a lot of potential for things to go wrong, right? We already know about Murphy's Law, you know, whatever can go wrong will go wrong. And I mean, we all know when you're in a competition, it normally is the case, right?
Yes.
Rarely do things go perfectly in the way you want when it really matters. So right now, Alchemy boys, they have to take this momentum and they have to bring it forward with them to take this win. And more importantly, right, well, it is a team effort. I'm very interested to see, you know, who the MVP of Alchemy SG
That one
is.
person, huh?
I feel is probably Ashiru. His Cho was pretty on point, and you know, it was because of his Cho that got the setups for the rest of the team to go in. Icon, yes, he did great heavy spins. Oh my goodness.
It's
okay,
Icon.
so it is Icon. 4, 3, and 15. Well, now, my point was Icon did a lot of great plays with his heavy spin, right? He did multiple lockdowns across the map, getting very significant CC control on a lot of the players on the side of FFE, which led to a lot of kills as well. But I feel that the setup for Ashiru is the one that allowed Icon to really do that.
Yep, in the early stages of the game, Ashiru played a very big part in allowing Icon to go online with all of that heavy spins. And of course, it all boils down to also Icon's positioning. Whenever these where the dragon kicks comes out, Icon was fast enough to respond to all of that and immediately pop out with the heavy spin to extend the stun duration. And even all the way, even that one fight all the way down south, I don't even know how, I don't even know why, Icon was just there, ready to proxy right in front of the opponent's base, and it came out perfectly. Perhaps the highlights will be able to show us exactly what happened and where it happened. So let us just tune right in and see how Alchemy got themselves this win.
Yep, so very interesting start, right? So you can see Ashiru, every single time the Way of the Dragon lands, that's where things start getting awry for the side of FFE boys. Now, one thing I failed to mention is the addition of Bitcoin. Down here you can see enemy speed, and of course, that hollow purple by Bitcoin. That's one of the formulas that they have. And unfortunately, it looks like a bit too much because they started to get the fights turned into their favor for the side of FFE, simply because How was part of the problem. But I think this one later fight is the one that really makes and puts it icing on the cake, right? Because later you'll see Icon, he's gonna jump in, he's gonna try and trap Psycho all the way to the bottom, and that's where things really went south for them. Right? Yep, Icon circling the top, and the fact that he heavy spin first and then he dashed over and got the lockdown, my goodness, and Bitcoin just follow up with a couple of downing lights, couple of stuns. Simple, easy peasy, right?
This is what we like to see coming from Alchemy. And now, of course, the final moment that is the deciding victory of Alchemy. They slowly, one after another, threw themselves over to their opponents and won it by a large margin.
Yep, I mean, they were on a timer. Let's be honest, they were on a timer. Alchemy boys were on a timer. If they allowed FFE to really farm up to the point that they were comfortable with for that power spike, it would have been a very different game, I feel.
It would be, but that didn't happen. So maybe Alchemy would make some kind of mistakes like that in the near future, or maybe in the next game that they're gonna play. Not like saying that I would want to see them having that kind of mistakes. I want to see them go all the way through. So
you know what he's doing? You know what he's doing? He's trying to purposely curse them so it doesn't happen. Because normally, right, what happens is when the caster says something, it doesn't happen. The opposite happens.
Why you expose me?
I have to expose you. Salty.
FFE. Alright, we got all said and done. Congratulations over to Alchemy. They're moving on, and I hope that everything goes well in the next part of the game. But I believe that we have another game to watch for now. And that game, I'll tell you guys in after this short break. Stay tuned, guys.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer. What's up, everyone?
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I started that introduction a little bit too early, but regardless, we are here at MPLSG Season 5. We are now going to be looking at the upper brackets of this qualifiers, and that means that we are going to be looking at Team Bananarama versus Team Flash. It's either one of these two that will move on straight into the top 2. That means that they are going to be moving on to the regular seasons, or they're going to be relegated down and fight Alchemy SG.
Yeah, this is the most painful position to be in, right? I mean, imagine you're all the way at the top in the upper brackets, and you potentially would go down to lower brackets with the potential to be knocked out in the lower brackets as well. I mean, that is pain on pain on pain, right? I mean, that's why this competition is so cutthroat, even though it's open qualifiers. But hey, this is the professional scene. That's how things are, right? You want to reach the top, you must make sure you are able to stay there as well.
So Banana against Team Flash. We have already seen these two teams play across many games today. Banana, of course, to me, one of the most impressive teams out of the community that has joined the competition so far. Team Flash, we expect a lot from them. They are our resident professional team, right?
Really have a lot of expectations.
So I'm hoping that Team Flash stays true to their name, making sure that they are the top they can qualify through to the regular seasons as well. But on the flip side, I also do not want Banana to be knocked out, nor do I want to see the Alchemy boys fall short as well. But of course, it's a competition. Yeah, it's a competition. You have to choose one. When there's a winner, there is a loser, and unfortunately, we do not want to see it. But it still has to happen.
Well, technically speaking, out of these 3 teams that's currently remaining, one will not make it through to the MPLSG Season 5 regular season. It's definitely a tough call to make. Technically, it's a 33.34%. So it's definitely going to be quite a big toll on one of these teams. But before we move on to the drafting, let us pull up the brackets real quick and give you guys a quick little recap as to what has been happening throughout the entirety of Day 2 of the MPLSG Season 5 qualifiers. I almost said regular season. So let's pull up the brackets and show you guys the entire journey of our teams here. Now, we'll start things off with our fellow friends over from Banana, right? Banana, they have been plunging themselves all the way from the start to the end, and we watched their very first game against Greyback Audacity. And they definitely put up quite a fight in the very first game. Game number 2 fell in a little bit short here and there, but in the end of the day, they still managed to make it through with a 2-1 scoreline. And afterwards, I believe that they fought against... no idea. We will need to see the brackets for us.
We'll see. I mean, we still have a minute to go before the draft is going to get started. But in the meantime, now we have already seen what type of play style that Banana have, right? They are very early game-centric play style. They have a lot of draft that works to snowball the team as fast as possible before they even hit the mid-game timing, right? Before the first law of the game spawns. So that is also similar to how Team Flash plays, but Team Flash, I think they're a bit more clinical and the way they pick fights is a bit more selective, right? So I think that's the main stark difference between the two teams. Mainly a difference between a professional team and a community team for now, right? Team Flash, you can really see that they are very selective with what they want to do. There are certain fights that they avoid, but if they are forced to go into a fight, they will always try to make it into a situation where they are dealt with the least losses or the least damaging hand if they are really caught off guard. So I think this is something that Banana can take off their books, and with that we'll see whether Banana can really rise to the occasion. Can they actually secure a slot? This is the first time they're going into the open qualifiers, so this will be a very nice confidence boost as well if they can really qualify to the regular season, being the top of the champions for the entire qualifier table.
Now, of course, we have these 3 teams that's currently available, and one team is a team that we've seen before already, Team Flash. In the meantime, we still have Alchemy as well as Banana, so that could still be a not possibility, that would definitely be one of these teams that could be kind of like the predecessor of Evil, They came up as a community, they came up, gave results, and showed that they were crazy good, right? Even up until Season 4, I still had doubts on them. So, and only at the end of Season 4, I realized Evil, they're really quite something.
Yep, that's right. And right now, let's get the bands started. We are going to have the first few bands for the first phase. It's going to be a Fanny as well as a 1-run from the Banana team. And on the flip side, it's going to be a Fredrim band for Team Flash, and Luca now will be in charge of selecting that second band. Now, we have already seen Glue being leaked into many of the games we have seen for the past few matches, and I'm not sure whether they would want to let Glue out again, because I think Glue is quite the menace, and if put in the correct hands, now both teams, they have players who can definitely execute Glue very well. So I don't think they should allow a Glue to slip through the cracks here.
Well, let's not forget about Kaja being available to be picked as well. And speaking of which, Kaja thrown into the banning phase. We still have 2 more slots for 2 very unfortunate heroes to be sleeping inside of. And Ling kind of seems like that is going to be the pick coming in from Banana.
They saw the Kyrie Ling. They say no more Kyrie Ling for you.
So Kyrie's gonna has to be content with a different kind of jungler, right? And right now the final ban for the first phase is going to be Joy. So no Joy for either of these teams, and BV will be in charge of the first pick for Team Banana.
And of course,
Okay, Angel back on that glue. His comfort hero Angel did a very good job. Now I have to remind ourselves as well as the viewers out there. Angel, Maniac, less than 5 minutes, 5 kills, my goodness. This is a glue that we do not want to mess with.
indeed. Now, Team Flash has picked up a Hayabusa as well as a Faramis for themselves. Now, if we are looking at whatever we've seen from FFE when they fought against Backyard Against, they did pick up a rather similar composition
yeah.
with the Faramis and they topped it off with an Estes. That is definitely a very difficult game to watch because at that point in time, FFE just doesn't seem like they will be dying anytime soon. There could be a possibility that Flash still would want to go for a pick, something like that. Maybe leave the Estes for later or pick it right now if they want to secure that kind of Ube threat.
Yep, that's right. And of course now Banana gonna be picking up the Brody for BV, as well as Gemini going for that Valentina. On the flip side, Team Flash, like we mentioned before, Kyrie back on that Hayabusa because there's no Link available. Jay gonna be playing that Faramis. Jay's Faramis has been quite on point. We've seen him play this Faramis to almost perfection, right? In a couple of the games, the Shadow Stampede as well as the Cult's Outer has been pretty effective for Jay. Now Luca, let's see what does Luca have in store for us. He is going to be going on to
Edith again.
Edith again. So Veg, Edith. I think Veg didn't do... Was it Team Flash that had the Edith that didn't really work out?
No, it was Bento's Edith that didn't quite work out. Flash did play the Edith. They did win, but not really thanks to Edith, right? Edith definitely made some impact here and there, but not exactly to the point whereby they really won the game because of Edith's impact.
Yep, Cram God once again now going to be in charge of the second phase of the band. Going to kick it off with Arkai. Now, Cram God was playing Cho one of the games previously, and Cram God a really good initiator with the Cho. So we will see if Cho is really too big of a problem that they would want to ban away the Cho from the Team Flash lineup.
With the Beatrix being the first to be thrown into the banning pool, Team Flash, they only have to watch out for their roam hero as well as their gold laner. So right now, Banana seems to be prioritizing a little bit more onto the gold laner, with Beatrix being thrown right in. And Carry could very likely be the next hero to throw in. Considering the fact that Banana does have a glue onto their side, they wouldn't want to have their glue being melted down by the Carry, especially since she does true damage.
Well, they are gonna do a slightly different composition. They will ban out the Hilda instead. Means a decent ban. There is quite a lot of kill potential from the side of Hilda if it were to be put into the Banana lineup, right? And it offers tankability as well. So now Stardust is going to be left with the last licks on the bans. Stardust, I believe, was playing a mean Hilda earlier in one of the games as well, which is why potentially they want to get rid of the Hilda to not allow the Stardust, because that early game pressure that Stardust Hilda, gives to the team on the side of Bananas is actually quite insane.
Well, with 4 heroes left onto the pick side, it does seem like Claude would not be part of that. Team Flash, they're hovering over Hanzo. Hanzo? Okay. So it kind of seems as though there are people that are starting to pick up Hanzo a little bit here and there. They're starting to see the advantage of being able to omnom the buff minions so that they will be able to get online a little bit earlier and being able to put more of your attention elsewhere while you are pretty much digesting down onto the buff monsters. But right now, Team Flash not gonna be following up with the Hanzo. Cram God has decided to pick up the Cho for himself and definitely looking pretty darn good.
Okay, so this is looking like game 1 for Banana, right? They had Nuna on the Maris. And the Maris on Nuna was actually quite good, so that actually let them send Grey back down into the lower bracket. And now Stardust going to complete the lineup with the Estes. So decent heal, not sure whether they're tanky enough. Nuna and Angel do provide
that tankability, but CC-wise, it's a bit difficult because Nuna is the only one that provides a decent CC on the side of Banana. So I'm feeling that is probably lacking from their side. Team Flash, on the other hand, okay, breaking out the Nathan. Nathan is someone that I deeply fear after the patch.
You do?
Yeah, he is someone that with the correct attack speed as well as the correct itemization on damage, he is quite the force to be dealt with, and he is, with his ultimate, it is quite difficult to catch him as well.
Okay, so with that all said and done, that is the entire lineup coming in from Banana as well as Team Flash. It does seem like both of the teams, they are relatively well balanced to many extent. So we're just gonna take some time and introduce to you guys the players before we even jump right in and talk about the compositions. We've got Team Banana with Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, as well as Gemini. And they will be facing off against Team Flash with Vex, Luca, Kyrie, Jay, and Cramp God. These two teams battling up head to head. Only one team will move on forward to the regular season at this upper bracket. Best of 3. Who's going to be taking game number 1? Let us see.
Yep, this is the best chance for both teams to really secure position into the regular season, so they definitely, they value this very much. Kyrie going to be left alone to fend for himself in the jungle, while the rest of the members on the side of Team Banana going to help Nuna out with the jungling as well. Cram God, his job is very simple, just come in and be a nuisance as much as possible and try not to die in the process.
He's been soaking quite a lot of hits coming in from the Estes. He's not exactly very interested in popping any of the health off of Estes or even harassing the Estes time soon, considering the fact that he can just very easily heal himself back up and or his friends back up. So it's really just that to really soak up some damage in order to slow things down a little bit from the side of Banana. But Team Flash, even though there's only 2 players in the middle lane, they still did a substantial amount of damage in the middle lane, dropping the Valentina as well as the Estes down to half or maybe lower than that.
Oh, Angel though, maybe a bit too shy on life. He's gonna flicker in. He actually gets the kill though, first blood on Kyrie, and that's the exact same story that we have seen from Team Flash. Kyrie getting the first blood for his team, and that's where he started to snowball. And here we go, Luna getting caught out again, but he should be safe and sound at this point. On the flip side, if you take a look at the jungle on the bottom end, Cram God already providing a lot of nuisance as well, trying to hover around that orange buff.
1 minute and 50 seconds has elapsed. The turtle will be popping out in 5 seconds. And Team Flash, it does definitely seem like as though they do have quite a bit of that momentum, and they do have the control in the EXP lane. Bring Angel down once again. Team Flash would now have a grand advantage in taking this turtle down with no damage whatsoever.
Yep, this is not the situation Banana wants to be, but this is exactly where Team Flash wants to be. They want to secure this regular season position. Stardust the next to fall, as well as Jay is going to be credited with that kill. At the same time, they will secure the first turtle of the game. So Team Flash, a very huge advantage and a very good one. In fact, as you can see the rotation starting, they're playing all across the map here. No one is safe. On the bottom, BV, he has been caught here.
It doesn't seem like things are going to be good for BV. No one is anywhere close to him. But fortunately, he does have a little bit of that mobility. He does have the flicker as well if anything else were to go sideways. Team Flash completely did not continue with the chase onto the Brody. They have decided to focus their attention onto someone else, such as onto Gemini and Stardust. As you can see, Cram God as well as Kyrie putting quite a lot and quite a bit onto both Stardust as well as Gemini. But both of them are just absolutely dominating when they are just working with one another. Remember, even though Banana doesn't have the Faramis, they still can steal the Count Altar away, and that is quite a nasty composition from the side of Banana.
Oh, nice pull there. That's by Jay. But Kyrie is not near enough to finish the job here. He might step a bit too far forward, but Stardust comes in with the heals as well. This is an ever-mounting pressure from Team Flash, and this is the true test, right, for our dear BV, because BV has been very used to easy games so far.
Oh!
Okay, Nuna, huge burst there.
Definitely tough to play, especially since there's an S that's just babysitting against Luna all around the jungle. Team Flash has been overextending themselves a little bit, thinking that this Martyrs down to half HP will definitely be a good target to bring down. But that's not going to be the case. The Estes is there, and anytime whenever he's ready, just a quick little beam, and he's gonna be back up with more health than you can ever imagine.
Yep, Gemini getting caught out again this time. No one here to save him instead, and this is going to be a killing spree for Kyrie. Once again, Kyrie is doing everything perfectly. And this, like I said, is the true test for Banana because this is an actual professional team. You pick the fights that they want to go for. And BV, here is your true test as a marksman, right? How do you deal with a situation where you're always constantly being ganked and, you know, they cannot offer you too much support on the side of your team because they have so many other things to do at the same time. Right now, BV is 0-1-0. He is half health and he's going to lose his lane power as well.
Yeah, it's pretty evident that Banana has got some issues when it comes down to their laning. The Angel has went down 3 times in the top lane, and let's not forget that Kyrie has constantly getting himself kills as well as assassination, which is definitely within the control of what Team Flash is capable of doing. But we're just gonna hold that thought a little bit as Team Flash has moved themselves onto Gemini, failing to get a kill onto him. Cram God now stuck in the middle, but he does have got the Cult Altar, getting himself right out of place and remove himself out of the sticky situation. But Duda joins in the forces once again with a quick little ultimate down onto Cram God. 2% down from the side of Team Flash, and Angel once again back in action, and Luca unfortunately would not be able to live to see another day, crediting a triple kill over to Blue.
Yep, it's a 3-for-2 here. It's a good trade for the side of Banana, but it's not enough yet. Right now, it's 60 seconds before the final turtle of the game is going to be spawned, and Kyrie is still hot on everyone's heels here. He's popping off 4-0-0, you know, high and dry. So far, the single target boost is going to be quite painful, and Banana so far have not found any answers to him. So right now, Team Flash, they have this huge advantage, and they're not going to throw it away. From the way that they're playing, they are going to be snowballing quite fast, and it's going to be a problem for the side of Bananas because Kyrie is jumping in again as they're going to force to be popping that Cult's Outer, and that's not where you want to pop it because the turtle is coming out in the next 20 seconds or so, which is not enough time for Gemini to get that cooldown ready if they choose to have an immediate start to that turtle.
It's all about the turtle dance at this point in time. Luna gets caught by a little bit, or rather just kind of like stuck a little bit, but it's not going to be a problem. He's full of mobility. Now, Team Flash, even though they have gotten themselves a total of 2 kills more than Banana, they still have got only about 600 gold lead. Banana can turn the tides around very efficiently, especially since Banana, they are really strong when it comes down to team fights, which we are going to be looking at right now as Cram God immediately jumps over the backline trying to get a kill down on the BV, but with a quick little Blessing on the Moonlight Goddess as well as a Cult Altar. All 5 members coming from the side of Banana is just going to be super healthy, and Angel putting himself, inhibiting the soul of Veg, brings him down, and the rest of the members from Flash gonna have to back off.
Oh, Kyrie chasing on to Gemini though. That's the perfect target that he wants, but will not get that kill. Angel here jumping in, does not have access to his ultimate. Wait, he does. Split, he's gonna catch. But is this any support coming in? Can they kill off Kyrie? They actually have the shutdown, and this is Banana breathing life. But on the flip side, Stardust will be taken out by Luca as well. And BV, he's low. Can he get the help?
Oh, that was close. They almost managed to get BV surviving and getting the kill at the same time. But in the end, it is still going to be 2-2. And I wouldn't say that there is a lot of differences when it comes down to the value of the trade, but the main thing is Flash, they do still have 2 turrets taken down in the outer turret, and that's probably the only reason why Team Flash have got an advantage in terms of gold.
Yep, that's right. But that advantage is slowly slipping away from their hands. You can see the Cho here. He's going to try and catch someone, but Cram God, that's not the position he wants to be in because Nuna is around the corner as well right now. You can see the advantage that Banana is building for themselves, and it's looking good so far. But the question is, how long can they sustain this for? Because Kyrie, I mean, the entire lineup of Team Flash is, focusing on the fact that they have the Cult's Outer to really turn the tables. And what they're waiting for is to have that Valentina waste the IMU. And once that IMU is wasted, Team Flash will win every single fight every time because they have that Cloud Salter.
Well, 8 minutes and 50 seconds left. The Lord will be popping out in 8 seconds. The entirety of Banana, they are standing by, ready for action. As Flash, they do not have any control whatsoever. The only thing that they have is the middle lane control. Pushing it out all the way
Stardust.
is definitely going to be the play for them as they went in. Conceal play, trying to get a kill down on Stardust. But unfortunately, Stardust, he did manage to get himself revived with a little bit of that false life thanks to the steal of that Cult's altar. In the end, Gemini as well as Stardust, they still went down, and Flash have got the advantage in taking down this Lord.
Yep, that's a huge miscommunication there. Nuna did arrive a little bit too late, couldn't get the follow-up damage as well, and that has costed them quite a bit now. They're going to be 2 men down for the next 8 seconds, and Jay trying to catch out Nuna, but that anti-CC is going to be working in. Looks like they will ignore the Lord fight here.
It doesn't seem like Nuna will be able to get away unscathed, as he's going to go down, and so will BV. Two of the most important players coming from the side of Banana has already been taken down, while Angel inhibiting the soul of Luca. That is going to be the marksman that's going to be taken down as well. However, Flash, they still have Kyrie, the jungler of the team, and he's going to be working his way onto the Lord, while Gemini joins in action, bringing Kyrie down to a sliver of health. And now it is all about resetting the Lord. Do not let Flash take this Lord, or perhaps they will be able to buy some more time for Nuna to join in, because he's coming back in. These two junglers are neck and neck when it comes down to speed, and the next fight is definitely going to be a 5 versus 5 game.
Yep, this is beautiful coverage by the rest of the members of Banana. They have perfect communication. I mean, the moment I said that there was a miscommunication, they really pulled up their socks here. They made sure that they didn't allow Team Flash to get this Lord for free, and here we go. This is the 5v5 we're talking about.
Gemini getting himself out of dodge, but quickly we got, unfortunately, Nuna. He's not in a very good spot, but even though he got whacked with a couple of skills, it doesn't seem like it is going to be a very big problem for him after all. Banana starts the Lord's dance prematurely, and Team Flash, they are gathering themselves within of the branches. I don't believe that Conceal is currently available, but opening up the branches is definitely going to be Vex's job, and realizes that there's no one within of the branch. Angel is all the way in the middle lane, and everyone is focusing down on him. This could be the perfect time for them to buy as much time as they can. And now the Lord, 55,000, 3,000, 2,000. Nuna takes the Lord, but at what cost? Because there could be a chance that Nuna will still go down after all of that. Gemini and Angel is already dead. The Lord will be fighting and marching in for the side of Banana, but they lost 4 members, make it 5. And it's all of the members from Team Flash. They came up on top and gave Luca the Maniac.
Right, a wipeout here for Team Flash, but the saving grace for Bananas is that they have the Lord marching down. That's going to save them some time. Angel's going to be the first one to get out of this respawn, as well as Gemini, followed by Stardust. But is there enough time to protect their tier 3s? I believe so, unless Angel gets caught out at this point. And Flash, very comfortable with the positioning that they have. The plan now is to get as many tier 2s as possible. Angel, he needs to be very careful, because if he dies, he will not be able to provide that protection as well as that deterrent for Team Flash to really jump in.
So with the Lord completely useless, unfortunately, because no one came into the aid of the Lord. It got melted down almost immediately. Team Flash have gotten themselves a total of 2,000 gold lead. This gold lead is going to help them by a shy tad little bit. But Banana, understandably, they are the type of team that will not stop until their core is taken down. They still have a lot of fight in them. Vex, he tries to open up the brush almost immediately, but it kind of seems as though he's gonna be a-okay for now. He abandons his Pylex, and now Cram God jumps himself on top of Luna. HP down low, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to do much when it comes down to that ultimate that is stolen by Gemini. He's taken down, 3 men down, Angel's left. He inhibits himself right down to the Kyrie, moves right back, but he's gonna be all alone, and that is gonna be an instantaneous bust coming in from Angel, and they try to tame things back a little bit more. Middle lane creeps, moving right in. The rest of Team Flash, they end the game!
Yep, that's too much for Bananas to handle right now. Kyrie, that was a godlike play. All he did was run. But that run was so powerful because it stopped Angel from coming to the aid of his teammates. He brought him all the way to their side of the map.
He don't try to bring Angel closer to the base. He knows what is his job, and that is to pull Angel further and further away, even when it comes down to sacrificing himself.
Yep, I mean, at this point, this is just that small marker of difference between, a community team as well as a professional team. So Banana, welcome to MPL once again. This is a very nice introduction for you, right? To see what it's like to play against a professional. So Team Flash, very good showing in this game one. This is what I expect from Team Flash as well. I mean, the fans of Team Flash definitely expect this result as well. And it's as clean as they could have done so far. Now, as we head into game 2, what's your thought process on Team Flash and how do you think Banana is doing mentally, right now?
Well, technically speaking, Banana didn't do a very bad job at all.
Yep, they didn't.
They definitely gave Team Flash a shocker, I will believe, because Team Flash, they have a lot of experience. They have they have players that knows how to play the game ins and outs. They have went through and fought against professionals, and yet their composition is definitely a tough one to fight against. But we'll jump on down and break it down a little bit more later, as we are now going to highlight the MVP, and that goes over to Luca with a total of 11 kills, 2 deaths, and 4 assists.
Yep, I mean, the setup for Luca has been perfect right from the team. So, I mean, Kramgard going in with that Way of the Dragon, getting the setup for his team to really jump in. Kyrie as well, making sure that a lot of things went their way. And if, things went a bit south, they always had the Couch Outer to depend on. So Luca was always well protected. And that allowed him to really just sit on the back lines and go for the kills. And you can see 855 GPM. That's pretty decent. In the professional scene, 855 gold per minute. And netting 11 kills, 2 deaths. Of course, anytime we die, it's something unfortunate. We do not want to have a death at all. 0 deaths would be perfect. But, not everything goes your way. So with whatever that has happened, I think Team Flash has done spectacularly. But, of course, on the flip side, I think Banana, they have been showing us some potential brilliance, right? They have taken Team Flash for a ride a couple of times.
Right. So the thing is, it seems as though there is a lot of difficulties going through and breaking through the Count's Altar as well as the Blessing of Moonlight Goddess. But somehow, Team Flash found a way and they could break through both of that wall. So let us take a look at the highlights and see exactly how Team Flash managed to break through both of these walls.
Yep, down here you actually see, right, they always get the catch on Nuna. They're going to try and stop that initiation. If you can stop the initiation from Team Flash, most of the time, they actually can win the fights, right? As long as they split the fights. But later on, you will see Kyrie really jumping in. His main priority target is always Gemini, if you take a look at the fights, right? And down here, this reset. The timing of the Couch Outer is what really changed the fight for both these teams. Right, earlier, whenever you see them winning a team fight on the side of Bananas, it's because they used the Couch Outer on a later basis, or they were forced to pop it at a later basis. But down here, you see, once they catch Angel, no more tank, then they can really commit. And here we see the Couch Outer being committed on a much later time from the entirety of Team Flash, allowing them to really just go in onto the backlines, going in with no fear. And BV all alone, what can he do? He can't do much. So at this point, that's where it started to fall apart. And when you have this, look at this, Angel jumps in, he gets Kyrie, and Kyrie's first intention is, get out, go and get the base, man.
Just hiding in there while the rest of the team just marches forward, and Stardust, being the all lonely Estes, what can he possibly do?
Yep,
Kill the opponents.
He can't offer any damage at that point. So, I mean, that was a closer for game number 1. And I'm really excited because Team Flash, we already know now, they have the consistency. So far, they've been very confident, very consistent, and very powerful at the same time. Now, it's really, the ball's back in Banana's court. Can you really shake up the draft and make Team Flash sweat? Because if not, you're going to drop the lower bracket.
Exactly. One thing is for sure, I want to see Banana as it is, not shaken into a smoothie. I definitely want to see Banana actually making it through and try to relegate Flash down to the lower brackets. And what happens from there? Well, we'll take a look at the narrative in a short while later. But all in all, Team Banana, I think that what we should be looking out for them is that they, it kind of seems as though they have been focusing a lot on the getting the perfect defensive maneuvers, having the Estes as well as getting themselves the Faramis, right? Or rather the Alta through the Valentina. That these two abilities is ultimately the key ability, or rather key ultimate coming from their composition, so that they will be able to keep themselves running time and time again. But for some reason, when we are looking at FFE, the way that they play is that they are relatively strong with the Cult Altar. It discourages people from attacking against them and continuing the fight. And when the opponents thought that they have the opportunity, someone is low, overextends, that is when Estes pops with the Blessing of Moonlight Goddess. So waiting for someone to overextend is understandably going to be the best way possible to use these key ultimate instead of using these ultimates just for survivability reasons.
Yep, I mean, like we said, if you're using it defensively, that's something that we do not want to see. Not to say you shouldn't do it, but I mean, if you're forced to pop that hand in a fight, it's probably not looking good for you because you're probably losing that fight in the first place. Now, let's go into the bans for Team Flash and as well as Banana. This time, we're going to flip both sides. No Fredrin, no Fanny again. I think, you know, on this side, they were watching the games for Banana, right? And they're gonna restart the lobby because I think we're gonna change some settings for the competitors instead. Yep, so now back to us, of course. And okay. We're hearing
information, so the information we will then relay to you. First pick is supposed to be for Flash, so we gotta have to swap. So they're restarting the lobby and to get that all done and dusted. So they gotta have to go through the entire banning phase and the picking phase first, and then restart the game, and then we get back into the draft again. So in the meantime, we do have quite some time to talk about literally anything and everything. So tell me, how's the day?
It's good. I think we should get back into the get back into the game. Well, okay, now sure, we can have some fun. You know, we do have plenty of time while they reset the entire thing. Now, I understand that we like certain characters in the game, right? So like you like Benedetta, I like God. So it's I'm never gonna see it being played in MPL ever again, probably. But you know, hey, fingers crossed, you can make it happen.
I mean, God is fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
God is fine.
I win most of my rank games with God, so it's okay.
If you tell me the Cyclone, I'm gonna bring you away from the camera and then I'm gonna do impossible things to you.
Sure, like make me an impossible burger.
Not sponsored.
Oh yes, not sponsored. Okay, in any case, okay, now I'm very interested. Based on the performance of Banana, right? Do you think, what do you think should change? Like, I don't think they have enough damage in their lineup.
I agree.
I think they should go be a bit more greedy. I think they're playing a bit too safe. Like, this is a textbook kind of, okay, we make sure that we have everything protected, right? So we have the Estes heal, we have the IMU to steal. Actually, I don't think they should go too safe. I would keep the Estes, but I would go for someone with more damage or potentially someone who could dive. The point of fighting against a Faramis, from my point of view, is I want you to force the Cult's Altar to be used at the inappropriate time. I mean, that's the formula to fight a Cult's Altar anyway. If they have access to it, just force them to use it at the wrong time.
Right. Technically, for me, I believe that their composition was actually okay. They have a good balance when it comes down to crowd controls, as well as survivability, as well as damage, right? Brody himself deals a lot of damage already. We're looking at Valentina, who can really be annoying as hell. Having the Terrify within her passive, as long as you hit twice in a row, and not to forget you're able to steal someone's ultimate. In this case, is going to be the Cult's Altar away from a Faramis. Essentially, you're looking at a better Faramis to a certain extent, just without the possibility of setting up fights through the Shadow Stampede. But you do have a Martyrs on your team, so that is one thing. The glue was not too bad, right? It was not too bad.
It's okay. I mean, it's going up against an Edith, right?
Yeah,
so Edith was having a difficult time in the first place.
Yeah, so here's the thing, right? They do have an Estes as well as the Faramis. If I really have to nitpick about their composition, it would probably be the glue, right? They do have a lot of sustainability for the entire team. It's a team-wide sustainability through the Blessing of Moonlight Goddess as well as the Cult's Altar. I don't think that the glue's sustainability is that important. You would want to go for an EXP laner that can very possibly be able to open up maps to a certain extent while still being agile, still dealing damage, and all of that boils down to Benedetta. Why am I doing this?
He's obviously a very huge Benedetta fan, right?
Yeah, I just see Benedetta available in every single damn composition. and I need help.
I mean, that's really how a person thinks like, you know, you try to make it work with whatever draft that's possible. But now, to make the draft work, let's take a look at what Team Flash. Now, they're going to be on the first pick, and we're going to go back into the first few bans again. So no Kaja. I would presume that the Fredrin is going to be banned again.
I would believe so.
And oh no, it's going to be a Fanny. But Fredrin's still on the cards for the ban. I think they do not want to allow a Fredrin to go in the hands of Nuna. We have seen how Nuna played against Greyback with the Fredrin. Although that second match they did lose, but that early game pressure and that early game lead that they created with the Nuna Fredrin was pretty insane. Scary as well. So I don't think Team Flash wants to allow that kind of comfort pick for the side of Banana. So we'll see if they want to really make sure that they disable and disallow this Fredrin from coming into the game at all.
So how is it gonna be like? Well, it's definitely taking some time for that drafting to go through. Martis has joined Kaja as well as Fanny into the banning phase. Let's not forget about 1-1, right? So 1-1, Fredrin, Joy, these three are generally the three heroes that we should be expecting to see. There could be times that we start to see Valentina as well as Faramis being thrown in, but you know, in my opinion, there are much more important heroes that we should look out for.
Yep, so like you said, Joy definitely one of the priority picks for the ban, and Joy will be banned out by Bananas. Now, Team Flash left with the last ban for the first phase before we actually go into what both teams would want to force each other into, right? I mean, that's the whole point of the bans, is to really force your opponents to go into a very uncomfortable lineup or a predictable lineup that you can really easily counter, either in the laning phase or in the process of the whole game, where be it lane, killing creeps, clearing creeps, or objective-based gaming, or just pure fights all the way, right? So they will follow up with the 1-1 ban from Team Flash, so no crossbow of tanks available, and this is going to leave Bananas with the final ban for the first phase.
So final ban, very likely gonna be Kaja. I don't think the Banana would want to give a Kaja over to the side.
Kaja's already banned. So
oh, right. I dumb. There is Fredrin. Yes, Fredrin is gonna be the next one. I mean, it's plausible for us to still see Fredrin being peaked, but what are the other heroes that is important enough? And I don't think that you would want to ban out an Estes in this case. Team Flash doesn't seem to put a lot of emphasis on the Estes. Neither do they put emphasis in a lot of things. Unless they want to ban on the Link again.
That would be interesting. I mean...
Oh, Crime God's chill. Of course. Sure.
Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense as well. Creme got really the heart of the setup for the side of Team Flash. So if you really stop that... I mean, Cho is just one of the many initiators within the entire lineup of heroes available, right?
Yes.
But perhaps that is the most comfortable for them, and that is going to allow Vetch to get that first pick on that Fredrin. So, okay, Angel back onto that glue again. It looks like Angel is very comfortable with using glue, very confident as well.
It really boils down to comfort.
But I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether this is the call or not.
Maybe if he's able to get a Maniac again, it could be the right call. In the end of the day, it really boils down to mechanics as well and how good that would be. Technically speaking, we have seen a composition like this before, right? With a Yve picking onto a Fredrin, we thought that the Fredrin would be a true Kryptonite over to Yve, and that technically didn't happen. So if Gemini is able to pull it off, then the better it is. They will be able to push away this Fredrin without a problem. But right now, this is the next problem. Link.
Kyrie Ling, a very mobile and very dangerous character. Yes, Kyrie's Ling. I mean, Ling is not a very tanky character like you mentioned earlier in today, but he is so mobile. And if Luca picks out this Faramis again, I think it's gonna be a nightmare for Bananas.
Would be. Faramis might be picked out here. I don't think that a Banana would want to go for a Valentina role, but that would be kind of forcing it to a certain extent just to want to have that Cult Altar. Not saying that they can't, but it just feels like it's a forced play.
Hear me out, right? I'm not a professional, but I'm
Always
thinking maybe no, Natalie would make sense with the silence.
The Tana is fine.
Yeah, because if you can really force that Faramis to either not have the Couch Outer, kill him before the Couch
think
Outer
that
can
is-
be
yeah.
activated, or silence him during the fight. That would be great. And you know, because it's an AoE silence, it could technically stop Kyrie or hinder Kyrie from doing the things that they want to do. Essentially hinder the entire side of Team Flash. That's one thing. But of course, Natalia is also very squishy, so that's the risk that you're taking.
Yeah.
BV going back on the Beatrix, so I mean, they need to provide her with a bit more protection this time. Angel is great, he's tanky, but he's more offensive rather than defensive. So they need to figure something out to allow BV to really flourish, because BV, you can see Team Flash, when the actual pressure comes, BV can't handle it.
I think that Natalia is actually a pretty okay pick coming from Banana. They do there is a Ling which is relatively weak in the early stages of the game. If Natalia just goes in and really just harass the crap out of the Ling, I would say that their jungle momentum as well as the jungle routine would definitely take quite a hit. Suffer quite a hit, right? So it's not a out of the world idea. I will say that it is still definitely a possible thing, but it all boils down to a strategy altogether. You can find some tactics within of their strategy, but all in all, there's still a lot of other heroes that can do what they want. Hilda is a very good example, but that has been banned as well. So assassination could be within of Banana's territory right now.
I mean, I hope they keep it in the purview, because right now Nuna is going to be the one in charge, and Nuna has been the jungler for Team Banana. So Nuna is faced with a very difficult choice. Who do you pick to go up against a Ling in jungle? Ling can always join the fights late because Ling is so mobile, so fast across the maps. And you know, Nuna has been very used to playing junglers that are very not as mobile as Ling. Let me just put it that way, right? So Nuna gonna go onto the Hayabusa, and oh my goodness, I think they hurt me. So it's gonna be a Natalia for Cram God maybe.
But on the wrong side.
Not the wrong side, because
Oh, you actually wanted the Natalia on the Flash?
no, either way
Okay.
it works, right? Because if you can silence off the glue, or you can silence off Gemini, it's gonna be a deal breaker for them, because there's really not much they can do. They can't offer much in the team fights when there's silence, and there's a huge burst potential from Natalia as well. But that, of course, only works out if it is in an advantageous laning stage, right? And looks like Kremgod will consider the Kufra. I think it fits the mentality of synergy a bit more on their side for Team Flash as well. So a more tanky kind of roamer would do the job better for them. So Lolita is going to be the final pick, and Jay back onto that signature Brody as well.
So we have initiations that's coming in from the Lolita. Perhaps Lucan playing onto the Faramis could do something along the lines as well with the Shadow Stampede. Definitely something that we have seen a couple of times before. Great plays that really set things up very nicely for their fellow teammates. So Team Flash, they have great damage, great defenses, as well as great I would say that they technically have high ground. I could also say that their crowd control is good. Creep clear is the only problem here. Luca is probably the only one that can do a decent wave clear. Vex can't, Kyrie can't, Kremgod can't, Jay definitely can't, but it will take some time. So when it comes down to defending the base, if Team Flash were ever to be on the lower hand, they are very likely gonna be having a lot of trouble, basically.
Well, both drafts have their pros and cons, but I'm just feeling Team Flash's lineup and draft a bit more well-rounded compared to what they have on Banana. Banana is a very risky lineup for me based on the laning phase, simply because there is a Ling on top. And now, of course, Flash is going to be represented by Veg, Luca, Kyrie, Jay, as well as Kremgod. And they will be fighting for tournament point. They want to go into the regular season, and standing in their way is going to be Team Banana, represented by Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, and Gemini. So let's get it started. Potential game match where we will see Team Flash potentially go into the regular season.
Just one more game for Team Flash in order for them to move onwards into regular season. Are they really gonna be able to move right on in a 2-0 fashion against Banana? Or will Banana pull something out of their sleeve, an ace in their sleeves, and put Flash down to where they belong, not in the MPL? Well, we shall see.
Did you just say not where they belong?
No, back to where they belong, not in MPL.
Okay.
Yeah, that's probably in the minds of Banana, because the main thing is knocking Team Flash out.
Oh, it's a nice steal though there. Steal attempt at least from the Fredrin here.
Laning phase wise is looking pretty simple, straightforward. Expected results so far, but this Lolita is causing a bit of problems for the Hayabusa here, because Kyrie is already on to this Lethal Wanderer, and that's going to be a good healthy chunk of EXP. But if Kyrie actually falls here, it's going to be disastrous for them. Kyrie's jumping in, but Gemini supporting. Can he actually get the kill? Oh, committing the ultimate here, but Nuna is still alive. Can he get the kill? First blood goes to Gemini instead. That's not what they wanted on Team Flash.
There's definitely Grave coming in from the side of Team Flash. Kyrie losing one person this early, perhaps even more. 1-for-1 trade so far. Jay is going to be taken down as well. Will Cram, God, as now Stardust joins into the fray together. And now that is 3 members down from the side of Team Flash, and Banana definitely going bananas after all of that. And only now did I realize that Bananas actually have got a Minotaur.
Yep, Stardust going to be going on the Minnow, and I mean this Minoan Fury is going to play a big part in team fights later on. So I think Bananas, I really like the setup so far. They're playing a bit more aggressive. Jay going to be the suffering of this one as Stardust gets the kill on Jay, and somehow it does not work out in Team Flash's favor as Cram God going to be moving away, and Angel getting another kill now on Veg. 0-1-0, so this is a very good start for Bananas here. Team Flash maybe being a bit more complacent with that first game victory here, and with this they're gonna set a barrier around this turtle pit. You know, we have Angel, Stardust as well as Gemini on the outskirts of the turtle pit, allowing Nuna to really get this job done, and that's gonna be the first turtle of the game going all the way to Bananas.
With Blade on the Heptaseas being picked up by Luca, he's understandably going to deal, or rather pack, a lot of punch in the very first hit that he deal in within a single team fight, and that is quite a bit of a poke if you ask me. 3 minutes in already, and that is what we are going to be expecting, right? Every single one of the energy shield is still up and running. The entirety of Flash kind of seems as though they are going to be moving down south, wanting to bring down every single one of that energy shield while pushing EV away. Minotaur joins into the fray as well, perhaps even with Yves. This is going to drive the rest of Team Flash away while they prepare themselves for the next turtle, which will only come in 80 seconds later.
Yep, Cram God definitely knows that someone's in the brush here, as Luna is going to be the one that greets him in the face of the bush. He will not get the kill because Cram God is a very tanky Lolita in the first place, but more importantly, they need to protect this tier 1 tower. Oh, Luca gets caught up by the Minoan Fury. Actually, was that the Minoan Fury? Yes, I think that was the Minoan Fury, and here we go. Gemini getting caught, Numenor Blast committed. Oh my goodness! What a nice adjustment there by that Cram God, and I mean, that's why they call him Cram God, right? And in the mid lane, looks like they're trying to set up other things as well. Jay gonna pull in PB. And a nice kill by Jay. So he has that prowess on that this kills here, and with that, they're gonna set up themselves to get this tier 1 turret.
Easy game. Now that is definitely something that we are expecting to see coming from Team Flash, right? Having Cram God start things out with a fight with an immediate stun, and then we will be looking at Jay coming in with the Shadow Stampede in order to move our distances away from the walks of retreat. This way, BV have got not enough time to get himself underneath the turret and to be safe and sound. All in all, right now, top lane, Angel finds himself taken down by the hands of Jay almost immediately. 4-5 is the current scoreline, and of course, when it comes down to economy, Team Flash is up ahead by only 800.
Yeah, this is a different story from game 1, right? So Team Flash, I think they're, not that they're struggling, but Banana is definitely showing up a bit more, right? They're here to play, and I want to make sure that they make a good showing of this competition. But in the meantime, taunt, BV getting caught out again. Veg, here we go. He's going to get the kill, and Luca is going to get another kill for himself, as well as looks like this Mino is not going to have a fun time at all. Stardust is going to be forced to back off as they're going to clear this wave as well. This tier turret, second tier turret is looking like it's going to fall very soon. And with that, a congratulatory prize in the form of a Boolear as Stardust literally turned to Stardust in a matter of seconds.
Very questionable, I gotta have to say, that the Minotaur stuck around the inner turret in the top lane despite having a low amount of health, and you are dealing with Vex that is played as a Fredrin. Definitely not the kind of situation that you want to be in. You wouldn't want to give any more kills over to Team Flash. When you know that the opponent is definitely going to be claiming the turret for themselves, give it to them. Give it to them instead of giving it to them plus your corpse.
Yep, so Bananas, maybe just a change in pace for them. So Team Flash seems to have the upper hand at this point, but Angel has his eyes on Cramgod. He wants to set something up. This is not the actual target. They want Jay, they want Kyrie, they want Luca. These are the three members that they actually want, but standing in their way, Cramgod is going to do all he can to really just be in their face, right? Luminon Blast is going to be up already, and so they're waiting for that perfect setup. Both teams, this is where the catch is really important. And BV, this time a bit slower, 6.5 minutes, the first BOD finally back into the hands of the Beatrix.
Definitely slower by quite a bit. Well, it is only a 1,000 gold deficit for Banana, and right now Banana was hoping that they will be able to congregate themselves onto the inner turret in the bottom lane. But it kind of seems as though Team Flash are lying in wait on an ambush. And now the Luminon Blast unfortunately does not affect Angel because he is literally going to be devouring the soul of Jay. Jay finds himself taken down. Stardust, not a lot of health to work with, but it's gonna be a-okay. A quick little taunt coming from Vex, and then will be the slam right in the face. That is gonna be one person down from the side of Banana and Flash. No one is down just yet. Vex has been tanking everything, and is finally down time for him.
Yep, 1 for 1, but this is a very important one. A tank for a mage here. Gemini gonna be the victim, as Nuna gonna chase in on Jay as well. Jay does not have the couch altar, but oh, the bot lane, can they actually get it? No, it's a bit too far forward, and they get killed off. It's 2 kills for them, and it's going into the hands of Luca, who is now 3-0-4 with a killing spree as well. That's going to be increased damage for every kill that he gets during the fight.
There's definitely going to be Luca trying to skill as much as he can. He does have 3-0-4, as you said previously just now, and they are preparing themselves for the very first Lord to spawn. Now that it is out, and Team Flash, they do have the controls over most of the territory in the top side. Kyrie just takes the opportunity to open up and close out the bottom lane and push that out as much as possible to put on more space as well as more pressure all across the map evenly before they start taking the Lord.
Yep, I like this movement by Team Flash. You take a look at how they're positioning. Banana has to be very cautious about this. They cannot allow any space for Team Flash. But at the same time, they cannot risk that split push by Link. And what happens is that they're going to commit one member, presumably now it's going to be a glue, right, Angel? One member away into the lane. But here we go. They're going to try and force a fight here because the Link is around the corner. It takes some time for the other members of Bananas to really rotate in. And here we go. Nuna.
Immediately, Jay he's going to stay alive for a little while longer because of the cult altar. But in the end of the day, Kyrie as well as Jay find themselves both taken right down. Banana, all 5 of them is still alive, so we are expecting to see a 3 versus 5 game. Team Flash, they are literally gonna be at wit's end. They're back against the wall. Banana have got so much advantage on top of Team Flash. How exactly is this Lord still staying up? Banana doesn't seem like they are focusing onto the Lord at all. They're trying to split up their forces. They're trying to focus onto Luca. They want to focus onto the Lord as well. It's a little bit all over the place. Banana took this fight a little bit too long, and Jay is now back, and so is Link. This time, Banana may actually go down because of all of that, and now look at the amount of stuff that's going to be going all over the place. The Lord slams down on the ground. A couple of members are just going to be flying up into the sky. 3% down from the side of Banana, with only 2% down from the side of Team Flash. Angel popping up with a split. Was hoping that he would be able to get away, but with a quick little scope and a shot coming in by the side of Luca. That is Banana that's got absolutely punished for being too greedy, taking the members from Flash while taking the Lord.
Yeah, I think that was a bad call there. Not the decision to really go for the Lord, but the decision to really go for a split fight there. They should have focused their resources on getting the Lord, and now they're going to be punished heavily by Team Flash because they allowed Kyrie so much time to get the respawn in, and by the time Kyrie came out, it took him 2.5 seconds to jump onto the Lord's pit and get that fight started. And when Kyrie is around, you know the team is confident. They have the Cult's outer. I mean, it was on cooldown just now, so they were a bit apprehensive about taking the fight, but they know Veg was able to land a couple of taunts as well, and that really set themselves up for the fight. And now you see the aftermath of that one mistake, that one bad call. Banana gonna be suffering all of the tier 2 turrets being taken away in an instant. And while they deal with the Lord, it is a problem because right now, this means the map is dark for the side of Bananas.
It's completely barren in the outside, or rather the outskirts of Banana's base. Luckily, every single one of the inhibitor turret is still up and running, and that pretty much just means that Banana still have got a chance. They still have hopes that's just going to be glimmering within of their eyes. Because as long as these inhibitor turrets are still up and running, they still have a chance to end the game without being backdoored. Backdooring is ultimately the tough thing to play around with.
Yeah, we haven't seen a backdoor attempt yet in today's games. I hope we don't see it. I mean, as a viewer, I would love to see it, but right now, I don't think any of the teams are going to be allowing such a situation to arise in the first place. Banana now, they are going to be locked up in their base. I mean, we are down as Angel gets caught out. Oh, Jay! Oh my goodness!
Oh, three-man knock-in coming in from the side of Stardust. It kind of seems as though Flash, they were all congregated together, and it's definitely going to be a tough game for them to play as BB walks right in, and with his Nibiru, he managed to bring 3 person down. A triple kill while he changed right into Renner to try and go for some apathy shots, but it doesn't seem like it will be able to connect down onto Lolita.
But that's exactly what they needed. Team Flash, they were caught out by surprise. Kyrie's back alive here. He needs to try and figure something out. But BB, he's the one that he needs to keep his eyes on. He needs to be very careful. Stardust, the person in charge, you can see Kyrie hiding behind.
From the back, it doesn't seem like he will be able to assassinate anyone at all. But Graham, he is the one that comes in for the kill. But now the Numenon Blast doesn't seem like it will be connecting onto Angel because unfortunately he does not have the flicker. The rest of the members coming from the side of Banana, they really wanted the inner turret in the middle lane. But right now, Nuna, he jumped into the fray with his quad shadows only to run right out with half of his HP gone in a second.
Yep, they have 12 seconds on the clock before their members are going to be up, or in this case 15 seconds. Is that more than enough time? Yes, there is not enough time for the Bananas to try anything at this point. Nuna has to take a huge risk if he wants to go in. He does have his retribution, but there's no time at all. Team Flash will secure this in the form of Luca. And now Nuna might get caught out here. He's all alone on 2 members.
Oh no!
And Team Flash, this is the signal. Here we go, the recall party. This is our game. We are going into the regular season.
Team Flash, they are rejoicing. Even though this is slightly early for them to rejoice, is this really the end of the game? The Lord is now going to be marching in the middle lane, and Banana's Nuna will only come back out in 15 seconds. And I am generally quite hopeful that Banana will be able to get their full forces in check before every single one of the inhibitor turrets goes down. Middle lane inhibitor turret 100% will go down because of this Lord charge. But now, Nuna pops right back. The main thing that we want to look out for is the congregation in the middle lane and where Kyrie is. How and who is going to be focusing on what? As Angel went over to the back lines coming from the side of Team Flash, he's just going to be working his way along to the back lines, but that is going to be a force onto the Cult's altar. He's going to go down, Angel it is, but with the Cult's altar gone, that could be an opportunity for the rest of the front members from the side of Banana. 1 person down from the side of Banana, or rather make it 2. But now it's just going to be Minoan's Fury coming from the side of Stardust, just knocking everyone else up into the air. Gemini's going to be the last member remaining when it comes down to the damage, but doesn't seem like they will be able to defend this against Team Flash.
And Team Flash will be your winners for today. They are the first contenders to make it out into the regular season. Congratulations to Team Flash. And now, like we said, competition is tough, it's brutal,
it's tough,
and it's a reality check. So Banana, they did their best. They couldn't do it against Team Flash. Now,
they have their second challenge. They will be going up against the runner-up Alchemy SG in the lower bracket finals to see who is going to go into the regular season.
Well, this is gonna be a very tough game to watch, the upcoming one in the lower brackets. Alchemy SG versus Banana. We have went through every single one of these games, or not every single one, but most of their games. We've seen how strong Banana is. We also know how strong Alchemy SG is. And watching them going head to head with only one team going through to the regular season is definitely gonna be heart-wrenching for some of these teams and perhaps even for some of the viewers.
Yep, I mean, if you're a fan of either of these teams, prepare yourself, steel your hearts, because this is going to be a tearjerker for sure if you are supporting one of these two teams. One of them has to go home. They have to go home. The other will bask in glory before, they meet the actual professional challengers here in the regular season.
It's gonna be tough. But, well, all in all, congratulations over to Team Flash as they have succumbed every single one of these teams without dropping a single series. They stayed themselves afloat in the upper brackets and showed exactly what they are made of to be that pro team that has always been representing in the MPL seasons. And now, I'm pretty sure that a lot of the people knows how they are working with and how they have been playing like. In the meantime, let's just jump right in and take a look at the MVP. It is going to be the Roma Lolita Cram God. 3 kills, 3 deaths, 12 assists.
Yeah, finally the initiator gets the recognition here. Cram God, my goodness, that last fight, the 3-man Numenon Blast, setting it all up for his team to really just end it all. And, Cram God, I think, made a lot of nice catches throughout the entirety of the game, as well as protecting most of the backline, especially, who is the marksman? The Brody. Yeah.
Yes.
The Brody was the protection from Cram God on Brody has been spectacular, and that really allowed him to soak up a lot of damage. So there was a period of time, there was one instance where we saw the script flip, right? Where BV went ham, he went in, he killed everyone. And that was the one instance that the Lolita couldn't do much, right? Cram God made a mistake, he couldn't get the correct coverage, and the team got wrecked. But aside from that, Cram God has been perfect the entire game for Team Flash.
And now we are gonna be moving right on to see exactly how Team Flash have gotten themselves the victory in this entire series. As we move on to the highlights. Doesn't seem as though that Team Flash would have any problems whatsoever. When it comes down to this game, all the way in the early stages of the game, Kyrie got dropped out pretty darn early and Stardust joined into the fray, and it really seemed as though Team Flash's game was looking very, very dire. But all in all, it all takes a couple of fights, a couple of team plays, and a couple of mistakes, technically speaking, from the side of Banana, and Team Flash found themselves opportunities to win time and time again. So here we have, quickly after the first Lord, we have Team Flash that's working their way through the Shadow Stampede plus the Numenon Blast. These are the kind of things that we should be expecting from the side of Team Flash. Combos on top of combos. And like you said, the Beatrix and Debrew just running his way, running his course, getting himself the triple time and time again.
Yep, so it was that exact moment, right? And along with Jay on that Faramis, the fact that he caught so many people that allowed the setup to be here. And the Fredrin, like you said, layering combos upon combos. If you have a solution for problem 1, no problem. We have problem number 2 to address to you. And there was too many things for Bananas to really consider. And like I said, this is a new introduction for them. So this is the pro scene. This is how games are won and lost as well. So Banana definitely did not expect that last bit of fights. I think it was a bit too much for them to handle. But nonetheless, it's a good learning opportunity. Now, I think they stand a much better chance against Alchemy SG. Right? And not to show any biasness or whatsoever, but Alchemy SG, both of these teams are still considered community teams. So right now, when you play against the best, you lose against the best, you also learn from the best. Not sure whether Alchemy SG has had this experience yet.
They fought against Flash in the first round.
Oh, so let's see. Time will tell now. Who has learned their lesson better?
Well, I really want to know how these teams are going to come through. But before we even throw over to a break, let's take a look at the bracket and take a look at the entire story so far. we can move on away from Team Flash already, right? Banana, they went through the very first game against Greybag Audacity with a 2-1 scoreline, followed by Absolute SG in a sweeping 2-0 fashion until they meet with their rivals here. Against Team Flash, they have been dropped down and relegated into the lower brackets and now faces off against Alchemy SG, their final boss.
Alchemy, though, their journey has been very interesting. They lost to Team Flash, so Team Flash knocked everyone out. And now Alchemy went on the lower bracket journey, all the way winning 1-0, all the best of ones.
It's the best
all
of
the
ones.
pressure,
Yes.
all the stress. Every single time they made it out alive again and again and again. And now, the final competitor that stands in the way of regular season is going to be Bananas. Sorry, mental block there. I was like, what is the team name? But okay, don't worry. I'm fine, guys, and he's fine as well. So it is gonna be this best of 1 against Bananas. Is it best of 1? No, it's a best of 3.
I think it's a best of 3.
Yeah, it's a best
Yeah,
of 3.
it's a
So
best of 3.
now, which means that there is some room for breathing, right, for both of these teams. Both of them have been kicked off the boat by Team Flash. So now let's see who is the better protege. Your master has kicked you off the boat already. Now you're supposed to fend for yourself. Let's see.
Is it either Alchemy or
Banana.
Banana? I almost said potato for some reason. Fruits,
Kind of hungry.
Food. Yeah, I'm hungry. So we're just gonna go off for a 10 minutes break and we will be right back with you guys for the final showdown of the MPLSG Season 5 qualifiers. Don't go away.
What's up, everyone? Welcome. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
少しでも多くの善人が平等を享受できるように。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。タートルを攻撃する。
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the final stage, the final step, the final leap, the final jump.
Whatever it is. The grand finale of today.
Yes, the grand finale of today's MPLSG Season 5 qualifiers. We have seen so many teams gun it out all the way from yesterday until today, to the point that we are left with 3 teams, with one of the team that is already qualified over to the regular season. Congratulations over to Team Flash. They managed to win all of their matches all the way from the upper brackets, and now they have relegated one team down over to the lower brackets. And that means that Banana will be fighting against Alchemy SG to gun for that final spot in MPLSG Season 5.
Yeah, both of these teams have been knocked into the lower bracket by Team Flash themselves. So right now, it's really the battle of who is the better learner, who is the better adapter, right? Who's
the better loser? Hey!
Alright, so do you go bananas for it, or do you make the science and, you know, figure out the alchemy of your craft to see if you can win the game?
There's a reason why they are called alchemy, because they have good chemistry.
Hey!
Hey!
But, you know,
do they?
Chemistry is one thing, right? But, you know, you have to be prepared for surprises and stuff like that. So Bananas definitely, I think they want to go with the monkey business, make it a bit crazy. And let's see whether science or craziness is going to prevail here.
I call science.
Once again, we're on the opposing end here because I'm going to go for Bananas. And we will see, in the first few drafts, how is it going to work, right? This is a best of 3, so there is some room for error. But of course, what you want to achieve is a very comfortable 2-0. That's the game plan, right? But we have seen Bananas, they might not last in the long run in the best of 3, right? We have seen them be very strong in the early game, but they might fall off in the late game. So let's see if they can recover from this kind of behavior or the kind of storyline that has been placed down for them in their playstyle.
Do note that even though this is the lower bracket games, this is the lower bracket finals after all. As such, it is no longer going to be that cutthroat, punishing best of 1 anymore. It is going to be a best of 3. So you gotta have to win 2 games against your opponents in order to qualify to the next one. So far, Alchemy SG, they have their very first game was against Flash already. So we didn't really get to see how they fare against the other teams until they went on in the lower brackets, whereby they get 1-0 against every single team that they have fought. Some of them were, or rather, that one game that we watched against FFE. FFE is definitely a very strong team after all, but it seems as though that Alchemy had no issues dealing with FFE.
Yep, I think they are mentally very strong and very sound as well. The way that they are drafted makes much more sense compared to what we have seen so far, at least for FFE Prime's draft itself. Not only that, the execution of it has been quite clean. Right, so right now on Alchemy, let us introduce the old boys again, right? The same young boys you've seen, Narcotics, Bitcoin, Icon, Ashiru, as well as Pifert. Now, Pifert did play a Glue, so Glue is definitely on the board available if Alchemy wants to pick that up.
And Alchemy themselves, we have seen them play, or rather in other tournaments, they have played Kaja before. In the previous games, they did manage to play the Xavier as well. So Alchemy definitely do have quite a bit of flexibility when it comes down to their picks. But if Banana do want to target ban the members of Alchemy, what kind of heroes do they want to target ban specifically? That is always going to be the question. Now, one thing for sure is that Icon's Archive is supposed to be something that the opponents should fear. Looking at how it worked out is definitely amazing to watch. Now, we also gonna have to look out for Ashiru's Cho. Those are based off of that single game, but that single game seemed to have a lot of impact already.
Yep, right now, of course, on the other end is Bananas. And you already know, BV, he can pop off if you give him the right tools and the right timing as well. So that's someone that we will definitely keep our eyes on. And of course, Angel, the corresponding Glue player on the side of Bananas. So Angel against Pifert, if either of them can get the Glue, it is going to be very advantageous to them because I believe it is a comfort pick for either one of these players itself. Now let's talk a bit more about the bans. So Banana's going to have their first 3 bans for Phase 1, which will come in the form of the Kaja 1-1 as well as Mist. On the flip side for Alchemy Boys, we have the Glue being banned out, Joy as well as Fredrin. So no Fredrin, no Glue, and no Mist. These 3 are the top 3 picks that both teams have showcased that they have a very decent understanding of and can really win fights and games off of it.
Now, we're looking at the heroes that have leaked out. A lot of these heroes are technically understandable. Fanny is one hero that none of these teams have decided to ban. There could be a possibility that none of these heroes, or rather none of these players plays a Fanny. Technically, I do believe the Icon can play the Fanny, but I don't know whether he actually wants to play a Fanny here. As such, we are going to be looking at Banana with the first pick onto the Eve, leaving the 2 next pick over to Alchemy. Valentina is available.
Yep, we could potentially see a Valentina as well. And also bear in mind, Carry is still open. So Carry, our major damage dealer with the true damage options as well, could be available for either one of these teams. But that's the damage dealers. If we talk about the tanks, what tanks does the Alchemy Boys like to play?
Well, Akai is definitely one of the situations that they can pick. Cho is one thing that they can go for. I believe that Grok is a hero that they would pick out as well. Kufra is something that we should not discount as well.
Yep, Icon going to go with the Martis and Pifert going to go with the Lapu Lapu. Now let's see, in response, Bananas, how are they going to,
draft against this particular lineup. This is a very tanky anti-CC lineup from the side of Alchemy Boys, right? So Icon with the Martis, there's a lot of anti-CC potential. Pford with a lot of damage and lifesteal and health regen as well. Now, they're hovering around the Edith, and looks like BV wants to go back on the Beatrix. So it's a very comfortable pick for BV. We have seen how BV performs with Beatrix given the amount of farm. Now, there is expectation for me at least on BV. BV did a BOD in 4 minutes. So that's, to me, that is the place marker that I'm going to place, right? If BV achieves that same kind of farm in that timing, I would believe that he's having a good game.
How about the request right now, right? Alchemy have already fulfilled their EXP laner, the jungler, and now they're going to be looking at the final one. With a little bit of flexibility here and there, I believe that they would likely want to work on to their marksman, perhaps. That is if they do not, that is if they want to, kind of stay on the flexible side. But right now, Alchemy have decided to pick up a Xavier for themselves, allowing Bitcoin to pick that up almost immediately, allowing the marksman as well as the roamer to be slightly more flexible for Alchemy. Narcotics as well as Ashiru. When it comes down to marksman, Brody could be definitely one thing that we should be looking out for narcotics, and Ashiru back again at it when it comes down to the choke.
Yep, their first ban for the Alchemy SG boys gonna be the Hayabusa, and
gonna go to
now
Luna anymore.
Luna is going to take a look at Brody. Okay, so no huge burst, mega burst potential, right? Brody is really insane with the burst damage as well. So Alchemy SG, Narcotics gonna be left with the last ban for his end, and of course Stardust gonna be left with the last ban for the side of Bananas as well.
Now, I believe that they wouldn't want to ban any roamers, even though Stardust is a roam hero or is a roamer. Ashiru is also gonna be that roamer. They wouldn't want to limit their own choices by that much in the very event that Bananas decided to pick up the roamer first. So right now, Alchemy is very likely gonna be looking out for a ban onto junglers, and the only junglers left that is, kind of like important is probably gonna be Ling. Ling is one of them. Akai is gonna be the next one too.
Yep, they have to bear in mind how they want to deal with the composition of Alchemy SG. Now, we have already seen how Alchemy SG played, right? So in that first game where they knocked out FFE Prime, Bitcoin was a huge part of it as well. They had a lockdown from the archive. They had someone else to, I think it was Lolita, if I'm not wrong, but they had a lockdown, right? So the Dawning Light was part of the combination for them, and that really wrecked the lineup of FFE Prime. So I'm presuming that Alchemy SG will go with a similar concept. Someone who can provide a lockdown on any of the heroes on the side of Banana, which will then allow them to really amp up the damage. Every combo nets a kill, every combo means there's more options for them to explore. They could go for objective, they could take a turret, they could take a turtle, or they could just run down the lanes, get more farm.
I think that roamer probably isn't going to be the first thing that they're going to be looking out for. Very likely they want to pick up their marksman first, right? With the Brody that's out, they're going to be picking up the Claude. So with the Claude picked up, they do have the flexibility as to what kind of roamer that they want that will play a very big differences into their game. So Ling, like I was calling out, hoping that they will ban that out, is going to be picked up by Luna instead, while the Cho is going to be snatched away by the hands of Stardust. So with the Ling coming out, with quite a little bit of mobility from the side of Cho, this Kufra pick is going to be the only idea that I have that still have got great lockdown, initiation, as well as just ultimately stopping all these movement skills from side of Banana.
Yep, I agree with you. I think that would be definitely something very viable, because right now I think the primary target for Stardust is actually going to be Bitcoin. I don't think he's supposed to catch Narcotics at this point. Bitcoin is going to be the one that offers a lot of follow-up damage with the Dawning Light. So Stardust's jobs here is just to get rid of Bitcoin, make sure that he doesn't enter the fight. But Ashiru, Rafaela? Interesting. Healing, I mean, with a bit of slow as well. So that is something that could be interesting. You have the Lapu who can jump in, deal a lot of damage. You have the Claw with the Blazing Duets. And of course, you have the Martyrs who technically should be on the front lines going in to try and cause as much confusion as possible. My only worry is now that Team Banana, represented by Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, and Gemini, they have the Link, which can jump onto the backlines and get rid of this Rafaela pretty easy.
Well, I'm not too sure exactly what our friends here from the side of Alchemy SG may have in their palms or what kind of strategy that they have. But perhaps Dani, Narcotics, Sion, Bitcoin, and Ashiru would have something for us. Or I mean, Icon, Sion, Icon, right? Narcotics is of course gonna be super farmed up in the later stages of the game. That is if Ling leaves him alone. This Rafaela pick definitely caught me by surprise. I thought that they would probably want to work with someone that is more tanky in the front lines, as the only ones that are relatively tanky is going to be Pford. Or perhaps I wouldn't even call it tanky, just sustainable.
Yep, it will be interesting to see how they're going to play this out here. Icon already moving into the second jungle creep in his jungle, but Nuna, because of the help of his teammates, he is already set on the second set of buffs available in his own jungle. And if you take a look at the bot lane, the Claude doesn't seem to be doing too well against this Beatrix, so BV looks like he has a better 1v1 individual skill here. Stardust making sure that Ashiru is getting caught out, but will not be able to finish the kill here. And it looks like that Lethal Wanderer actually going to go towards the side of Alchemy.
It kind of seems as though Bananas wants to put out a little bit of that aggression over to the side of Alchemy, but that is not going to be the case all around. Banana did manage to win in the gold lane by putting quite a lot of that momentum in, but when it comes down to the EXP lane, Pford is actually putting quite an edge over Icon. In the meantime, speaking about Icon, down in the bottom lane has managed to get an assassination down onto Gemini and now onto Stardust. These 4 members moving together as a single unit has successfully brought down 2 members and very potentially be able to bring down BV as well. That is going to be the case. An early 3 frag, all for Icon.
Yep, this is a great start for Alchemy here. This is what they're looking for. I mean, the fact that they got a couple of kills is important. But more importantly is that all three of these kills actually go into the hands of Icon. So he is going to have an advantage jungling here. Angel, of course, not doing too well against Pford, has to be supported by Gemini. But Pford is doing his job brilliantly at this point, because right now Stardust, they can just stare on because Icon is all alone. The Ling has to come in. Nuna has to be very careful about the jump, but it's a little bit too late, and Nuna will regret that decision because the first turtle of the game is going to go into the hands of Alchemy as before.
If I do want to nitpick about the macro game, Banana shouldn't try to steal that turtle. In fact, they should probably move on with their own ways to find ways to get EXP for Nuna in order to have a more balanced fight against Icon when it comes down to the retribution battle. If they really want to catch on to the Icon, it's going to take quite a bit of a fight. As we now going to be looking at the RWM just going to be popping down by Gemini. Unfortunately, not quite enough to lock Icon in state. Bitcoin with the hollow purple immediately sniped Luna right out of the world as he was in the air, unable to make a U-turn or any form of turning at all. Alchemy now has a total of 5 kills, make that 6 without a single death to their name.
Yep, this is really clean from the side of Alchemy SG, and Science seems to be winning at this point because Angel, unable to hold his own against Pford. I mean, we already expected this. Lapu Lapu is a monster in lane, right? And Edith, yes, they have stuns, but you have a level disadvantage, and a simple sidestep here. This allows Angel from making any progress in the defense of his lane. In the meantime, you have someone like Icon on this Martis who is busy farming the jungle of Bananas, and that is probably driving them crazy because he is at level 7, a 2-level advantage. Similar to what Banana were doing before, they have this huge advantage and they will not let go. When they have the jaws on you, look at BV, he is in for a world of hurt here.
And now BV nowhere to run at all. Of the north side, east side, west side, everywhere you see red health bars. Nowhere that you can go. And now that the bottom lane turret has been taken down, the outer turret taken down, and now finally Banana has found the opportunity to catch onto the Lapu Lapu all the way at the top side. Technically speaking, it kind of made his job easier to go back home because the gold laners, they're gonna have to swap anyways.
Yep, exactly. And you know, this is breaking the egg for them. So the first kill And Stardust here, I don't think he's going to be able to achieve anything much at this point. Still, I'm questioning the Ashiru Rafaela pick, but it seems to be working out brilliantly for them that heal offered. And here you go, Stardust, who is the target he wants. He will not get Ashiru, and this means this turtle is going to be going to the hands of Icon once again.
Is it really about a movement speed improvement coming in from the side of Alchemy that make things a little bit different? Perhaps! As right now, BV sniped out. It's funny to see that the sniper gets sniped out this time. As Banana, they are completely behind. It's only 5 minutes in, and we're looking at a 5,000 gold gap between Banana as well as Alchemy. The top lane outer turret is going to be destroyed by Claude. This guy completely farmed up with a single kill and 5 assists. He's currently at level 8 together with Pferd as well as Icon. Retribution battles as well as all forms of team fight is definitely going to be tilted towards Alchemy's favor.
Yep, it's a 1 to 2 level advantage, and here's the thing, they're occupying Banana's side of the map as well. So Alchemy, they have so much going in their way right now. The tier 2 turrets are going to be falling on the top lane as well. Narcotics getting the farm. Icon 4-0-1, Pferd 2-1-1, Bitcoin 2-0-4. I mean, I'm just reading the KDAs because there's literally almost 0 deaths, just 1 death across the entire board. And here we go, Bitcoin jumping in with another dawning light here. Stardust catches Narcotics, but I don't think there's any follow-up possible.
Coming in from Narcotics, making sure that he wouldn't be able to get locked down by Stardust, but now we have the Gemini just going to be popping up with the RWM, but Narcotics just going to be immediately popping up with the Blazing Duet, trying to force Stardust away, but Pferd, he stands onto the back. He's going to be the arsenal of the team that eventually did manage to pull off the Bravest Warrior to make sure that Stardust would not have anywhere else to go.
Yep, that sidestep was so important by Angel there. If not, it would have been another free kill for the side of Alchemy. Now, the only saving grace is that they have this split push going on from Nuna, and they will secure this tier 1 turret, but there's just 1 turret. They have already taken 5 on the side of Alchemy SG. Nuna, he has to back off now because the rest of the members are going to be starting to explore and look for him. This is the final turtle of the first half of the game, and I don't see how Nuna is going to go for this. I think it's unwise to really go and try for the steal unless you can make it out safely.
Forcing a reset, that is what Banana has been doing. With that split push, Alchemy are forced to reset, and that technically works towards their favor because they gotta have to reset over to get themselves the turtle anyways. But Banana, they found the opportunity to go for the split push, and that is exactly what they did. With a small little victory for them, it closed the gap just by a tiny little bit. Perhaps they will be able to be relieved of some of that lane pressure with just a single turret down.
Yep, and this is a tough one to watch for Banana fans because Banana, you know that they're very used to having the lead in the early game and they're supposed to be winning in the early game, but down here you can see they're struggling to keep up with Alchemy. At all of the lanes, any objective is really tough for them. They have no turtles, and this first Lord is probably going to go into the hands of Alchemy if things don't change.
And it's now 70 seconds until the first Lord appears. Ashiru opens up the map and not just going to be immediately flipped around by the hands of Angel, but he's just going to be going for a flicker to get himself right out of the dodge. The Holy Baptism just going to be connecting on the Stardust, and it does seem as though the Cho is just going to be in a bit of a problem. The whole opponent just going to be connecting down onto him, bringing him down almost instantaneously. With 3 members down from the side of Bananas, with Alchemy not losing a single member, that is definitely going to be quite a big gap between of gold as well as itemizations.
Yep, 8.5 minutes. We are into this game 1, and it's looking like Alchemy has it all in the bag here. Angel gonna provide a bit of comfort here, but no follow-up damage. Where is it?
It doesn't seem like this Angel will be able to get himself out of the Pylex, unfortunately. But that is a great Jacundo, plus the Way of the Dragon combination that will bring down Bitcoin. But Stardust now, he gonna have to back off a little bit. The rest of the members from Alchemy, they are ready to mount a comeback anytime that they want. The thing is, they can't push on through the middle lane because of what Narcotics has been doing down in the bottom lane. He's already managed to bring down the inner turret.
Yep, this is tough, right? Bananas, they have to try and figure out is what can they do at this point. As Nuna, he's trying his best to do the split push, right? So get it started, but the damage he's offering at this point is really minuscule because they're so far behind. Level 9 across the board for the rest of the members of Banana, with Nuna the only one at level 11. Meanwhile, on the other end, Alchemy boys, they are already 1 level ahead, 1 to 2 levels ahead of everyone on the side of Bananas with the exception of Nuna. So right now, this first Lord, like I said, is going to be
Red
comfortably
team
in the
has
hands
slain the
of
Lord.
Alchemy SG, as Icon going to be responsible for the downfall of the Lord, and with that, the Lord's going to be marching down the middle lane. The true test for Banana starts now. Can they manage anything at all?
It really boils down to defending against this Lord. Because as long as they are doing well with this Lord and they manage to defend every single one of the inhibitor turret, Banana could actually try to mount a comeback. It really boils down to Nuna's EXP and his level. Because Nuna has constantly been trying to go for split pushes in order to catch up in levels. So he's only one level away from Icon, so when it comes down to Retribution battle, he's not too far away. As long as this Lord is defended, as long as all of the inhibitor turrets are defended, then they will have a chance to compete for the next Lord. And as such, it does seem like Banana did manage to do so.
Yep, they're gonna catch out Angel here, gonna be forced to move away. And there is no flicker available for majority of the team for the next 5 to 25 seconds in between. And Nuna is trying to go one-on-one against Pifa, but Pifa is one level ahead and is a Lapu, mind you. And Stardust tries to jump in. He does not have, he does have his ultimate, but he's not gonna be able to use it because the positioning is not to his liking. It's not optimal to get anything started at this point. Banana is struggling to keep up. As Alchemy, they're knocking on the door. They're looking for answers. What do you have for us, Banana? Because Angel, he is in the middle. He is probably going to get caught soon. And Dawning Light is just going to be spammed all across. And another lockdown. And here we go. Icon, he locked himself in the base.
Doesn't seem like he got any way to dash right out, but unfortunately that is going to be a forced play coming from the side of Banana. They really want to lock down onto Icon as much as possible, which they managed to successfully do so. The Blazing Duet, as well as the Hollow Purple, they are all just going to be dashing right out. Angel and Nuna is now going to be taken down, and this is actually pretty much good for them. 2 for 2, jungler for jungler, as well as an EXP laner for a gold laner. Banana now has a little bit of their advantage. Even though they did manage to lose the inhibitor turret in the top lane, ultimately their main goal is to drag the game long enough so that Nuna will reach the level comfortably to tackle against Icon in a very fair retribution battle.
Yep, it's about damage limitation right now on the side of Banana because they don't have much to offer in any form, right? They can't fight too much against Alchemy because they're all under level. Right now, they can only try to do pickoffs. That's the only solution so far that they could probably figure out. But the thing is, the way that Alchemy's draft works is they will group up together because you have someone like Icon, you have someone like Pford as well. And you know, the two of them will be on the front lines trying to catch out any stragglers. And if anything goes awry, Narcotics can always just jump out. And Ashiro offers a heal as well. Bitcoin is just, I mean, he is very, very on point with his positioning, right? You will see Bitcoin throwing out that Dawning Light every few seconds or so, and that's going to be a very huge deterrent to the side of Bananas because even before they start the fight, they're going to be half dead.
As much as I want to see Nuna catching up in terms of level so that they will have a fair retribution fight, it kind of seems as though he's still at level 14, while Icon is already at level 15. So Team Banana, they can't challenge that. They have to wait a little while longer before that Steel Link battle will eventually come in. So this Lord is the next Lord that they're gonna have to defend. As long as they do it well enough, then all will be well.
Yep, they have to survive at least their level 15 or so. They need to get their gold up to at least 45 or 48,000 in accumulation before we talk about any possibility of a late game fight from Bananas. In the meantime, Alchemy, they want to try and last as long as possible. Icon getting caught out and probably will die.
Right.
Oh my god!
He escaped with a sliver of health, while the rest of the members from the side of Alchemy turned things around, getting themselves a total of 3 kills. All of the lane have been pushed right out, with Alchemy pushing the advantage onto the middle lane and the bottom lane inhibitor turret. Bitcoin caught onto Angel. Angel with only a sliver, but it doesn't seem like he will be able to get away. Nuna, last man remaining, trying to defeat the 5 members from Alchemy. That did not go well at all, and Alchemy takes the first win.
This is going to be game 1. One step closer. It's a best of 3, so we're in a very comfortable position. Alchemy SG, it looks like the loss from Flash affected the team Bananas quite strongly in the mental fortitude. They couldn't recover from their loss and they couldn't deal with the pressure from Alchemy SG. Alchemy SG, on the other hand, very motivated. They know what's going on. They know what's at stake. They can smell it, they can reach it, they can touch it. and they're so much closer to it.
Just one more game for Alchemy. Just one more, and they stepped themselves into the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League in Singapore. They are this close. They cannot afford to lose out anything right now. They are such a decisive win against Banana. There's no way that they will want to lose out to them. In the meantime, for Banana, this must be quite a big defeat, considering the fact that they fought against Team Flash. None of their games against Team Flash was lost in this kind of fashion, because Alchemy SG, it kind of seemed as though Alchemy SG literally just took them right by the ankle, dangling them in air. It doesn't seem like... It actually seemed as though Alchemy SG was actually, quote-unquote, better than Team Flash.
Yeah, but it's a different ball game, right? I mean, this is a bunch of younger guns that you're playing up against. And in a matchup against younger minds, the thought process is always going to be different, but the reaction time is also going to be different. It's going to be much faster. And, you know, younglings are more prone to trying stuff out and taking huge risks. And that's what Alchemy did. I like the fact that they jumped in, and Ashiru was jumping in, as a Rafaela jumping in. That's the weird thing, right?
I'm surprised that the Rafaela actually worked. I believe that the healing, the amount of movement speed increase is definitely something that we definitely overlooked.
Yeah, but of course, you know, we had our eyes on Ashiru, but I want to find out who the MVP of this match is, at least for Alchemy SG, because there were a lot of strong players, right? We had Icon doing really well in the Martyrs. We had the Lapu Lapu as well. He was doing really, really great. And of course, I want to mention the Ashiru Rafaela as well. So let's take a look at who the MVP is for Alchemy SG. And in the meantime, I mean, I'm sure you're pretty happy about
Bitcoin!
Yep, I mean, Bitcoin was paramount in the victories that they had. The catch, the immobilization with the dawning light or the hollow purple, or purple hollow as you mentioned it. You know, 9, 1, and 7, this Xavier was godlike throughout the game.
Definitely. With a Wizard Boots, the Tome of Destiny, a Clock of Destiny, Lightning Truncheon, the book, I can't believe it, Tome of Knowledge or Tome of something, Divine Glaive being picked up by Bitcoin. He's not even done with his itemization.
Exactly.
Is probably the last one is going to be Immortality, I believe.
Yep, and the damage that he offered was pretty sick, because one thing, like we said, Alchemy SG, I think they understood this concept. The level disparity is a very huge factor in winning games, right? It also increases the amount of damage that you deal to everyone. I mean, like I said, Bitcoin, all he has to do is just stand at the back and shoot Dawning Lights out, and most of the time, Banana members will be at half health, 1/4 health, or at least just lower health than the majority of the Alchemy SG players.
All in all, I gotta have to say this game was great to watch. Perhaps the next game is even going to be better to watch. But before we even jump onto the next game, we do have highlights for you guys as well. Exactly how Alchemy SG managed to get themselves this game number 1 against Banana.
Yeah, let's take a look here for the highlights. So it started with Icon, right? It started all in the gold lane here. This first kill onto Gemini, and that's not the whole issue. The whole issue was that the entire team, with the exception of the Lapu, came down to start the fight, and they got so many kills. And all of the kills were actually funneled into Icon, who had 4 kills at this point. And this is just a 3-minute mark. So things were looking dicey already. But Bitcoin joined the party. I mean, like I said, the dawning light. Crazy. And here we go. This was actually, I feel, a bait play by Icon to jump in and act like he couldn't get out.
I think that it was an actual mistake, but just so that Alchemy managed to find an opportunity and just win that out. They are technically just waiting for the opponents to make a forced play. So technically speaking, I would say that for Alchemy SG, they are relatively scared. They're relatively scared of making plays like this. They're not interested in throwing one person out and make a sacrifice play. They want to win the game fair and square, 5 vs 5. But the thing is, the opponents, Banana, just doesn't let them do that until Icon make a smaller mistake.
Yep, exactly. So with that, I mean, it's a very convincing win, like you said. This Xavier is on point. This Ashiru Rafaela is on point. Now the question is, do they want to change
the game. Because right now, the way that the drafting is being done by both teams is very meta, right? It's like, oh, you know, this guy is really strong, so let's ban him. But you know, the actual competitions, the professionals, when they go into these games, it's really about playing the player itself. So I want to see if Banana will want to take the risk and really go for personal bans. Things that they know Alchemy SG is very comfortable with. Or perhaps they want to try their own comfort heroes at this point. I don't think they're very comfortable with the current draft that they were playing. Ling doesn't look like it's going to be a priority pick for Nuna in the first place. But with that being said, it could also be the situation where Nuna's comfort pick is the Frederick. Right? So everyone has been banning this Frederick. They know Nuna is really strong with this Frederick. So it could be one of those situations.
Yeah. So when it comes down to comfort, it is definitely very important to branch yourself out to multiple comfort heroes, right?
Yep.
I see that, and my comfort hero is Benedetta. Then we ban then we ban my Benedetta, and I just kind of sob. But well, all in all, it really just boils down to what kind of heroes all of these teams, or rather all of these players, can play. And so far, Bitcoin has been showing both of his games with Xavier, and he has been showing up. So it only makes perfect sense for Banana to actually go for a ban onto Xavier, because just from a single hero change, it will change the entire team dynamic.
Yes, I agree. And I think they should play the player, not the game.
Play the player, not the game.
I mean, it sounds counterintuitive, but
yes,
technically, if you make the player flip and lose their mind, the game is much easier to play.
Such as spamming recalls?
Spamming recalls. I mean, it's about tilting your opponents, making them unbalanced, right? You want them to feel unbalanced, you want them to be out of sorts, right? You don't want them to be at their 100%. I mean, that's why players do this funny things about BM and stuff like that. We don't like it, but there's a reason why people do it.
I like it.
I love it, but there's a reason, there's a scientific reason behind it, right? So I want to see if Bananas is going to take this risk, going to try out and really play the player, play the minds of the player rather than just the game itself. That's a higher level gameplay that I think they should try to step into, because this is a different play and plateau that they're stepping into. They need to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, so at this point in time, there's really only two ways that Banana will fork into, right? Number one, they get highly motivated because they know that this is their final chance. If they lose another one, they're out.
Yep.
Or number two, they just overwhelms themselves because of number one, performance anxiety, and number two, they are just expecting too much out of themselves, right? They want to play this game so bad, they want to win the game so bad, they are forcing things, or rather they're over-exaggerating things, such as over-exaggerating a fight, going way too aggressive, or going way too passive, trying to play things slow, safe, and passive, thinking that time will eventually lead to victory. So these are the common situations when it comes down to players' minds as to how they would play the game and how each game will affect their mental state. So Banana, they have to stay calm and cool. Play the game as how they would usually play and normally play in ranked games. If they were to think too much into it, boy oh boy, it is going to be a disaster.
Yep, what's at stake is really painful, you know. It could be potentially the game-ending match here. We could send Bananas home, or Alchemy could send Bananas home, but at the same time, this is also a story for a redemption arc, right? Banana could potentially turn the script, flip it over, and do a reverse sweep. Who knows? But the question is, can Banana do it? Can they steal their minds, make sure that they are in the correct mindset to really go in and hunker down? This is the time. If any moment matters, this is it. This is the time that you need to shine.
This is a time for everyone to shine.
Yep.
Alchemy SG have got one game down in the basket, while Banana, unfortunately, have got not a single banana in the basket at all. So they're gonna have to regroup themselves, try to think about what they can do in order to beat against Alchemy. Which is that one player that really stood out? Which is the one hero that really stood out? Is it really because of that one hero that enables the entirety of Alchemy? Or is there something that's underlying that can be exploited? Perhaps banning in the Xavier would have been the best idea for Banana. So we shall see if whether that really will be the case.
Yep, so as we enter the first phase of bans, let's take a look at what's happening here. Alchemy gonna ban out the Joy as well as the Archive. And on the flip side, Banana now going to ban the Kaja. So no Kaja. I believe Kaja is also one of the comfort picks for both teams. So
we will never see a Kaja in any of the games so far between the two of them. Now, Stardust in charge of the second ban for the first phase on the side of Banana. Now, the question is, are they going to ban this Xavier? Is it worth a ban?
I feel that it's worth the ban.
I agree with you.
I really feel that it is worth the ban. But at this point in time, maybe focus a little bit more on the other meta heroes first. Fredrin is a good ban, 1-1 is a good ban, so on and so forth, right? Heroes that you just don't want to deal with. And all of these 4 heroes, maybe not Akai, but 3 heroes, 1-1, Kaja, Joy, they all have one thing in common. They're annoying to play against. And Xavier, with the Dawning Light, being able to hit home from downtown is pretty darn annoying in my opinion. And if I do not have an answer for it, I'm banning it.
Yep, exactly. But of course, the risk in that is that you are going to open up other options available for your opponent, which in this case really comes with your mental fortitude, right? Do you want to deal with a problem that you know exists and it's causing you a lot of pain? Or do you want to take a risk and perhaps deal with another different type of problem?
What kind of problem would that be? That is the question. Fredrin, Glue, okay, Glue is now taken out. Fredrin is still available. Faramis, Valentina, a Carry, they are all available as well. What others are we looking out for? Fanny, no one seems to pick Fanny, so I don't think that is going to be a problem or something that either one of these teams should prioritize. But this final ban coming in from Banana is going to make it or break it for this upcoming draft. Who knows? Maybe Banana themselves picks up the Xavier.
It could be, but because you know, Alchemy is going to be first pick here, I believe.
I don't think that they will first pick the Xavier, right?
I
doubt so.
No, I mean, I'm not a professional, nor do I play this competitively, but I would pick Xavier
Faramis.
first pick. Right, so no Faramis for the side of Banana. They will ban out this Faramis, and let's see. Fredrin gonna be the first pick, secured for Icon here, and I know that's gonna be a tough one. And like you said, they are teasing it. We could see a Xavier. And okay, it's going to be a Luna Martis again and a Angel Lapu Lapu. Let's see what does Bitcoin and Ashiru have in mind for us. I'm thinking that Ashiru actually took a risk, right? They had this little talk amongst the team and say like, you know what, maybe we can try Rafaela, throw Banana off the radar for a bit and maybe, you know, get them confused. And if it works out, it works out. But to me, this is a probable statement of confidence where, you know, if it works out with Rafaela, then sure, we will be one game up. And it did work out. So right now, they have this comfort, peace of mind, hopefully, I don't know, peace of mind to really go into the second game with what I would presume is a powerful and already well thought out draft that they have been practicing all this while.
Oh, okay, he did. It's going to be the next one that's going to be picked out from Alchemy, and they're just going to be looking out for the final pick, and that kind of seems like Ashiru will be working on UV Brody. So Xavier is not going to be up for the picks for the side of Alchemy, and perhaps it makes some sense. They do not want to lock in onto that Xavier too early, but Banana steals it away instead.
Stardust now with the Xavier. So same thing, it's going to be a setup basis right now. We have already seen how Alchemy does it. We have seen how Team Flash does it. Now the question is, can Banana replicate the same results using a draft that is similar to what we have seen so far?
What other heroes would work roughly like Xavier? I wouldn't say that it would be the same, but Xavier, the whole dynamics of Xavier is just really all about the burst as well as the poke of what he's capable of doing, right? When it comes down to the Dawning Light, you literally will be able to poke the opponents while they are waiting in check in a certain rush or preparing themselves for the Lord, and by the time the Lord actually appears, some of them have to go back home or they are entering into a fight with half HP. That is what is the flavor about Xavier, and unfortunately Alchemy would not be able to do that, but Banana would.
Yep, now the final bans, the second phase, we're gonna have a Beatrix banned out from the Alchemy SG side, and Banana will follow up with a Lunox ban. Now let's see what's the final ban in second phase for the side of Banana. BV will be in charge of this, and meanwhile Alchemy, they will have some time to think about this. More than 20 seconds on the clock. So they're still missing a roam. I will presume that Pifert is going into the EXP lane, right? So they're still missing a roam as well as a mid for Alchemy.
with the Grok being thrown out of the game, Lunox and Beatrix is going to be the same. We are left with Marksman from the side of Banana. We're also left with a single Roamer from the side of Banana. Alchemy haven't really quite picked up the roam for themselves, so it will make sense that they do not ban the Roamer unless they are, you know, kind of like want to dwindle down the amount of roamers that they can use. The other marksman that's currently available to be picked is going to be Carrie. Carrie, Melissa are definitely some of the heroes that Carrie looking out for.
Carrie gonna be banned.
Completely banned out. Magic. I was thinking and hoping to see, you know, Harriet, the gold lane, this kind of stuff, but I don't think that we'll be able to see that.
The question here is, what other options do they have? I mean, they still have access to, example, Melissa is someone probable. They have Hanabi if they want to consider. I mean, there was a recent buff for Hanabi as well. And I mean, this sounds a bit far-fetched, but Clint, I think Clint
is fine. I completely forgot about the existence of Clint, actually.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Alright. So now this is an interesting change of pace, right? Gemini on the roam Franco, and now I'm just concerned whether they have enough burst or not at this moment, because Stardust, yes, the Dawning Light will be quite painful, but right now, I would presume that during team fights, Nuna and Angel will be in the thick of action, right? They'll be jumping onto the front lines, they'll be fighting against Icon, they'll be fighting against Peepert, and if in this case there's a faster Bitcoin faster, they would probably want to go in for this faster first. So in the midst of all that, they're dealing damage to other members of Alchemy. My question is, will they have enough damage for them to do a combo between Stardust and Gemini to really get rid of Ashiru or Narcotics or anyone else? Because as long as Ashiru's alive, it's difficult to do anything.
I think, believe that with Narcotics going back onto the Brody and Ashiru playing as the Lolita, I believe that the tankiness in the front lines is going to be pretty darn scary, huh?
Yep, it is. So my question is, do they have enough damage on the side of Bananas? Because they have a very nice lineup. I mean, good displacement. If Gemini can kind of isolate one member, presumably, hopefully, it is going to be the Brody or the Fasa.
Melissa should be the play here. I would believe that Melissa would be the only play when it comes down to actually doing decent damage against tankier heroes. That could be the case. Because at least when it comes down to the latest phase of the game, we can be pretty sure that Melissa really racks up in terms of damage and scales really well.
So BV gonna show up with the Melissa as well, and this is potentially the last game of today. Potential, right? So Alchemy SG boys, the fans are gonna be hoping that yes, this is 2-2-0, but you know, Murphy's Law, things don't really go the way that you want. So hopefully, Banana is gonna come in, guns blazing, swinging around. Right, so Alchemy gonna be represented by Danny, Narcotics, Icon, Bitcoin, and Ashiru.
And of course, on the other side, Team Banana trying to defend against their opponents here. Angel, BV, Nuna, Stardust, and Gemini have got a lot to prove. They're gonna have to go into the Land of Dawn and find a way and break up Alchemy SG. Will this lineup that they have just brought up be enough to completely dismantle Alchemy SG? Would it be enough for them to get the game into, or rather this series, into a 1-1 game?
Alright, and here we go. This is it. Banana, they have to do this. Do this now. Do or die, or else it's gonna be homebound for the side of the team for Banana. On the flip side, Alchemy boys, they are doing this very comfortably. You can see in the mid lane though, Fasa is doing quite a bit of damage against the Xavier. So this is not exactly the kind of start that Stardust is expecting against a Fasa. But in the meantime, Nuna is already making the first few rotations across the map. They are looking to be a bit more aggressive. I believe this is a time where Banana needs to play a bit more aggressive, show their aggressiveness to get kills early on. They need to establish a lead and an advantage, a sizable one at least.
Now, immediately, kind of seems as though the members from the side of Alchemy just going to be working their way over to Angel. Angel is slightly far ahead, and there is no way they will be able to get himself into safe territory. Alchemy picks himself up with a single kill, and while Icon is trying to make his way back into safety, he met up with our fellow friend Nuna as well as Stardust. But unfortunately, nothing was played out by Banana.
Yep, on the bot lane as well, it's going to be Roam and Marksman, right? They're going to try and set something up. I think Gemini actually hooked in Ashiru, unfortunately, so he missed that hook to get onto the Brody, and that's going to be a wasted one here, as BB is taking a couple of unnecessary hits, unfortunately, and in the meantime, this means that, you know, Alchemy boys, they have once again set the stage for themselves to be at a huge advantage going into the middle game.
They're gonna have to say that the Brethren had a great opening in the top lane. That is definitely gonna open up some space for our friend here, Clifford. Especially since we're talking about Edith, right? Edith definitely do not win against a Lapu Lapu in lane. But thanks to Icon, that is going to be a little bit better for themselves. Stardust trying to reach out for the Holo Purple. Doesn't seem like you did manage to connect onto anyone. The Iron Hook didn't connect onto anyone as well. As a Feather Airstrike pops, Icon steals the turtle away from the hands of Banana. And now with Angel right smack at the center of the team fight, he's just going to be absolutely caught out and unable to do anything. And thus, that is a 1-for-1 trade in EXP laner for an EXP laner.
Yeah, but nonetheless, it's going to be a huge win for the side of Alchemy SG because they got the turtle instead. And right now, they will have a slight 1,000 gold lead. And right now, Gemini, he's trying to make life difficult for Narcotics, but so far, they are unable to do so. They have to figure something out because BV is suffering. He is one level behind and it's only the 3-minute mark and the rotations are starting to happen already. Ashiru making sure that he's okay, making sure that Narcotics is safe and sound as well. But meanwhile, Angel has been left alone majority of this first 3 minutes and he seems to be suffering quite a bit.
It doesn't seem like Banana has got any place to play much into the early game. The only one, or rather, technically speaking, Banana's early game is not too bad. We're looking at a Martyrs as well as a Sicilian. They do have the lockdown. They do have Gemini that can really go in for the real hooks. But none of those hooks have connected just yet. Banana is really dependent and reliant on those hooks. But ultimately, we are looking at a we're looking at Xavier plus Franco combination. As long as it is a team fight, I can be pretty darn sure that Gemini should be able to land those iron hooks to whoever that got stuck within the Mystic Field.
Yep, unfortunately, Alchemy SG just being a bit better in execution compared to Team Banana here as Luna are going to be caught out, but he's probably going to be a fight. Luminar Blast coming in, misses on everyone though, as this is probably the fight that's going to change and set the pace for the game as Icon kills off Luna. Gemini is so low.
It doesn't seem like he will be able to go down, unfortunately. But Alchemy, they focus themselves on the two most important players, and that is going to be Luna as well as BV. Angel was hoping that he will be able to pull off a slight bit of a miracle in a 1 versus 3 game. It did manage to work out a little bit, but it is going to be an EXP laner trading out against the mid laner. Now the question is if whether that is going to be, you know, valuable or not. Technically, Pferd and Bitcoin, it's pretty safe to say that Bitcoin is a position 3 mage, while for Angel, well, very likely he's position 4. So in the end of the day, it is definitely worth it.
Yeah, but Banana, they have so much work to do. Stardust has not been hitting all of these Dawning Lights successfully so far. He is still quite far behind compared to the mid laner in the form of Bitcoin. Now, I'm not just talking about the EXP, I'm also talking about the team fight capability so far. Stardust has not been performing at the same level that Bitcoin has been doing across this first game. And here we go, this could be another kill. Gemini with a nice hook and flicker, but can he get any more done? He's gonna die for his efforts here. It's gonna be a 1-for-1, 1-for-2 trade. So BB, this is the point he's looking for, but he's a bit low. Oh no, it's gonna be a double kill in reverse. And with that, Alchemy SG, they figure it out better than the team of Bananas.
Boy, oh boy, that is definitely one play that we are watching out for. That is a 3,000 or around 3,000 gold lead for the side of Alchemy. Now, BV, he did manage to get 2 kills, two kills and 1 assist, but dying 2 times definitely is not that big, not that good. Narcotics, on the other hand, haven't gotten a single kill just yet. He haven't really quite gone online, but fortunately, they did manage to bring down the outer turret in the bottom lane. So at least that will give him a lot more gold to really work with. The top lane outer turret is also gonna be destroyed.
Yep, and that is all achieved by Narcotics here. Gemini, I mean, he has been fishing, right? He's been trying his luck to see if anyone is standing around the bushes. He's just always a hair shy here. Gemini waiting for that cooldown. And I don't think he wants to stay here because the members of Alchemy are ready for a fight and they are waiting and hungry as well.
To be honest, Nuna doesn't seem to be very comfortable with the Martyrs. Or maybe it was just a couple of mishaps coming in from him. Because it doesn't seem like he did manage to set up a lot for his team when it comes down to his first skill time and time again. Hopefully that it was just a fluke, or rather it was just small little mistakes in the early stages of the game. And maybe later, when the later stages comes out, they will be better when it comes down to these kind of mechanics game.
Yep, right now, Icon just juking around and the better airstrike is going to be landed. Here we go. They are going to try and force the issue here. They will be successful in taking the mid-tier 1 turret. And Icon, he doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to make sure that his presence is known. He misses the entire taunt, unfortunately. And that is going to be set up for them to potentially get something done. But if you take a look at the damage offered by Stardust, it's really minuscule. It's something ignorable at this point.
I think that there was a lot of opportunities that Gemini can actually get someone in with his iron hook. Whenever someone just gonna be caught within of the mystic field, you can essentially say that there is going to be a kill. Amazing! As Bitcoin got himself a quick flicker in order to extend the range of the Feathered Airstrike to get a final hit in on the Gemini as they move on to the next fight, whereas the Numenon Blast is just going to be landing onto the two members that are just going to be hiding underneath the turret in the inner side. But unfortunately, what they can get out of all of the fight was only a single kill. Nuna, that is the jungler. But with that all said and done, that is going to be bringing up a 1-level gap between Nuna as well as Icon. But perhaps that is not going to be over just yet, as Icon is just 3/4 in to going into level 12, putting Nuna in a more precarious position when it comes down to taking the Lord.
Yep, 10-5 at this point. Alchemy SG, they're so comfortable. They can smell the victory happening as well. They are about 6k ahead. And here we go, Icon just jumped in. They're forcing them into bad positions here. The Numenon Blast gonna land. Angel, he's trying his best to get the kill. They do get a shutdown, but on the back foot here, this could be potentially a very huge beating that they're going to receive from the side of Alchemy SG. It is going to be 2 kills for 1 so far, and looks like Banana. Oh, finally a hook lands on Gemini as well, but there's not going to amount to anything because Icon is so tanky.
Not much of a follow-up, I gotta have to say. Ashuru took the shot for Narcotics, and the rest of the members from the side of Banana have decided to go for a concealed play. They're rushing right in. They really want to catch on to someone, but it kind of seems as though Angel popping right in with the bravest warriors, but not quite enough to get himself closer to get a kill down onto Narcotics. As such, he's going to be sacrificing his own life while Stardust holds himself behind, and along with BV and Nuna working their way onto the Lord. Not exactly best play here because Icon is currently at level 12 and Nuna is currently at level 11. When it comes down to Retribution battle, Icon will win! As such, they take the Lord, and Pford went straight in with a flicker plus a slam combination, throwing Nuna up into the sky with 2% down already. Banana will gonna have to move themselves right backwards to prepare themselves for the Lord.
Yep, that was poor positioning here. Gemini lands another stun and hook, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade here. Angel coming in and a nice immobilization here by onto Narcotics. Now the question is, Banana, they keep getting these lockdowns, but they're not getting the damage in as well. So what can they do to try and recover all this farm and perhaps add more damage during the team fights?
Well, unfortunately, the post-Lord take wasn't very good for Alchemy. They did lose a couple of members throughout it all, so the Lord didn't really pay any impact in that game. Well, at least they did manage to get the Lord down, so they should be able to get themselves a little bit more gold and EXP moving forward. Icon is currently already 2 levels ahead of Nuna, and this Martyrs definitely have got a little bit of an issue right now. He can't exactly go for split pushes. In fact, not a lot of members from the side of Banana can do much split pushes. The one thing that I can imagine is for them to really just play possum and just try to defend as much as possible, waiting for Alchemy to eventually make a mistake. But technically speaking, that is what happened in the previous game. Banana waited things out, trying to wait for the perfect time for all of them to tally in terms of level in order to win in those kind of retribution battle. And it did not work because of the itemization, and of course the gap in the items just played a very big part.
The window is starting to close here. You can see it, you can feel it from the positioning and the playstyle of the Banana players here. All they're waiting for is really this next Lord attempt. And that is the window that I think they're trying to and identify, right, to really set up for themselves to perhaps get that perfect setup. Like Gemini needs to land that hook, and he needs to land it on the appropriate person as well, because right now the only people he is capable of even having a chance to hook is Ashiru as well as this Pford. Right, so the two tanks are what's available for him for his taking, but these are the last two people on the team of Alchemy that you even want in the first place. They need to get this faster. They need to get Ashiru. They need to get Bitcoin, sorry, and need to get Narcotics as well. Without these two members being dead, it's really hard for Banana to really mount any form of comeback in the first place.
The good thing about Banana's lineup is that they specifically pull enemies towards them with the help of Gemini and for starters to really start things out for them. So eventually, Banana can play possum for a really long time and play defensive. All they gotta do is just freeze the lanes a little bit here and there in order for them to get some more farm and try to catch up to Alchemy. All these small little pickoffs, getting themselves the numbers advantage, will ultimately be able to steer themselves into victory. But, of course, it's easier said than done. Banana now is suffering a little bit of a difficulty trying to move themselves in closer and closer over to the bottom pit. As you can see, we've got Ashiru as well as Pford doing a very good job in just mobilizing themselves and just zoning Banana away.
Oh, it's looking tough for Banana here. I mean, they have lost the Lord once again, and Alchemy SG, this is going to be the perfect setup for that. And if you take a look at the lineup from Alchemy SG, they are so far ahead. Level 15 on Icon, he is about 4 levels ahead of Gemini. He's 3 levels ahead of Stardust, and he's 2 levels ahead of Nuna. He is one tanky guy here, and that is not the person that you want to be fighting against, especially if you are from Banana. This is all potentially gonna end soon here. The last hurrah for them. Banana, they're making their last stand. Desperation starts to set in. Gemini, he needs to land the perfect hook, but everyone is standing in his way. He misses. That is gonna be a setup for the Numenon Blast. They're not gonna land on anyone, but this is the last gas of breath. Narcotics and Bitcoin very low. Could they do anything about it?
I don't think that they will be able to push their advantage even more, as most of the players are very low in health. Those crucial players, Narcotics and Bitcoin themselves, are too low for them to even engage onto anything else. As such, resetting themselves is ultimately going to be the best case scenario. Remember, when it comes down to high ground, Bananas have got them all. It really relies on the Stardust as well as Gemini to make a very good play. And Gemini has to just kind of calm things down with a little bit when it comes down to Iron Hook, let the initiation work onto the Xavier. Just a single Mystic Field is all that is enough for Gemini to secure a hook. And from that point on, it is pretty much a guaranteed win. As such, right now, BV a little bit too close. Did not realize that he's within the target range of Bitcoin's Feathered Airstrike. As such, he's gonna go straight down. Stardust was hoping that he will be able to work with the Hollow Purple in order to bring the rest of the members down, as everyone was just congregating themselves together. With one marksman down from the side of Banana, Alchemy was really wanting to end this game as soon as possible. Not a single Crips is going to be inside, but Alchemy, they got a little bit too greedy, and they was hoping that they will be able to end this core, but this is going to be the greed that ultimately consumes them, as the only 2 members left is going to be Pford as well as this Lolita, unable to end this game. Banana has found a small window of opportunity to climb themselves back and close up the gap a little bit more.
Yep, this is the best chance they've had all game. They could not catch Narcotics, they could not catch Bitcoin, but for the first time they have managed to do so, and Pford, of course, juking with a sidestep. This is the best chance, and Banana have to do something. They have to achieve something out of this. They have taken a second turret of the game, or third turret of the game for themselves. They need to push this mid turret down as well. But the whole team from Alchemy SG is alive and running. And here we go, the first mobilization going to land on Icon as well. He's so tanky. But right now, it's really about damage limitation. What can they do to set up the fight?
Well, it really all just depends on to the Lord and what kind of positioning Alchemy and Banana has got for themselves. They should have focused a little bit more onto the kills and the heroes instead of trying to end the game all in all, because they already had the man advantage in that previous fight. So small little mistakes here and there, hopefully that they will not replicate what has happened as Numenon Blast slams in, knockdown on the two-person, and it kind of seems as though that Gemini is going to be caught within all of his grasp. He's going to be taken down even after the immortality is popped. Luna still has got the immortality, but that is more than enough for Alchemy to eventually push down every single one of Banana's members away, allowing Alchemy to take this Lord decisively.
Yep, they have to figure something out right now. 18,000 and counting for the HP. Alchemy SG looks like they're going to secure another lot again, but the steal potentially. Oh, Ashiru!
The shield! Oh! That is one thing that we completely forgot is a thing.
Yeah, that shield is going to be detrimental to the side of Bananas here. They will not manage to get any steal going for themselves, and I mean, this is all calculated within Alchemy SG. I mean, can you believe these boys are super young guns? I mean, the way they're playing as though they have a lot of experience.
I know, right? I mean, technically speaking, they do. They do have a lot of experience in ranked games, and perhaps a couple of custom games, and a lot in community events. So you gotta have to say, Alchemy, they have forged their relationship, their friendship, and their chemistry all together for a long, long time, and now this is their time to shine in the big stage of MPLSG Season 5. As the Lord marches in the middle lane, it's kinda hard for Alchemy to not be able to pull this off, because Banana, they are pretty far behind. Alchemy, Narcotics, Icon, Pford, Ashiru, and Bitcoin, they are on their stride to victory as the fights are now going to be segregated into multiple different sections as Icon moves himself down to the southern side, Narcotics out to the northern side, while the Lord is just going to be holding himself in the middle lane, and Bitcoin even have got a faster aspect trying to pull Gemini all the way away. Nuna does have the immortality that's going to be popped, but the rest of the members coming from the side of Alchemy, they're just going to be slowly popping down, as now the Hollow Pop is just going to be connecting on a lot of people. People are taken down, but the main thing is that they focused onto the core. Alchemy SG, none of them are going home. They are going to go to MPL Season 5.
Congratulations. I mean, Narcotics, that last gas jump. I mean, he was waiting. They wanted to win the fight, but they could not do it because everyone is so tanky already. We've hit the late game stage. And I mean, the call was simple. It's Narcotics, what are you doing? Go and kick the base. Right? So Narcotics got the call and he jumped in, got that final hit on that crystal as well. And of course, well played to Alchemy SG. Science wins for this round. And now we have our two finalists from our open qualifiers. And that's going to be Team Flash as well as Alchemy SG.
Well, I guess a lot of these teams are afraid for Alchemy for a very good reason. Because they have been fighting against an MPL team to begin with.
Okay. Okay, I give it to you.
All in all, I am super stoked that we finally see the two teams that will be moving forward into the MPL Season 5, and how are they going to fare against all the other top dogs is definitely something that we gonna have to stay tuned to find out in the coming few weeks when the regular season happens. But for now, let us just bask in the glory of these two teams that have won, Team Flash as well as Alchemy SG. But before we even move on to end the show, let's not forget about our post-game statistics, as we do have an MVP to crown for game number 2 between these two teams. Of course, Banana versus Alchemy SG. Who's gonna be the MVP?
I would go for Ashiru or Icon. Either one of these. Icon really was the core of the team. The fact that he was so fed early on, Snowball made sure that the entire team he was able to soak up damage, be the first one, get the taunts in, set up the fight for the entire team to really go for success. I think Icon is my MVP.
Let's take a look. The MVP within the ranks of Alchemy SG is Icon.
Alright, so Icon 7-1-8 with a GPM of 698 as well. I mean, like I mentioned already, Icon with this Fredrin, a very tanky and very scary character as well. He just went full tank with a slight bit of damage on magic damage here with that last item. And you know, he really set up the stage for his team to shine, getting the lockdown on a couple of the players. You can see at the end of the fight, he was actually going up against Angel. He locked Angel in place so that Narcotics could actually flank the back line of
a banana and get that final hit on the crystal as well.
Super stoked that that is all done. Let us, of course, move on to what we have always been waiting for, the highlights. How Alchemy played throughout the entire matches, and of course in this very game itself, as we roll the clip right on and view their amazingness. Right off the start at 2 minutes and 30 seconds, where the the turtle first appeared.
Yep, so it was really difficult for them to take the fights, but here we go. They took it anyway, and it looked for a moment as though that, Banana had it in the bag, and they had a couple of nice lockdowns, but these, were far and few in between, because every single time Gemini tried to set something up, it was a miss. And of course, it will be coming back, a reverse hit by Bitcoin. That was always the setup. You can see all of it happening with the Fed airstrike as well. And once that happens, they got the first kill. That's the signal for Icon and for P4 to just really jump in, get the taunts in, get the soaking of the damage, and allow the rest of the backline on the side of Alchemy to really do their work. Narcotics, you can see, hitting the tower for free the entire fight until he actually got caught. And that's where one of the risky plays they had, right, it was to allow Narcotics to really get the hits in. And so they tried to catch him towards the late game, but you can see down here, Icon actually making sure that Angel could not go and support the backline of the team on Bananas, which allowed Narcotics free reign, really to just jump around and see blink in, flicker in, get the kill on that final pistol.
As long as Narcotics is completely unchecked,
it's going to be a very tough one.
Exactly. And that was how they managed to bring down the core. I was too focused on looking at Icon versus the Lapu Lapu, but in the end of the day, they really needed someone to get into the face of Brody. And by the time that the Lapu Lapu realized, it was slight tad bit too late. And Narcotics was just hammering away onto the core. Before we end off the show, let us just pull out the brackets real quickly and take a look at the entire games of the day and how the entire day went through.
Yep, so we started our day with Rayback Esports here going against Banana. Banana, of course, having a very impressive showing, coming back in a 2-1 reverse sweep against Greyback Esports. And of course, following that, they actually made their way all the way to the winner bracket finals where they faced off against Team Flash. Unfortunately for them, they were knocked down into the lower brackets. But if you take a look at the lower bracket journey, it was Team Flash also who knocked down Alchemy SG all the way down to the lower brackets where they had to fight 1, 2, 3, 4 matches in succession and had to beat all of them in a best of 1 with the exception of that lower bracket finals here.
Yes. Alchemy SG succumbed through everything, right? The zone, we've got Absolute SG, we got FFE Prime. Definitely did not see, unfortunately we didn't see them going up against Greyback as well as Backyardigans. But well, it is what it is, FFE, they also had a pretty decent run ever since they started fighting against Greyback, and then they went on to the Backyardigans. So it's kind of like a 1-1 or 1-0-1-0. There's nothing too out of the ordinary there. But the true test of flavor was really FFE versus Alchemy, and from that point on, it kind of seems as though the route has been set for Alchemy.
Yep, exactly. Now, if this is a story that you enjoy, do we have a surprise and do we have some entertainment for you? Because this is just an introduction into MPL Season 5. This is just open qualifier.
Just the qualifiers. And of course, every single one of you guys are super stoked for MPL season. I myself is included. We are absolutely ready to gun right in for every single one of these MPL season 5 matches. How are all of these pro teams going to be fighting against one another in live coverage? Every single casters are going to be in here, the ML casters that you know and love. We are here to give you guys all the action and fun.
Yep. So with that, keep your eyes peeled. We will be having the regular season in 2 weeks or so, and this will all be a huge lead up to our playoffs where we will be live and we will see who is the new champion of MPL Season 5.
So make sure you guys don't go too far away. We are gonna go off for today, and we shall see you guys on the regular seasons. Take care.